Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI Qualifiers, the road to the International SCA Closed Qualifiers. Now in its final day, we've seen one team already qualify. It's Team Nemesis over Talon. And now it is time today to qualify our very last team. 3 hopefuls remain. 2 will be left heartbroken. Many fans, I'm sure, of course, alongside with them. And thank you guys all so much for joining us here for all the action. I am Seek and Strike, and joining us is Winter. How are we doing today, my friend?
Very good for it, a good match break, but there's one team, ending the day with a happy face, ending the day on a high note, so gonna be interesting to see who is going to end the day with a happy look. Talon last night, got upset by Nemesis. I think the other 2 games were kind of more straightforward, right? Boom beating Ivory 2-0, Execution 2-0, Tech Free Gaming. Those were like kind of just business as usual. But the last series, that was some dynamite series.
It was. Game 2 was not particularly close. I think that was more of the talent everyone was expecting to see. But from there, games 1 and 3, especially for Nemesis, looked fantastic. And, speaking of heartbreak, hearts rejoicing for all the Filipino Dota fans, as this is the first time since 2019 a full Filipino team has qualified to the international. So congrats to them. We'll see how many more Filipinos will join them today as we take a look at our quick bracket just to get you guys up to date. We started with 10 teams, Winter. We are technically down to 3 still who have hopes to compete. Execration and Boom Esports. Of course, Boom dropping into the second round of the lower bracket as they did get eliminated. Sorry, they got knocked down by Nemesis, I should say. They fought all the way here, and that means they face off versus Boom Esports here in the first match. Talon awaits the victors in a BO3 series. All BO3s for today, folks, for our qualification match. In Winter, this is a rematch of the EWC qualifiers, isn't it? I think Execration, they have a 1-1 draw, but they did beat them in a BO5, right?
Yeah, they got the better of Boom the last time. And Boom is going to want to have some revenge here. It's going to be a long day for either of these teams. Whoever wins have to play another game later, back to back. So we always say take one series at a time. So Boom and Execration, they have to focus on the task at hand. And right now, Boom is on the first pick side. I think we've already briefly discussed how it is much more comfortable to be drafting on the first pick side right now, because of how the meta is working and how strong the 18 pick is. And it seems like on the 24 pick, you generally don't get a lot of very, very good last pick heroes nowadays, because everyone is just so good at banning out the key heroes. And as you can see right now, Conker opening for Boom, one of the key heroes for Jabs so far. He's been doing really well on that hero. And a response would be Queen of Pain. Not the appropriate response traditionally, but I think right now Queen of Pain seems to have a very high pick rate in SEA. Not sure if the other regions favor this hero as much. Usually it's picked as like a situational hero, but in SEA it seems like it's a very, very popular hero among the teams.
We've seen it a whole lot, and she's no stranger to the first phase of picks as well. Neither is Kunkka, of course. Few bans here to protect the hero. Of course, this Queen of Pain Winter, we do say that it has some flex capability, but I believe we've almost exclusively seen it mid. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Don't think we've seen any games on... You're talking about support, right? Position for Queen of Pain.
Yes.
I don't think you're going to see it on 5. Off lane, slightly possible, but yeah, probably not. I think usually when you pick Queen of Pain, you have to ban Puck. But if they already wanted to pick Queen of Pain, right? So it's rather strange that they actually ban Puck in the first phase here on the execution side. I would say that this is a slight error, because you're picking on the ninth pick. It means that after your pick, you go into the ban phase right away, right? So if you ban Puck in the first phase, right, because you want to take Queen of Pain and the enemy sniffs it out, they could just open the draft with Queen of Pain instead. They could steal your Queen of Pain, and then what would you do? So that was like a tricky moment. Or they already thought it out. If they take Queen of Pain, we can have Conquer. Not so sure, but some small little, draft wars there going on. And now they go with the Ringmaster. They have a save now for the X mark. The escape act, always very useful. Not the most, I think, popular hero at the moment, but he has his purpose here in this game. And in the second phase, when they have elected to remove Lina, I mean, Lina is one of the heroes that I think I thought personally would be very, very strong, or at least very popular because of the buffs that she's receiving. I thought she would be very good in the carry role right now. And a lot of the fives are very good melee heroes that can bodyguard, namely Undying and Naga Siren.
Yeah, but we're not seeing a ton of her. She's also this kind of hero that, like, you know, with a lot of the mids that we're seeing these days, in theory, can be quite strong. But I think we saw one Lina game. I think we've seen a handful of Lina games in the SCA quals.
I think it was Bob. He picked it into, was it Queen of Pain? I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was the Quap, specifically.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but that didn't really work out so well for him. I remember he was building right click. Right click damage on the Lina, and he kind of didn't really do a whole lot in the early stages, just kept farming. So maybe not,
but a hero,
not the build.
No. A hero we're seeing a lot more of, though, is this Potom. I think I've seen it a ton in Europe as well, in the Western European quals.
A very excellent bodyguard in the lane. With the asset, it's very hard to fight her off in the lane. The blind plus, you generally don't go arrow in the early stages. You just go 2 points in your Starstorm and you just trade. And I don't think anyone can out-trade you as long as you hit the double Starstorm every single time. Yeah, so we have that. And right now, if you look at their overall composition, they're a very good setup for the arrow. Shackle, they have the X mark. I think the X mark is probably going to be the bread and butter combo that when they are trying to set up for kills, that's probably going to happen a lot. And now with the 18th pick here, Boom has decided to go for the Morphing, the carry, not the mid hero. So I think what is most likely going to happen here is the Kunkka is going to go, probably will go mid into the Quap. I think Kunkka can still out-trade the Quap with the Tidebringer. But we'll see. I mean, they can obviously, if they can find a hero that can flex between mid and offlane, they can keep things open. But right now, you have to ban the heroes that are very good into the Morphling here. Right, they need a carry, so maybe Ursa. There's still a Doom. No, Doom's ban. They don't have to ban AAA. Is also banned. I mean, Ursa is probably the first one that comes to mind. You're deciding whether you need to ban that one.
Actually, a meta hero too. The other suggestion that I used to see always demolish morphs was Drow, but I don't know if we see a lot of Drow these days.
Oh, Drow is actually pretty good. Yeah, Drow is pretty good now. I think you could definitely consider banning Drow. Moeta carry is also, I think, decent counter to the Morph, but Morphing is a faster hero than Moeta. I think Moeta needs to farm a lot more. So I don't think that matchup is like totally very bad for Morphing. I think you have some pros to being Morphing in that matchup. You can come online faster, you fight earlier, because your build will be Vlad's into Manta, and once you get your Manta, you are very strong, you can fight. Whereas Moeta needs 3 items. Usually you go Falcon with your Mjolnir, and then you have Hurricane Pike before you get your BKB. And only when you get your BKB on Moeta, you truly feel like you can join the fights. I mean, last ban here for Boom. Have to figure out another. I think Drow is an excellent suggestion. I think you mentioned it just now. It's pretty reasonable. They ban out the Gyro instead. And I would say Gyro is not as big of a deal, for Morphing. Probably they ban it because of the pacing of the game, because Gyro is fast, right? They don't want to deal with the fast pace, because Excretion in their series yesterday, they played really fast, and they were able to overrun their opponents with the Veno jungle. I remember one game. Veno and Witch Doctor, they played really fast, so maybe they are considering that fact that Excretion can play fast. So they finished their draft with a Beast, so most likely Kunkka is going to go mid, and they have a spell that can go through the Rolling Thunder, which is always nice. And Clinks will be the last pick here. We've already saw it yesterday from Excretion. You can eat the Helm of Dominator creep. Not the Helm of Overlord creep, but the Helm of Dom creep.
Quick correction on that, Winter, because I was mistaken on that yesterday, and I want to make sure we have our facts straight here. So they changed that, I believe, in 739 or something. Remember, like you can no longer easily kill those Helm creeps. I think like the Chen creeps the same way now, or something like this. I don't know about Chen, but they made like a change overall to like the creep hero type
Oh,
units again. Yeah,
I
and so
just kind of trusted you yesterday.
yeah. I mean, that's how it's always worked, but yeah, they did recently update that again, and I just
I
forgot because it was
see.
such a big patch. But I think that's another reason why we see so much Helm of the Dom. So Palos
I mean,
doesn't
it's
have that
also
counterplay,
the
but
other
he has it
reason
into the
is the
boards.
goal. You get goal. I mean, it's not the most recent change, but I think 2 patches ago, I think they gave the item small buffs here and there, and now it's a very, very strong item. And on top of that, they nerfed the axe on the Beastmaster. But overall, I think the role here is to have some counterplay towards the Rolling Thunder. I mean, we saw how important it is to have like either a Bane or Beast, to stop the roll. I think in a lot of the series yesterday, at least that we casted, the Rolling Thunder just wreak havoc in the team fights, and they just win. They just win because of a good roll. So it's good to have a tool there to stop the roll.
Yeah, I agree. Making sure that you have some counterplay in these team fights. It's no Naga, but you do have some chicken fingers shaman for that control. You have a great initiation that you can just kind of poke from long range with this X mark into arrow. So I kind of like that aspect a lot from Boom Esports. I think they bring some tempo. I think their bans were clearly to try and get Jabs off to a pretty good start. It is a Jabs overall 24 last pick. Yesterday, I think Boom were first picking his hero. We kind of had a laugh about that. Back to the old days here for Jabs. And I think it's for good reason. He's going to need to do a little bit of work here. And I think their lanes look okay. It's this tempo of the Clinks and the way that Execration executed on it yesterday. That does leave me a little bit scared here for Boom Esports. I won't lie, Winter.
Yeah, they definitely have I would say, the lineup that needs a lot more gold and time to be ready. But on the other hand, I think the Kunkka, Mirana, and Shadow Shaman, the trio can run around and gank easily. They can set up a lot of pickoffs. And before your Kings has BKB, you're always going to, I think, 1x into arrow, you're probably going to die in most cases. So you also have to be really careful despite the Klings being really strong early and you want to roam and kill people. But at the same time, the enemy has a ton of magic damage to kill you, So I feel like both, they have the tools to kind of hold the game together until your Beastmaster and Morphling will come online. I think the Beast is going to come online first if he's going the Helm route, and he's going to create pressure on the map. They're going to probably take Roshan because you have Helm and Blats, which I assume will be the build on the Morphling. So it opens up Roshan for them. And once they get Roshan, things are going to go well for them. Whereas for Execration, they don't have the luxury of killing Roshan easily with their lineup, but they do, on the other hand, kill heroes very well with the Rolling Thunder, Sonic Wave, and the Klings running around. So they are going to be looking to stop that from happening and stop Book from killing the Rosh.
Running in. He's got eyes on Palos, but there's actually more heroes here. Impalement Arts are going to slow in here a touch, but that leaves Jabs here completely unbothered. Still, though, the control, will it be good enough with just the Hawk, huh? I'm not so sure. Let's see, it's going to jump onto Shanks again, so Jabs will shift priority over. That Hawk might latch one more time, but he dares not dive here nearly to the tier 2 tower. Maybe realizing he's gone too far already, but he's got Zhao here to cover him with that Star Storm.
So nice little 3 on 3 the better trade? Wait, look at their hit sheet. Probably, I think Boom won the trade slightly.
Yeah, Shanks is pretty worse for wear, I'd say.
Yeah. But at the same time, teams also kind of, he had to, I think he had to use 2 tangles. So they're going to have to send more regen to the lane. But this mid lane right now, Queen of Pain, Kunkka, this is going to be a very contested lane. Both of the players, Amel and Lewis, they are going to try to push each other out of the lane, with the Tidebringer and the Shadow Strike. It's very rare that you can see a melee hero kind of fighting back, against Queen of Pain.
Yeah, one of those lanes that actually makes it a little bit difficult, right? The constant, quote-unquote, free
Dragonite is very
different
Tidebringer because you kind of have a lot of sustain, so you can stand in the lane. But Kunkka, you kind of out-harass the Quap, which is what you're trying to do.
Well, we'll see how things are going here. I think this mid lane is going to be very key. I think in general, it's not so much about Armel dumpstering the lane, just making sure that he doesn't let Lewis pop off, and that Armel is able to connect with his supports in this early game. As this is game 1, of course, Elimination BO3 series, but I think these teams not really thinking about elimination, their eyes on the grand prize here of taking a trip to Hamburg later this year. Talon awaits the victors of this BO3 series for a BO3 to be played immediately after this one. Only one slot left for TI, man, and I mean, these are all strong teams. I'm excited. We got a lovely day of SCA Dota ahead.
Yeah, hopefully, it's not too much of a storm, For that to happen, the teams need to kind of have even footing on the lanes. Because yesterday, in some of the games, we saw one side just rolling over in the lanes and the game kind of becomes a very one-sided affair, So we'll see if it actually happens. So you see Armel once again and Lewis just fighting to the death. Queen of Pain has her bottle up and running. She's going to want to pick up runes. And in terms of CS, she is slightly ahead of the Kanka right now, 11 and 6 to the 8 and 5. So he'll be pretty happy about that. But as you get more levels on Kanka, I think the lane will get better and better. I think at level 5 you're gonna be able to slowly beat and push the Corp out. But before that, the Corp has some slight edge in the lane with the Shadow Strike harass.
Yeah, 2 points in the Shadow Strike for now. Is this one of those lanes, Winter, where you consider the 3rd point in Shadow Strike to just be able to maintain the pressure?
Maybe, but I'm not sure though, because at level 5, I think the Kanka is stronger than you,
Right,
so maybe you need to consider that and try to just push out waves and control runes. I think a lot of it is going to be runes for the Queen of Pain because the Kanka doesn't have a bottle, so he doesn't really want the runes as much as the Corp. So you have to push out your lanes with at least 2 points in the Scream to be able to control the runes.
Gotcha. Sometimes you gotta like skill up for the macro game a little bit more, right? Be able to farm some camps and all that good stuff. That's what
I would say that nowadays, I think the lanes are, if you lose, you have more time to recover from it. I think before it can be a lot more punishing when the map was smaller, because now you have a lot more extra camps. So after you lose your lane, I feel like you have a lot more opportunities to recover. It's not as bad as before where you feel like you lose the lane and you just get snowballed over. Remember the patch where the Gladiators and Liquid, they were really, really strong. They played really fast. That's when they
remember.
Yeah, they ran over the lane and they just, kick you out of the map wherever they go. So right now it's difficult.
Whoa. This is incredibly aggressive. Armel does not have a Torrent or an X mark, so they got to get the damage in.
Blink
Jadwell leaping on forward in the second Starstorm. Ooh, the Starstruck Facet collects the kill there as CML avoids the Torrent here. Armel.
Oh, is he going to get
the second kill on the Ringmaster and the perfect deny. Lovely stuff there from Boom, who rotate both supports for the 4-minute Water Rune. They actually kicked that off there with a nice X mark into Arrow. So that's the very first connection of this support trio that we're talking about. Or sorry, this trio in general for Boom that we're talking about. That looked excellent.
Yeah, it was very, very nice by Janelle. He had a good laugh there, after denying the Kanka. That's a very, very early move. I don't think anyone expected there to be 3 heroes at 4 minutes in mid lane.
Yeah.
Usually we say that happens at minute 6 at the first power rune. But Boom, bringing the aggression early on. I mean, I think the purpose of that move was just mainly because the Corp had low resources. They just didn't want her to refill her water rune with the bottle. Hellos here, taking a beating. He is going to go forward aggressively.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tame the Beast. Very effective against the Beastmaster, as the name would suggest.
You are not fighting Clinks for sure. I mean, this hero just does way too much damage. You run when you see Clinks.
Clinks with that Falcon Blade early, right? So he fights pretty darn effectively. Yeah. Band of Elven Skin, 15 wand charges. Palos is very comfortable in this lane.
Yeah, Mirana is already lurking around mid. Again, he wants to land another X-Mark arrow combo. The rune 6 mid.
Shanks is here.
Alright, Corp's gonna get one. This is huge for her.
Level 6. It's an arcane rune as well. You may be motivated to take this point in the Sonic Wave. However, in the river, the supports are bullying a clown. Got this escape back here ready to go. Lewis makes the jump out and over. Sonic Wave skill point has been taken, so he's going to commit that now onto Tim's. Foul play will save his life for a mere second as the Boar Poison, Microd from the top lane, nearly enough for the kill onto CML.
Oh,
John Noel's going to have to run into the Rose. Oh, the whoopee cushion. Ah, bad kitty. Ah, that cat's going to get him. Nice lead,
Yeah,
though.
just like so annoying, like the strongman tonic buying them so much time. And now General, he is out of lead, so the Kitty is gonna get punished here.
No jumping on the rush pick.
Yeah, he's gonna die here.
I think Shanks instantly canceled his TP there, by the way. It looks like, because his TP's on cooldown, and he didn't have one when he died, so nice TP cancel there by Shanks. Immediately gives him no opportunity to escape.
Yeah, you were talking about how many points in Shadow Strike. Corp has 3, you know. But if you look at the net worth, I don't really feel like he has really pressured the Kunkka, you know, in a way where he would hope for, you know, going for 3 points in the Shadow Strike. Kunkka is like, he's doing okay, you know, net worth wise. He's top of the Radiant side. He is around 300 gold ahead of the Queen of Pain, so I don't think he actually cared that much, you know, against the Shadow Strike.
Bottom, him, gonna come through the twin gate. Foul play will catch him. They've actually got wards on the exact same spot here, and yeah, CML is gonna realize it now, go for a quick B ward.
Yeah, and we are back up here inbound. Armel wants to make the first move to kill the Pango before he has Rolling Thunder. Let's get that.
Done, Armel. Oh no, the creep. It's gonna be the bodyguard here. It's not gonna matter. The flag bearer creep tanking the arrow, but the damage too high out from Armel. Very nicely timed rotation, as you said, Winter, right before level 6. But because you abandoned the mid lane, Lewis, he is going to have free reign over that haste. He is looking to fight.
Bounty runes, better make sure you pick that up. But so far, Excretion, they have the rune again, so it's going to be hard for you to pressure the side lanes now, knowing that the Queen of Pain has a haste rune. When Queen of Pain has a haste rune, everybody is like on high alert, you know.
Ooh, nice arrow there, Zhao. Does he have the auto attack damage? Absolutely. Well played. Tino leaps in. He's just shy of level 6 now. Just needs what? 15 experience, 25 experience? That kill really making a difference there. They're going to go for an X-Mark play onto Lewis. A ton of damage here. They don't have a boat, but Tim's ready with the Shackles and the Hex if they needed it. There's going to be... Was that the Hex? It was. That's Shackles now here onto Palos. Armel doesn't have a whole lot of lockdown, though. And here come the Execration supports, eager for revenge. The loss.
Man, even the Helm creep is here to help.
I was going to say, the Helm just got purchased about 30 seconds ago, so Jabs puts it to work. And now nobody's up top lane, so he's even starting to siege just a little bit. Just a little bit.
When we see, you know, once again, Boom demonstrating the power of this trio, the Kunkka, the Shaman, and the Mirana, you know. And now they're going to keep moving with the smoke. Palos already felt like he was forced to rotate. He didn't really accomplish much, but you see the pressure on Excretion side, right? They want to stop this trio from creating too much havoc. And right now they're moving again, you know, this top tier 1 tower.
Are they going to see Palos?
They're going to have to bring their numbers to defend here. Pango needs to come for this fight if they want to defend.
Fantastic warding. Palos. Oh no, Palos. He's going to run right into this gank. There's a roar ready. TP's responding up from Execration to the tower. Sonic Wave buying Palos a good time, but the combo, it's just too strong. They're into the Torrent and the boat. He goes down. Tino letting loose the Rolling Thunder, running after Jabs. They've got detection there, but they take him down even through the Moonlight Shadow. A 1-for-1 trade. But a death there onto the Clinks. Not a hero, Winter, who wants to be falling behind early.
Nope, not at all. You know, Clinks, you gotta be on the front foot. You gotta be on the gas, you know, pressuring your opponents. And now Boom
once stepping on the gas.
Yeah, Boom is once again pressuring and stepping on the gas. You know, they're gonna kill this tower.
Into X. Wheel of Wonder's pretty good. Didn't catch Armel, but it doesn't look like it'll matter. They tried to deny him. It actually looked pretty close there.
They got the tower, right? Yeah, they got the tower, at least. Shaman last hit the tower there with the wards. But Boom is going to be still pretty happy about what just happened. You know, they got the tower, they use the Wheel of Wonder. I think this is going to be looking really good for Boom the next couple of minutes. If they can actually now move towards top and help Jabs open up the top section of the map.
Okay, so a slight adjustment in the build by Palos. It looked like he was just going to naked rush the Deso, but it seems like he's changed his mind. I think he went back for treads, which I think he needs, by the way.
It's because they were fighting too much, and he felt like he needed to join faster, or he needed to help. There's such too much pressure. So he doesn't want to risk it, right? Because the treads gives you a little bit more survivability in the early fights if you join them. Whereas it's going to slow down your Desolator timing. But if you feel like you cannot afford to do that and farm to the Desol effectively, then I think the Threats will be a much wiser option here, which she has chosen. We'll only know with time whether it is the right option. But Execration now slightly behind against Boom, and they're gonna have to find a good fight real fast because they are the ones that have the aggressive lineup, whereas Boom has the slower and much more scaling potential lineup.
Exactly, and they're starting to hit on some of these early timings, right? Jackie's through the Twin Gate with the full Vlad's offering. The Beastmaster with the Helm Creep has whittled down the tower. It will go down.
Yeah, it's also Roshan, you know. Once the Roshan moves towards top lane with the Vlads and the Helm, it is going to be Boom's Roshan to take. On top of that, they can also commit the Serpent Wards, you know, if they want to do it faster. The Execration, they have to strike now before the day goes dark.
Okay, they're gonna maybe have a few minutes to farm in anticipation of that, as you say. And Tino, by then he'll have this diffusal online. That's been lacking here. That extra damage out from the Pango. It's an interesting build, right? Because sometimes we've seen the Pangos go for like the Vessel builds, right? Not necessarily always diffusal.
Yeah, Vessel build against a hero like Morphling seems like a reasonable approach too.
And counter.
But Diffuser is kind of like more scaling potential because you're stronger later. Vessel is like if you get it and you don't get you get a couple of kills with it, then you feel like, oh my god, I am farming so slow, you know. I'm gonna scale pretty badly. I think that's probably the thought process behind it. But then again, I kind of feel like you might be on the right path here. If they don't have a Vessel now, it's gonna be so difficult to take down Jackie on the Morphling.
Yeah, I'm concerned about where the damage is going to come from. We have to see some pretty big sonic waves, basically, and some big rolling thunders. The spells
is
have
going
to
do the bulk of the damage.
I agree, but I love these tanky, you know, Admiral Kunkka's Rum lineups into that kind of burst early. It's very effective in my opinion. At you know, diffusing that sort of early lead, that early damage you can do. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Klinks is just insane DPS. That can very well be true.
I think Klinks is the... If I'm not wrong, I saw someone did a demonstration. Klinks is the highest single target DPS hero. If you're allowed to stand and use your spells and right click, no one actually out damages Klinks, you know. Klinks is insanely good at that, you know. He's just not so reliable. Let's say you compare him to I think a Gyro will be a fair example. Gyro is more reliable because in a team fight, flat cannon, you're most likely going to do your damage. But for Klinks, you are going to need to set up yourself in a good position, and you need to wait for certain spells to come out. So there's a lot of factors, you know, involving for Klinks to do well in the team fight. That's why the hero is not... I don't think you see the hero as often. Recently, you see the hero more, but I think historically, Klinks has always been considered an unreliable hero.
Yeah. By the way, I think the reason that Tino did not go for the Urn is because Shanks is actually going to go for the Vessel this game. Decent item build up here for the Rubik, who does need the stats really for that survivability.
Slow though. The thing is, right, when you talk about Vessel, it is an item that I would want to get as soon as possible. The later and the slower you get this item, it kind of just feels like it doesn't do much, you know. Like it's just ineffective, you know, especially if you get it on a support.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that, especially when you're not exactly snowballing a game. Right now, Execration down to 5k. As Winter, as you say, Nightfall hits. This is not a BKB TP away. It's actually going to be a Roshan play for Boom Esports. As they head into the pit, they drop the Serpent Wards. They have the Helm of the Overlord creep ready to go. Execration, you saw them smoke and try and find a fight down bottom. They're going to be forced to try and fight into this, and they're far too late to contest the Roche. Aegis now into the inventory of RML. Shonwell removing the vision. Lewis, he's got himself a Blade Mail, still looking for a fight, but it's going to be the Rubik caught first and killed by the boat.
That's
the Hex, they actually catch Lewis here into the Roar. Fantastic save from CML. They're on the escape back. Buys Tino some space and time to get in there with the Rolling Thunder, but where's the damage going to come from? Okay, a regen running for the Quap allows her to stay in this fight. Jabs trapped onto the cliff. You're forced to stare into the Wheel of Wonder as Palos is able to join the fight. He snipes Tim's down. Jackie, though, in exchange, takes down Palos as Lewis eventually able to find that harangued Jabs Beastmaster. A 2-for-2 trade. considering the Aegis gain, I think Boom are okay with the outcome here.
That is actually a very, very good trade for them. Like killing the Clinks. I think the Clinks is. I think he has more value than the Beast. Not to say the Beast is useless, but in terms of how the game is going to play out, Clinks is the one that's going to carry the bulk of the damage on Execration. So trading your Beast for the Clinks is definitely very, very good there for Boom. And Jeb's he got a little bit unlucky. I don't know if you saw in the team fights. He got bounced. He almost got bounced down the cliff because he was trying to stand in the edge. But meanwhile, Lewis.
Wait.
Oh no, we've seen this like so many times already.
Do they have enough though? I'm not sure. Armel. Oh, the chicken fingers was it? No, that was regular Hex. Whoa. Tim's actually hit him with a right click, bro. The blink dagger Tim's.
Yeah, Shaman just has so much disable, with the chicken fingers. There's no escaping that. And just again, we see the power of the Mirana with the X mark and the shackle.
Exactly. And I have to say, I've been a big fan of Big Snake, of Massive Serpent Ward, but considering the match I saw yesterday of Team Nemesis, who was it, Jing, I think, right, on the Shadow Shaman, and here seeing Tim's today, I'm getting more and more convinced that Chicken Fingers is really the one true facet for this guy. It gives you that like solo pick-off potential. Well, not solo, like the solo setup potential.
Yeah. I mean, the extra small little bit of X duration is so helpful. It can be between your teammate coming over on time or the target just running away.
Check this out. They're going to try and defend top as well. Armel, Moonlight Shadow gives him cover, so he actually does manage to collect here onto Palos. Palos jumps away, doesn't take damage to the float, but still stunned up, I believe, by the arrow of John Well.
Yeah, this game is going to be over very soon at this rate. I mean, I know it's early, but because of the nature of the lineup. Oh my god. Jabs is going to escape against 3 heroes.
Oh my god, Jabs is just going to farm. He knows he's got his team rotating to the gate.
Decided to clear that camp there after knowing that he just got ganked.
I think he was daring. His team was running through gate to reinforce him. So I think he was like, I dare them to. He's tanky, 2300 HP. And now Tino, what do you got against this, man? Stolen Torrent is pretty darn good. That's just a good start now with the Wheel of Wonder to follow up. Tino, 20 HP, gets up the Rolling Thunder. Can they do anything else? They did kill Jackie. The Sonic Wave, I think, caught him off guard. Tino, he's trapped here in a spot that I've never seen, but the fight's still looking good, especially with the Stolen Serpent Wards now. That's going to be the Aegis. Armel respawning in the middle of all these Serpent Wards, but he's still fighting through it. He'll be able to get the kill onto Lewis, but he struggles to escape the mass Serpent Wards as Tino, just living here on that 20 HP earlier, managing to make a big difference in this team fight. A 4-for-1 trade, 5-for-1 through the Aegis. Execration, they fight back.
Yeah, very, very good team fight there. They didn't have the raw though. Maybe that is the reason why Boom kind of felt like they were lacking something. They were just running up the ramp there. I'm not sure how Jackie actually died. I think he got hit by, like you said, a Sonic Wheel or something, and he just got killed. But that was very uncharacteristic from Jackie, I feel like he had a free game. You shouldn't die just like this randomly. He was feared into the Wheel of Wonder, Winter. Yeah, you shouldn't just like die randomly in the team fights like that, Are we gonna see another look? I'm not sure if you're gonna. Oh no, this is this is the right one. Yeah, here it is. So they start with the Hex. It's a stolen Rubik Torrent there onto 3 heroes. Very, very nice. So Jackie got caught by the wheel. Yeah, and just the Sonic Wave not even landing on him. He already died.
Yeah, honestly, shout out CML. That was a fantastic turnaround on the Ringmaster play there.
And again, Rubik stealing the Shadow Shaman wards there, So he got 2 fantastic steals, the Torrent and the wards. Okay, but in trouble now this time. It's going to be Lewis. No opportunity to blink away. There was an arrow even after him. As they will pick up the kill. That's going to be just a well-timed gank. Honestly, that ward placed after the gank. Nicely done. Palos is going to have to skirt away. He's going to try, actually, for this Wisdom Shrine, but I think he's going to think better of it. Yeah, no. Too risky. And he doesn't have BKB, If he gets caught, he is going to die for sure. He might still get caught. He's going to show on the wave. He's got a TP scroll at the ready. Serpent Wards were planted up top. But he's too fast. They can't. Yeah, probably not going to get him. He's way too fast, but Like you said, the wards are gonna do a bunch of damage here to the tower. Boom are in no rush, to do anything. I mean, despite taking a bad fight just recently, I don't think there's much problem for them to just go back and farm here. They should not rush. They shouldn't
They're chasing down
be
the
too
Clinks,
worried.
though. They want to fight. They want Clinks. Good positioning here by Palos. Good pathfinding. He's going to be picked up on any of that sentry ward. Armel kicking things off here with the X mark into a torrent. TPs are coming, but they're long and they're pretty far from the tower. So he'll be all right.
That was not an easy kill, and there's no board as well. But
Yeah,
here we
very
go.
good point.
Excretion. They are coming in with a smoke. They want to fight. They want to take control of the game.
Full Vessel, full Kaya, and Sanj is John Well trying to leap away. 2 leap charges into the mechanism. Still not enough. He will die underneath his tier 1 tower, but not a bad hero. Tank the smoke gank for Boom.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower.
They don't have Roshan to take Excretion. They just kind of have to farm the enemy jungle for another kill here. I mean, this Mirana kill is nice and all, but they have to look for a bigger kill. I think Morphing is the one that you want to find.
You get caught.
Smoke.
Palos, thinking about joining this fight, will open now up onto Armel, but he's got a Blade Mail. That's not an appetizing target here for a Clinks, not at all.
Yeah,
Shanks will die
definitely
here
not.
for the boat.
So 1-for-1 trade, support the other trade. And
No,
Jax
the Ancient Black
gonna
Dragon.
lose his dragon.
No, I think he,
Nope.
he dominated another creep.
Yeah.
He took the Satyr Mindstealer. He said, no 250 gold for you.
Yeah, but still, you want to keep the dragon, so he has to find another
Yeah.
dragon. You want the dragon or the, I think, a granite golem right now. Actually,
Yeah.
could the Prowler be nice? Because they kind of have a lot of like cooldown spells here.
Radiant
The Prowler?
The one that has the aura, the time warp.
Oh,
aura.
the Ancient Ice Shamans.
Ice Shaman.
The Time Warp Aura. or
Yeah, the
whatever it's
Time
called,
Warp
right?
Aura.
The time... Mhm. Yeah, no, that one's super nice too. I love that creep, honestly.
Yeah, I don't really see people use it as much. Normally you just see either the dragon or
on.
the granite.
You know? Oh no, he's been caught by the Hex into the Chicken Fingers. They do have the box save for him though. Tino, he's got spells to use. He's gonna get rolled up though. Didn't even get the roll up out. But
okay.
Boom deciding they have to bail from this fight. A BKB
Yeah.
TP away from jabs there.
I think that was like very, very dangerous play, for them to try and get the kill, because it was just 2 of them, and now Roshan spawns bot, and without the roll, without the fear of them stopping the roll, now Roshan becomes possible for Excretion. Seems like Boom, they're probably not going to contest this. It's way too difficult for them to come to the bottom side, but it's not that quick,
No. It's not too fast.
Yeah, not as quick as
It's fast
when Boom
enough.
killed the first rush.
And that's going to be an Aegis on top of Lewis. Palos nearly at his BKB. But I think they're happy to give the Aegis to the Quap, who has been doing a lot of face tanking here.
Yeah, she also has the bondage facet, so she is a lot more tankier than the Mass Kids facet. So like being an effective frontline with the blade mail. This build is kind of growing on me, going for the bondage and then you go blade mail. Even though you do less damage, but matchups like this where it has very, very good catch for you. For example, like the X Mark arrow. I think this facet with this build actually makes a lot of sense.
I just saw Shanks instantly rebuild Dormant Curio. He didn't even waste a second, man. This guy, he loves tier 2 Dormant Curio, and honestly, so do I. It's pretty nice.
Now you want to get it with the greedy enchantment?
Yeah, I mean, that feels pretty good, right? What's he got it with now? I think the Mystical. Yeah, he's got Mystical. That's not half bad either. Especially for this guy. How many Mystical? Ronnie.
Hey, the magic resist
Okay.
is very good this game. You're playing into Kanka, Mirana. Morphing also kind of does some magic burst with the waveform.
Tim's mid lane. Ready for tier 2 tower. Shanks, he's going to break his smoke there, so a quick blink out from the Shadow Shaman. He's away to safety, but I don't think they're going to be able to defend that tier 2 tower, not with the way they're positioned around the map.
I mean, CML is stopping with the shot there, the spotlight.
Radiant's middle
Very
tower
nice.
has fallen.
I mean, it's one of the more underwhelming shots, I think, you know. It fits the theme of the clown, the circus clown, but it just feels like in most games that I get it, I don't feel like when I use it, it's gonna do a lot in a fight or do anything at all. You can use it to clear some illusions, but
Yeah, I think that's the most impressive way I've seen it used. But I don't know. Maybe CML will convince us. He seems to be quite the ringmaster player this game, honestly.
yeah,
I've been
he
really
has been
impressed.
really on point with the escape axe and his
Okay.
his
Execration just
strongman
smoked under a
tonic
ward.
cushion.
And you can see Boom responding to it pretty quickly. Execration, this could be trouble for them. Literally right on top of
I
a
mean, they're
ward.
gonna fight into the Aegis, you know. And I'm not so sure if that would be wise for Boom, you know, despite them being what, 5k ahead.
Yeah. Observer mid lane doesn't see quite much. Now they see Palos. Lewis joins the smoke just in the nick of time not to get caught under the ward.
Palos has BKB, by the way, so he is not an easy target.
Butterfly Morphling though, can they kill him in this fight? The initiation on a CML trying to get rid of the box save. They force it to use it on himself as Tim still alive here. Gets off a short shackles onto Palos, but it's going to be quickly canceled there by Lewis. So Palos gets off the BKB and now he's on the run. Stolen shackles here from Shanks as Palos kiting them out. Jabs, he's going to go down after the BKB wears off as Shanks dying to the Ancient Black Dragon. Still a half good fight though. While yes, the Clinks kites them out, Jackie runs them down here with the power of that butterfly. He is fearless. A 3-for-2 trade in favor of Boom, even through the Aegis.
Yeah, after looking at the fight, I understand why Boom decides to go against the Aegis. The Morphling with the butterfly timing just supreme right now. It's very hard for the Clinks to match up into that. He has to figure out whether he wants to get an MKB soon. He's queuing out a Porygon Pike now though, but it does feel like they are going to need some way of bypassing this butterfly. If not, Morphling is going to be very, very difficult to kill in the team fights. If you are only going to rely on your Sonic Wave and Roaring Thunder and the Wheel, I think that's not going to be any easy task, you know, bringing down the Morphling. We're going to see another look. Team is just fearless there with the Ghost Scepter initiating on CML there at the start of the fight, kind of opening everything, and that allows the team to follow up with the Beast. And Morphling just kind of killed everything, you know. Palos cannot even stand his ground to fight with the BKB. And if your Clinks is running, I can pretty much for sure say that you're going to lose the fight, you know, if Clinks BKB and can't fight.
Catching on.
Yeah. I mean, he's
I
changing
think
his mind. No, he didn't change his mind. He already completed the Pike.
Yeah, MKB queued up next though, but he's a little bit farther away from that. He farms rather quickly on this hero.
I mean, it's going to take so long to get to the MKB. I feel like they don't have time though.
He's got 3 minutes until next
soon.
Roche. Well, hold on. They still have Aegis, actually. So Aegis expires in 10 seconds, and then it's another at least 3 until Roche.
Yeah, but the thing is like, Boom is already proving in the team fights they are very strong, or way stronger with the Butterfly and Morphling. I don't think they are going to give you a chance to farm your NKB on the Clinks. They are going to be running at you now. I mean, they could wait for the BKB on Jackie. Jackie is very close to the BKB, but I don't even feel like he needs to, you know. As long as he's around his Kanka with the boat to protect him.
He's going to try and pick up the DD rune, but he's hit by this X-Mark Torrent combo. The Spark Act save is really good. It's Armel trying to just face tank everything, but they find the roar. They find the war to Palos, but they can't kill him off. The Sonic Wave saves him from death as he, with the BKB, runs back on out. Jackie's getting controlled here with the butterfly. He's killed off. And now Jabs is minced meat behind. Armel gets chased down. He actually dies to the damage over time by Lewis. All 3 cores dead just like that, Winter.
Oh my god, I actually didn't expect the Morphling to die. He died to the roll, the wheel, and obviously the vessel as well. Like without the BKB, he actually dies to the vessel. He didn't have any way of removing it just now. He already used his Manta.
Oh no. Look at that, they're gonna have to push it high for him. They have a banner.
Kind of being impatient there. They were so close to the BKB on the Morphling.
Maybe they should have waited. Arrow does at least delete siege creep. The car is down. There's your 2-3 tower.
They're gonna try to end the game.
No, they're forcing buybacks. They're threatening to end the game here. Boom. How will they reply here with the Deso? That 2-4 tower is getting tanked as John Well, he jumps in. That'll trigger the buyback at least out of the Kunkka. And just the 1 buyback is enough for Execration to back off of the tier 4 towers. Still though, barracks, they will be defended as an arrow goes fishing just wide. Does not connect onto Lewis there.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah, I hope we have time to witness the fight again. You know what actually went so wrong for Boom in the last fight? Was it the morphing just waving into the middle and he got controlled by
Must have been.
by the
Here
wheel?
it is again.
It's here. It starts here with an X mark. Amel gets the AD, so they are obviously feeling really confident at taking the fight. And here they get the raw onto the Clinks, and somehow he just gets forced off and he's fine, you know, and he doesn't die. And the Wheel of Wonder plus the Rolling Thunder, they're just making sure that the morphing just dies, you know, with the vessel on top.
Sonic Wave
roughly,
onto
you know,
all three
excretion.
cores. That's not half bad either, right? That's a little bit of a space creating ult in a way.
Okay, I am wrong. He needs to get BKB. I thought he was kind of invulnerable with the butterfly with the previous fight here. But Excretion proved that with good coordination in the team fights, with our spells, we can definitely kill Jackie.
Well, Jackie's got that BKB flying to him now. So ideally shouldn't be an issue for him. He's hit another powerful timing. We've seen them kill jabs very easily through his BKB. Armel, his BKBs also have not felt too amazing, as he's going to do a little cheeky X-Mark play. Are there any Yules to cancel in this game? I don't think I've seen any. No, right? No Yules.
No.
Not a single Yules this game.
Yeah, I mean the supports are buying other items, like the Vessel on Rubik and the Dagger. I mean, he even has a Glimmer now, so he is pretty rich on the Rubik. CML has a Solar Crest, nice item for Clinks, always got the Rex. The melee Rex is going down here. Execration, you know, somehow finding a way back into this game.
This is huge,
Boom were
right?
pretty
Because
dominant in the first 15 minutes. You know, they had such a big lead, but now the game has kind of went into the phase where it feels like anyone can win right now. Execration just snatching the momentum away from Boom, and Boom, they're not gonna sit back and wait. Yeah, on the move again, but it's a risky play here. Armel, he has no buyback. He already used buyback, so if he
I think
dies
they want
here,
to fight. They want to fight
if he
before
dies,
MKB's ready,
it's
though,
gonna be
right?
bad,
House is
bad,
about
bad.
to finish it.
Worthy tribute.
With that MKB, even
he
through
needs
the
another
Black King
wave.
bar,
Yeah, he needs a wave of creeps.
Jackie may be very vulnerable
Yeah, he's
here.
gonna get it here. Yep, he's gonna get it. MKB should be done now. Yep, coming on the carrier. This is going to be a very tense fight.
It is Asher Ag Scepter for this off-lane Pango, so they have control still a little bit through the BKB, folks. Plus, depending, I mean, let's not discount the opportunity that Shanks has here to steal something like a Roar, potentially.
Are scattered.
We'll have to keep our eyes out for that. I mean, he's got Blink Dagger, right? So he could ideally position pretty far back to make sure he gets a fantastic
Yeah,
steal.
they need to kill CML first. I mean, he's been on point with the boxes all the time to escape back. I mean, Paddle just running up the
Take your
ramp going
barracks.
for the tier
Dude,
4
look at him.
towers.
Oh my god! It's gonna expose your Ancient. Rat Dota 30 minutes in. And he spooks him into TPing back.
Gosh,
at that.
what a play there.
Dire's bottom tower
She's gone. I mean, and he shows the MKB.
Yeah, Boom is like kind of shocked already. They are in shock. They are not really sure what they have to do right now. They haven't been having a clear direction in the game. They have to find a good fight now. They're gonna smoke and CML. The clown has to be the first target. He
Where's Roche?
is too annoying with the boxes and the
He
wheel.
spawned bottom. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, the clown is too annoying with the boxes and the wheel. He has been instrumental in the team fights. You know, they have to kill him first on Boom side, either with the
Okay.
blink raw or the blink hacks
There
for
we
the
go.
challenge.
Too much
They're
out.
running out the
Lewis.
ramp here.
Oh,
This is
Lewis,
a
they're
big
running up the
Sonic
ramp. Sonic Wave used, but Armel's going to BKB. That is wheel expended as well. They didn't really find much here, Winter. It's the BKB.
Well, there is BKB on Armel though, so I feel like he does not want to, you know, proceed anymore in the fights.
They just can't
tense
lose
moments
this Roche
here.
for free, though, can they?
I mean, nobody
Crazy,
wants to
they're not
beat the
gonna-
Roche now. I think they want to kill each other.
Oh, Tims. Oh, Tims.
Oh, was
He
that
actually
cheese?
delivered.
He got
I'll
fed a
play.
cheese. Oh, he was full health,
Wow.
full health right away. Must have been a cheese or something.
I think.
Or
No,
just
no,
a
you
big
know what? It was a
lotus.
Lotus. It was a Lotus with Salamene's Faithful.
Oh yeah, 50% more effective. Lotus.
Big Lotus. But he doesn't have foul play for another minute and a half as he's going to be picked up. Oh no, by the spotlights, the searchlights illuminating him as Tim somehow avoids the Sonic Wave. He'll be fine for now. Jackie, he's going to get stunned a second time. No, he gets off the BKB, and look at the damage he has into Tino. The roar is going to be committed, but the box save again from CML. They keep forgetting about the clown. Oh no. Boom, esports, they commit so much and they pick up absolutely nothing.
They have to realize that has happened way too many times. If they do not kill the clown, they will look like the clown.
That's true. That is true. Arrow. Oh, almost caught someone there. That execration still lingering around the Roche pit.
Oh, this is going to be a Mexican standoff right now.
Look, I mean, look,
They're gonna
the Ringmaster shard looks pretty good here, doesn't it?
Yeah, all of a
Vision?
sudden. Yeah, for situations like this, it definitely feels a lot more useful. You scout, and after they use the spotlight, they're gonna smoke out.
Duh.
Armiel, he's gonna have to be careful. He has no BK. Oh, his BKB is already ready again. All right, never mind.
Japs has Roar in his own BKB. I think the BKB they're waiting for is Jackie's. 25 seconds till he has his ready.
This is very tense. I think Execution could just try to threaten the mid lane again and force them to go back and then go back to do Roche, or wait for the
Ring the
daytime
doorbell.
Roche, so it's easier for them to do it.
2 minutes until Roche moves pits. Spawned
Yeah, I think
almost 3 minutes ago.
all they need to do, Richie, is to delay until the sun is up and the Roche moves down. Oh no, there's an AD rune. Maybe he doesn't
my
have to
gosh.
wait.
Look at this darn Clinks, man. He's done it. He didn't go mid. He went bottom to ring the doorbell. Now, with the AD rune, they may look for the Roshan. Doing their due diligence here, setting up vision. Shanks is going to eat a little arrow there, trying to be a bit too bold. He's going to eat the ward, but the Sonic Wave, I think that's going to be onto Armel. Armel's just running in with the BKB. Once again, they're going to be aiming for Shanks, but this time Tim's, he finds the Ringmaster. Armel trying to get the damage in, but they still get off that Wheel of Wonder. That's going to interrupt Tim's, who has had his Mass Serpent Ward stolen, but it's still a big kill there, actually. Jackie, who was it? Palos.
Palos,
he dies there to
in too far.
jabs.
Yeah, he went in too far, and I think the Ringmaster got stopped by someone else, so he couldn't
Tim's,
save him.
yep.
Oh my god, how the tables have turned right away. The moment the clown is found, they look like the clown right now on the Excretion side for being so aggressive with the
What a
clinks.
fight. Gao picks up the +1 kill, I think, on that nice arrow. And here
I
we
think
are.
he must have arrowed the Ringmaster behind, or something must
No,
have.
it was Tim's.
It was Tim's. Okay, so Tim stopped the Ringmaster, and Palos got rawed, and he just died. And now we're back to square one, right? When Boom had like a 8-9k lead. It's gonna be bigger now.
It is. Aegis on this more than 4.5 minutes. Cheese on jabs as Lewis. Quick Sonic Wave here. Does not get that Ancient Black Dragon, though. Reaps continue to do the damage. Careful, the arrow nearly connecting. Again, the box save. CML in position this time. They could not catch him off guard. The Barracks being focused down. Boat to give them this run buff. As they try and escape.
No, they have to run. All of them.
Palos, he's respawning. Good torrent there will catch Lewis as Jackie is hit by that impalement arts. Another dagger flying his way, this time the Shadow Strike. Giving him another move speed slow. Palos closing the gap. Lewis once again initiating, but a long waveform gets him to the high ground on the other side of the river.
They have to come back here.
Execration. Thought they were going to keep going.
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe Jabs is just continuously doing that. Yeah? He has to know that if nobody is stopping the ring, he can't really roll anyone. I mean, that was such a dangerous move there. They get the Rex, but it could have been really ugly, if the Morphling wasn't able to get out there. I mean, Boom just once again looking shaky, They have a good team fight, and then immediately next they have a shaky one, It just seems like they are very, very impatient at times, when they have a lead, especially when they have a lead, they feel like they can do anything, so they're rushing things or they just disregard what counterplays the opponent has, I think this is quite a common problem that I've seen, we've casted a couple of their series, and you always feel like when they are ahead, they tend to not respect their opponent's counterplay potential. They run in and they throw some of the games because of that.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's been the classic SEA team problem, right? Of like controlling the mid game, especially when you have the impetus.
Yeah, I imagine if you're the support staff behind, you're watching their games, you're kind of hoping like, oh, I like it better when my team's on even ground or behind. You know, they don't do crazy stuff like that.
Yeah, very true. Okay, so Morphling, he's doing some shopping here, but he's got a Satanic in the inventory now. BKB in the backpack. Disassembling
he should
that.
be. Hey, why is he keeping his boots? Yeah, felt like he should be removing his boots. Yeah, he's in front of enemy base. Doesn't seem like he needs the boots. Yeah.
Are you afraid that he'll just get stunned after the BK or after the Aegis?
Yeah. I mean, he could swap it in later anyway. That's probably what he thinks.
Yeah. For now, he's just face tanking a lot of spells. Arrow sailing through, doesn't catch much though. They do force the glyph of fortification.
He's not. Okay, he's regenerating now.
They reduce the glyph duration on creep, so he does get a little bit of regen there, but that's Satanic on cooldown for 20 seconds. Tier 3 tower goes down. Man, he is ripping through these fat rats. Tino, he's got to do something about it, so they're going to jump on in. The control pretty flawless there on the first life. BKB slotted in. Rum buff is not going to connect either. Rolling Thunderstun is perfect now for round 2, but Jabs on the jump in. Again, the save from CML, but this time Jackie, he's in. Oh, and the roar. They actually find Palos. This time the box is there to save him. He doesn't have buyback. Boom Esports. They're into the high ground now as Jackie morphing into the Queen of Pain, blinking in aggressively onto the tier 4 towers. He says, look, Palos, I can do it too. But instead, he's going to go for the Megas. The tier 3 tower's already down there. That's Megas. Where did those Erics go down? That must have been Tim's being a little sneaky lad. All of a sudden, Winter, the game looks so good. Jackie, he avoids the Sonic Wave. The box save again. The box save again. But Execration still getting caught as Tims gets his hands onto Shanks. Armel pops the BKB. Jackie fighting versus everyone seems basically unstoppable as Tino needs to swashbuckle back into the fountain. The ball back now on Shanks, but what can they hope to do into Jackie? No BKB, no Aegis, no Satanic for 4 seconds. Can they take him down? No. There's just not enough control. They need the Clinks in this fight, but he's out for still 30 seconds. No buyback, he bought out. Sonic Wave onto the 2 supports, not half bad. Armel, he's gonna be kept alive with the counter initiation. Jabs finds a roar, and Jackie there to do the damage. Goodbye, sir, he says. Tim's still alive. There's that foul play here as Lewis eventually gets the kill. But here's Jackie now back to support his team. Lewis doing whatever he can as Tino, he buys back. Another Rolling Thunder is ready. That's another kill here for Lewis. 1 core killed at the very least as finally Boom will call it quits on this high ground siege. They got what they came for. They got the Megas. Jackie, wow. Nice fight from them there.
I know I'm a pain.
Yeah, now they have the Nullifier to kind of stop the box here on Conquer. So it makes the fight a lot easier. But Execration, you can see, once the Clinks is down, they have a huge problem with in terms of doing damage. He is the only one that outputs the majority of the damage. I mean, the Queen of Pain's doing a lot too, but it's not enough, And Pango is not like a very high damage core in the team fights, at this stage. So if the Clinks dies, and right now, Boom is going to be able to run away with the fights with the Nullifier because it stops the clown from saving with the perfect escape act,
Execration made it go down the mid lane here. There's a tier 4 tower down and one on very little HP. Palos here avoids that arrow. He does not have buyback, but he does have a Daedalus, so a ton of physical damage. Tier 4 tower down, Ancient exposed, still no buybacks. Boom! Not blinking here quite yet. In goes Jackie now. The torrent does connect onto 2, but the box save is there to make sure Jackie doesn't get the quick kill here onto Palos. Lane still in a pretty healthy position here, but that's an arrow. That's an arrow. Tino, he's just bought back. Nullified, no box for him. He's put into a casket into the ground, and Palos is going to join him. Jackie gets the kill there, and that's just got to be it, Winter. They get 2 heroes, no buybacks. Here they go, slaying Execration out of this first game as the GG is dropped. Boom Esports will take game number 1 here in the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, in the end, they were able to finish off the job. Like after that shaky mid game, they had a really, really good early game. I would say very close to perfection in the early game from Boom. They played the lanes well. When the lanes broke down to a little bit to the point where they needed to make rotations. They make really good rotations on Boom. I think especially we talked about the trio, right? The Shadow Shaman, the Mirana, and the Kunkka. They kind of set up a lot of the plays and allowing Beast and Morphling to kind of free farm the whole game. And they got the 15-minute Roshan when he went top. I think the game was perfect, up until that point. And then came the part where they started to throw, when they were fighting without the BKB and the Morphling, when he had the butterfly. I think that was the second throw. The first one was kind of one of the earlier fights, when they were chasing into the Ringmaster and the Ringmaster with the wheel. I think this was the first one, yeah.
This
when
is the
Jackie
first.
got
This
caught
is the
the
second
first
throw.
time. This was
the secret shot was the first one.
Oh yeah, okay. These are the two big throws, in the game for them. I think Boom just needed to be a little bit more patient. And in the team fights before they had Nullifier, I just felt like they needed to. Okay, if it happens one time, sure, the Ringmaster gets a good save, they lose the team fight. But how can it happen like 2-3 times in a row? They have to figure out they need to kill CML and the Ringmaster first. They have to go on him first before they can kill the other heroes. So that part is quite worrisome for me, if you're just standing on the side and you're watching the game and you're seeing your team making the same mistakes a few times in a row, and you gotta be thinking, right, if you're playing into Talent, because at the end of the day, you gotta be able to beat Talent. I know I mentioned one game at a time, but if you're playing like this in the next series, even if you get to the next series, you're not gonna be able to win Talent, So you have to play better than this.
Agree. I mean, it's the warm-up game, Boom a little bit of the nerves. You got the first one out, shake out the nerves for the day. Get ready to go here again. For Execration, though, Winter, I did see glimmers of what really impressed this team yesterday, of what impressed us about this team yesterday, though.
It was just tough because they had a lineup where they are meant to be playing very fast, but they lost the laning phase, they lost the early game. So it became really difficult for them to do what they want to do. But like you say, they still managed to, I feel like, find moves, find the team fight, casting in the team fight, I think, especially from the Ringmaster, from the Pango, and the Queen of Pain will be as well, They were on point, in the first couple of team fights that allowed them to have a chance in the game, because I called it quite early that they are probably going to lose already after the disastrous early game, I think around minute 20. But yeah, they were able to somehow use their teamwork and spellcasting to come back in the team fights, and props to them for keeping the game, going until minute 40, I think that was a game where I already wrote them off around minute 20.
Yeah, no, I mean, you take a look at the scoreboard, right? It's Jackie 10, 2, and 7, Armel 11, 4, and 15. And in this kind of game, the kill score I want to point out, because Execration just needed it to be a little higher, was Paolo 6, 6, and 6, right? I don't think it's like his fault necessarily. I think Boom Esports just kind of played very well around him.
Yeah, it was kind of
that's a troubling scoreline.
The nature of the game when his teammates were kind of getting pressure too much, right? I think he felt like he had to TP mid at one point, if you remember, very early on, where I felt like if you're Klings, you don't really want to make moves like this early. You want to be dictating the moves. You don't want to be responding, oh, they're killing my Queen of Pain, and then I have to team, and he didn't really do much, and he wasted his time, and Jackie, on the other hand, he didn't have to do that, I don't even recall him showing up to any of the early fights. He was just sitting in his lane with the Vlads, pre-farming to the point where he gets his Manta, and then once they have Vlad's Manta, they went Roshan with the Beastmaster with his helm, and then they got Roshan, and everything just felt so smooth and so calm, for the Morphling, So I think, in contrast to Palace on the Klings, he definitely felt like, oh, my team is not doing well. I have to help. Oh, this guy is dying. I need to go. If he dies again, the game is over. I need to come. He just had so much to do. But at the same time, he kind of was able to also keep his net worth up within all the chaos, and managed to win a couple of team fights, which sort of it was very surprising to me that was able to happen. So props to Execration for keeping the game close, but for Boom, at least they won the game. Sometimes you gotta be able to win ugly, and that was an ugly win for them.
That's true. Last time these two teams faced off, it was in the grand finals for another qualifiers. That was a BO5. That was a 3-1 victory, I believe, for Execration. The time before that was a BO3, and Boom Esports actually won that one. So we're here for the tiebreaker BO3 as it is between these teams. Stakes extremely high as Boom leads 1-0, folks. We're going to be going to a quick break, but when we come back, our very exciting game number 2. We'll catch you very soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. The road to the international SCA closed. Qualifiers continue in our final day. Thanks again for joining us on this lovely Tuesday afternoon. We hope you're enjoying your day with us. I am Seek and Strike, and joining us, of course, is Winter to bring us the analysis. It's our game 2, draft already underway. This time, Winter, boom, with first pick overall.
Again, wasn't that the case the last game? The 18 picked the Morphling, right? Yeah, the 18 picked Morphling last game. Yeah. So either Excretion wanted second pick or, something along those lines must have happened. Or they just wanted to pick a side, But either way, Boom is first pick, so they're going to open with Conquer again. And Park once more is going to be banned in the first phase. So if they want to go back to doing their co-op opening, they could do it. But this time they adjusted one of their drafts. They decided to ban the Mirana, giving respect to Januel on his amazing Mirana performance the last game. And now they go for the Monkey King opening here. It's a good change up here. The Monkey King is way more flexible because you can put him on the carry if you don't want to put him mid. So I think keeping things open is the name of the game here for Excretion. And in the second phase bans, we're going to see maybe also some changes for Boom since the opening is different. So far, they've already removed Undying, Bristol, and Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor definitely the respect ban, towards Excretion. And now they ban out the Magnus. Banning out Magnus. Why are they banning out Magnus? They don't want Monkey King with Magnus, or they don't want something that's afraid of repositioning? Usually it means like this. Oh, they did it last game. Oh yeah, in the second phase, yeah, it was the same. So I guess they just banned alongside Doom. I mean, the thing with Magnus is this hero. I feel like if you don't have like a direct reason to ban it, generally you don't have to. I think sometimes a good way to ban it is when you are planning to pick heroes like Drow, Lina, Sniper, those like backline heroes that you do a bunch of damage if the enemy cannot get to you, Magnus is very good at getting to people with skewer with the Aghanims. And Oracle is the next ban here. So opting to remove the combination Oracle plus Monkey King. But Excretion snap out the bat right away after Oracle's removed. I think this is a very, very smart move here. Oracle is one of the best counters to Bat Rider. And Bat Rider is also kind of a counter to Monkey King in a way because you can find him in the trees hiding. So I think Excretion, they made the right decision here to go for the Bat after the Monkey King. And it's going to be up to Boom to respond here with their double supports. What do they want here? Taking a page off Excretion's Jungle Venom, perhaps? The Venom +1 right now.
Yeah, could be. Kunkka is certainly that type of solo offlaner that can kind of deal with the abuse, right, a little bit better.
I don't think so, though. I think Pango, maybe yes. If you're a Pango, you have the double jump to help you survive. Okay. Kunkka, if you leave him alone, because he needs levels to be able to sit in the lane. The level 1, level 2, he's very weak. I think Pango is a lot more mobile to do that. And with the double jump, you can potentially survive better in the lane. Because Kunkka, your spells don't exactly protect you, from people trying to kill you. Okay, they go with the Shaman Venom, so a lot of wards coming out.
10 seconds remaining.
Are probably going to be the offensives, with the Shaman Venom and the boat early on.
Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to say yesterday when we saw Execration run the Jungle Venom, it was with a Void Spirit offlane, who is not a Pango, right? But he does have repositioning built in, right? So he can kind of, it's in concept, right?
But I think the Void Spirit, he was supposed to suffer a lot more. They just kind of mess up with the default. They couldn't bring the lane back.
That's right.
Because they couldn't find the sentry.
Yeah, Tino owned that game.
Yeah, I mean, for now, this is an entirely different game. We'll see what they decide to go for here on the Excretion side. I think they need to pick some sort of team fighting supports for CML. Like some Warlock type of hero, something to break this like X-Mark, Shadow Shaman initiation. Or maybe a Disruptor, yeah. Is there still a Disruptor?
Ooh.
They go Darkseer first. Darkseer with bad lane. This is a very, very potent, and there's no Oracle in the game. So there's not a lot of like good heroes to deal with the Darkseer, and because they already picked their supports, right? So they can't change to something like an Enchantress. maybe they can go for anti-mage. Anti-mage is one of the better ones into Darkseer, but that is not exactly a good hero. It's a very situational hero, but he does beat Darkseer in the lane.
It does. Execration Winter, I just want to point out, there is still a Naga in the draft. She looks okay right now, doesn't she?
Yeah, there you go. Naga with a potential Monkey King. But I think with the Naga, it means that Monkey King is most likely not going to be carry, because the lane will be a little bit more awkward with the double melee lane. But we'll see. If the matchup allows, maybe it could still happen. And now Boom has to pick their all-important 18 pick here. Most likely Jackie's hero, you know. What does he want here? Like, he likes his gyro. If he wants gyro, there's a gyro. We mentioned anti-mage, but I think it's unlikely for the anti-mage. Well, they go for the mid lash rack right away. So they think that the lash is more important. Gyro is not as important because they probably have like at least 3 heroes. So in case the enemy bans 2 of the carries, they still have 1. Because in this junction, you also have to decide between which hero has less replacements, right? So if I were to pick my carry, do I have replacements for mid if they ban all my mid heroes? And sometimes you have to make the decision based on what doesn't have replacements. And they are the ones going to be banning the gyro here. So they probably want something else already. You know, Execration, banning out the Sven, which is, I think, also one of the heroes that Boom has been leaning towards at the moment. It's a strong lane. I mean, Darkseer, I'm not sure if he worries about laning into a melee hero that much. So maybe it's just for the game. And then one more ban to remove another hero here. Definitely need a hero that has a stun that can play for Lash. Because mid Lash is like having a mid sniper, right? In a way, Richie. Like you have to play around him. You have to go and help him. He's kind of like also like a carry, you know?
Yeah, and they both were tearing and terrorizing pubs in 6.83.
Yeah, actually,
and Disco Pony.
Maybe why they're banning out carries is maybe the Conquer is a carry and Boom is going to last pick off lane. And maybe that's why they're banning out carries, yeah. Because they also want to ban out a carry that is good against their off laner. So something like a Centaur kind of hero or what. But if they pick those heroes, I think there's a possibility that the monkey just goes safe lane against those heroes.
Yeah. That's a tricky place here. A better draft this time from Execration. I like what they're stringing together.
But they could also have the Monkey King sit there, I think. Monkey King against Conquer. If your Conquer is offlane, they could have a Monkey King there. Anyway, they have the overall last pick so they can switch around their lanes. So Sven and Ursa are banned out. Those are the 2 melee heroes that could lane really well with the Shaman or the Veno. I'm expecting it to be Shaman more. I think Veno is probably going to be the position for... Actually, maybe no. Both ways are fine. But against Darkseer, I'll probably lean to a Shaman to lane into the Darkseer more. Or Doom. Okay, that is actually a much better pick than all my unreasonable or dumb suggestions. The Doom is going to provide them with a way to stop the Darkseer. And the Scorch Earth, you can kind of also deal with the wave shove because Darkseer is going to push the wave in. And as a Doom, you can always counteract that with your Scorch Earth. So he can actually farm really well there. And it also gives you a lot of scaling towards the late game. And you are kind of like anti-heal too, so the Naga Siren heal won't play much into effect into saving the Doom target. So now what? Now what for Execration? There's a Razor. Is there going to be a Razor? No, there's a TA. So it's a TA carry with a Naga, range hero in Naga. The laning setup is going to be better. Monkey King into the Lash is a very interesting lane. I think we've seen this before. Could be very, very volatile. You know, Lash and Monkey both can win the lane in terms of killing each other and using the glyph to stop. Either the Lash wants to stop the Monkey from healing with the Boundless Strike, or the Monkey wants to stop the Lash from killing him, you know, in the lane with the creeps gone, you know. So he needs to use the glyph to keep the creeps alive. This is a game where the side lanes are not allowed to use glyph in the early game. It's a red flag, you know. If the side lanes click the glyph, you leave the game, you know.
Wow. Leave the game.
You report them. Okay, you don't leave the game. You still have to play the game. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Okay, so it's a carry Conquer. So off lane jabs on the Doom. So they want the Doom into the TA matchup, which actually makes a lot of sense because you can break the refraction with just Scorch Earth. So it's Doom, Shadow Shaman against Naga TA. I feel like this one is probably better for the Doom and the Shaman. And we have a Veno and Kanka against a Darkseer Bat Rider lane, which can kind of be, I think maybe go a little bit both ways, you know. I think maybe I would favor the Boom's lane more. Because the Veno can kind of stop the Bat Rider from running on top of you. He wants to bounce you back with Flame Break and burn you down with the Stoke Facet. The Venom gear is excellent at stopping that. So once you land the gear, you just walk away. You know, the bat is just stuck, and then maybe you can turn things around. So I think laning wise, Boom might have the edge here overall on the side lanes, but mid lane, I think like it's going to be like some crazy ass lane where I'm going to try and kill you, you're going to try and kill me, and nobody's going to care about the creeps, you know.
Yeah, a little fighting fiesta in the mid lane. Here's what we have in store for game number 2. Boom Esports keen to take on Talon here for that last slot to TI 14. Execration looking for a way back into game 3. We have a lovely SCA matchup here in the lower bracket semifinals on the road to TI. Thanks for joining us, everyone, as we get underway with our second game. I love mid lanes like this these days, man. I'm not going to lie. I think they're super, super fun. Of course, you see Misanthropy again, right, on this Lesh.
I think you see it more nowadays because they remove the bottle refilling when your support's TP in. So the lane matchup has more weight nowadays. Playing well in the lane matters a lot more in the mid lane. So looking at the facets, any weird ones out. So we have Heart of Battle on the Darkseer. So he's actually going for the facet that's better in the later mid-late game. Also good in the lane. The attack speed facet, the quick wait is better for lane.
But the Arsonist instead of Stoked.
Arsonist on a support Bat Rider. Alright, this is very interesting. So he wants to do the deeps, you know, he wants to do damage.
Yeah, he does. Everything else kind of lines up a little bit more.
He wants to be doing some right clicks, you know, which we saw Mac do that yesterday on late game with his napalms.
No. Dino, Shackles, level 1. They have Lightning Storm. He's tanky. Very good Flame Break, level 1, and the deny from Shanks.
G.
Just in time.
GG. Veno. Such a sad Veno. Oh, Veno actually went patient 0. Haven't seen that in ages.
Really? I guess yesterday when we saw
it's better team fight.
Yeah. Yesterday he went for the Plague Carrier, of course, because it was a jungle Veno. But I think we've seen another Veno. Did we see another Veno game, or was that the only Veno game? I might be crazy.
I don't remember, so I can't help you.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
So we look at the side lane now. You see Palos, he's already getting pressured a lot in this Doom Shaman lane, which I kind of already mentioned. It's going to be difficult for the TA in this lane, despite having one of the best bodyguards in the lane, you know, Naga Siren. But the Shadow Shaman and Doom are going to be able to exert a lot of pressure, whereas Jackie, I feel he's going to be mostly fine, you know, against this Darkseer Bat Rider lane. He's going to be able to farm and be okay and get his levels. And mid lane is the lane that we want to stick our eyes on, you know, this Monkey King into Lashrak lane, a super volatile lane, you know, especially when he hits level 3.
Yeah, it's gonna pop off here, that's to be certain.
Yep, level 3 for the Lash would mean that kill opportunities are gonna present themselves anytime.
Right. Slightly early lead for Lewis, as you'd kind of expect with the attack range and being melee in CS, but nothing too crazy. 10-3 to the 8-0. Pretty close. Top lane, we've seen a lot of creep skipping shenanigans from Tino. Shanks did a fantastic job at bullying John Noel at the first wave. So 1, he unblocked the camp, and 2, John Noel could not contest the creep skip. Kind of a big deal here. It's going to guarantee a relatively calm early start to this lane, where Tino can just get up to that level 3 and then look to be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, Doom is definitely having the time of his life down here now. 12-4 against the 7-1 TA. TA is not having a good time here in this lane, which we kind of already expected. You know, he's going to have to play a little bit of catch up, and TA is not the worst hero to do that. You can clear stacks later as long as your team has some ancients for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, 3 minutes is going to approach. The Lotus battle will commence. And not to mention, the glyph is going to be ready to be popped. It's off cooldown, so the mid lane is going to start to get interesting from minute 3 onwards.
Level 4 for Lewis. 2-0-2 on this Monkey King. With that second point in the Jingu Mastery. Slightly leading Armel here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's getting a slightly better advantage in terms of CS right now. But still, it's going to be a very volatile lane. And top lane, Doxia has already kind of recovered with all the pulling shenanigans. The Kunkka kind of fell slightly behind, but not too big of a deal. That's a very, very small problem. Shackle here.
Got him. Jabs. Thinking about trying to turn on a Palos. They'll get through those refraction charges, but he's hit by that meld. Debuff, still trying to right-click through it. He does not have the damage. Tim's, he's trying, but another meld is not going to be good enough. It should allow at least CML to get the trade, and indeed it does. CML, the big winner there, is up top lane. Tino with that double ion shell. Oh no! Pays the price. The Tidebringer cleave, and the damage over time ticks him down. Jackie may be able to find a second. Another X, another Tidebringer, and he's gonna live. They needed one more auto attack, and Jackie would have fallen to the resin, but he's okay.
Yeah, he probably wants to die now. The silence actually proved to be more exciting than the mid lane, right? Both side lanes fighting to the last health. He has a self, and he will be fine here. Yeah, the TA and Naga are very, very good trade somehow in the bot lane, you know. Killing the Doom first before the TA
Round
dies.
2. Down bottom, Jabs behind the tower. Eager to try and get through Palos, who's got another meld in a second, and most importantly, a Bat Rider now ganking from the lane. There's that big reel in, back under the tower, but John Wells also joined the fray. The refraction charges back up, buying him precious time, but precious seconds only. He will still drop. However, CML, he's going to come out of this very high levels. 8 stacks of that napalm. CML stays alive. Shanks, with a key rotation, nets himself a double kill.
Yeah, the supports on Excretion, once again, they did a whole lot of work in the early game. Yesterday in the Venom Witch Doctor duo, when they had that combination, they also kind of carried the game in the early game, and this time with the Naga and Bat Rider, the 2 supports on Excretion, once again, you know, shining, you know. And mid lane, the lane that we that I actually kind of highlighted the most is the most quiet lane so far. 5 minutes, no kills yet.
I sleep. Get in there, lads. Radiant did use a glyph here at some point, so that's on cooldown for the moment. So Armel has an opportunity to maybe play a little bit more aggressively. But right now, his attention is focused onto just clearing the car. Up top lane, Jackie summons that boat. Tim's running. We'll be able to get into range with the shackles to guarantee the kill there onto Tino.
Yeah, nicely kill there for Jackie. Pops his level 6 and instantly gets a kill on the Dark City, you know. So now Jackie is on top of the leaderboard in terms of net worth after that kill. So he's going to be pretty pleased with that.
He won't be pleased though by this rune spawning bottom. Monkey King's got a big shield rune, so he's just going to let loose here immediately on the Wukong's command. Armel knocked down into the river.
I felt like that was a kill, yeah, if he bounced him back into the ring.
Yeah, I think it worked out for him.
Yeah, that was an opportunity missed there for Excretion. But now, Monkey King is going to do what Monkey King does best. Stealing the Wisdom Shrine. The Shrine of Knowledge will be granted if the Monkey King arrives there on time.
There's a little tree running through the tower. Careful here. You might actually look for a kill for Jabs first, actually. Jabs realizing, wait a second, that's a Radiant tree coming from the Dire side. What's happening here? But it's too late. They set up the kill, and he will go down. On the other side of the map, though, the Hydralisk invading. Alongside Tim's and Kunkka. Oh, still, they'll split the Wisdom Shrines one apiece. Oh, and Jackie's actually caught Shanks here. A boat's ready in 3 more seconds. They might have to fear some of these TPs.
Yeah, Tino definitely does not want to die back to back, you know.
There's the boat. Armel joining from the mid lane. Level 3 Diabolic Edict. He's looking for some bat, and he will assist Jackie in picking up the kill. Jackie up to 3-0 and 1. The carry Kunkka.
And this the side lanes are just having action non-stop. We have 13 kills so far. Mid lane has been somehow the most quiet lane. CML is already here, level 5. Gonna hit a pretty early level 6 now, 5.5 on the Naga. It's definitely gonna come into play, at some point. This early level 6 8-minute rune. Lash wants to get himself on the haste.
Stacking Radiant Ancients to see if that works out, because first there's a fight in the river over the possible rune spawn. It's actually down bottom, but still the Wukong's command doing the damage, finding the kill onto Armel. Monkey King stays alive. In fact, he jumps on over. That changing of the guard passive
He dodges the
allows him
axe
to avoid
with the mirror image. Fantastic play there by CML. Survives.
Yeah. He's okay. He's gonna be A-okay.
Man, it's not every day you really see the support starting in games just like that, Execution. They are definitely getting carried, by their supports in this game.
They're doing their job, they're doing a good job of it, which we love to see. X-Mark into Torrent, but boat's not quite yet ready, so Lewis continuing to fight through this one. There's the first wall of replica of the game. Will not save the life of Shanks, however, as Armel has already that max edict, as you'd expect, and that is going to tear through pretty much everyone this game for the next 10 minutes. It's not going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good right now for Excretion. It's stabilized, especially for the TA. Look at the net worth. The TA is all of a sudden on top, and the Doom is bottom. Doom was kind of like bullying the TA in the initial stages of the lane, and now Doom is the one that has to retreat and hide in the jungle,
Yeah, he's bored.
I feel like Boom probably has to bring in heroes to kick this TA out, or at least use the Doom, to actually kill the TA. He's level 6 now on jabs. They have to try to figure out how to bring in numbers here to pressure the TA, but right now Monkey King is the one pressuring the Doom. He's going to hunt him down.
He's going to fight him here in the side camp. For now, though...
Meanwhile, you were saying Conker was stacking the enemy jungle.
Well, no, Tim's was stacking for them, actually. There's the surprise jump onto jabs now. They were just waiting for Shanks to close the gap so they could drag him back in with the lasso.
That's level 6.
Yeah, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Naga's level 7 soon. Oh my god, the supports on Excretion so high level. I mean, Boom has to kind of fight back soon, They have their serpent wards on the Shaman. Venor is almost... actually, Venor is level 4. Holy.
He's under-leveled. And now he's jungling.
Maybe he should have jungled from the start.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that too, honestly. He doesn't have the skill build for it, does he? Or the facet choice, I believe. I think you kind of need that plague carrier.
Yeah, you need the plague carrier. It helps you jungle faster, a little bit faster. You can still jungle with this facet, but it's slower.
Wait, hold on. I think they're going to try for a Doom. But Shanks, he's going to stand in the way. He will protect his carry. He says, don't worry, Palos. I sacrificed myself for you. Falls on the sword. And allows this TA to continue happily farming away.
But Palos says, but you're so high level. You're feeding away so much gold. You're almost level 7.
Summoning
That's
the
the
Monkey
problem
King
when
now.
your supports are doing so well. When they die, they
Another
feed away
tree
a lot of
gank.
gold.
The Wrath of Nature, this time not from the NP, but from the Monkey King. As the tree ganks, I mean, I think he's 3 for 3 on rotating bottom right now. It's looked excellent. I'm surprised that Boom have not set up any vision in the river area to scout him out. It's hard to scout a monkey, of course, but it's not the primal, or what is it? What was it called? The primal step? The
Primal spring.
No, the
Tree
dance
dance.
one. The treetop. What was that one?
What, Simeon Stride?
That's the one. Yeah, where he would just leap around the map in 5 seconds. It's not those days of monkey anymore, thankfully. Again, cool kill onto the tower for John Well. Actually, maybe they've gone a bit too deep. CML, Jackals will be committed here, and Jackie completes the TP.
All right,
to tide,
the tower
the death.
just killed the Naga. Full to 0. I mean, Jackie is just there to take the last hit with his Radiance now. He is going to show it off to the enemy. He is very, very fat. 12-minute Radiance face boots.
Lewis trying to defend this tower now. Wall of replica drop here to try and control Jackie. Vacuums back, but he's got that boat buff to keep him healthy. Okay, a nice Noxious Plague onto Lewis. That will spread over to Shanks, who will probably spread it again to try and deal with these mass Serpent Wards.
And they were
No
close to
deaths.
killing the Kanka. That was a pretty nice initiation by Lewis and Tino. I mean, dropping the Wukongs and then the wall on top, that would have been a really, really big kill, you know. But at least they successfully defended their mid tower. And now they push them back, so back to farming. I mean, Lash has his Kaya done, working on Dagger next. Dagger is when this hero actually becomes a threat on the map. But right now, I think we're probably going to see a couple of minutes where both teams are happy, you know, trading some farm, getting your wisdom shrines at minute 14. I mean, I can't believe Doom is actually so put, you know, after how he started the game, you know. I feel like Execution just kind of wanted to punish him, you know. They made so many rotations towards the TA's lane, trying to help the TA to kill the Doom. And now, as a result, Doom is just so far behind the TA. Now, he didn't really get much help from his team, yeah, the Doom. Like, maybe only once they rotated bottom, but they only managed to kill, I think it was the Bat Rider.
Yeah, correct. He tanks the gank for them there. I think Shanks, he doesn't have a blink. He's actually not building up a blink dagger this game, Winter. He's going to go for the Witchblade build on Bat Rider, which makes sense with Arsonist, of course. But I think they may need that initiation. I'm not sure.
Radiant's middle
So he seems to think otherwise.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, we saw
tower is
Mac
under attack.
dominate on the mid Bat Rider yesterday, right? In Team Nemesis's victory, game 3 over Talon. Maybe he was a little bit inspired by that.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
maybe he's trying to replace his mid laner at some point.
I would
Hey
say
guys,
this
you know,
game...
I've already proven I can play the mid heroes. Lewis has been kind of slacking lately, you know, going out, you know, not playing his pubs, always late for training. They tell him 10 a.m. training starts, he arrives 10:30.
Right.
I'm on
They're like,
time,
"Guys."
I work hard, you know. Maybe it's time to give me a chance, you know. Promote me, you know.
He's like, guys, this is not a Malaysian team. We don't show up 30 minutes late. We show up on time.
Well,
Come
it's
on.
same for the P9 teams here. We share the same culture.
I guess that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, look, if he's
we
looking to
have
replace
similar
Lewis,
taste buds, you know. The Pinoy players love Malaysian food. The Malaysian players love the Pinoy food.
good. It's good. I'll tell you that, Winter. But I mean, look, Lewis has been playing a pretty phenomenal game so far on this monkey. He's dropped back to farm a bit more as he is building into that Mage Slayer, which I think is very, very strong this game. We've kind of hit a bit of a lull, right, as everyone builds up for their items. For Boom, I don't really expect them to make any crazy moves until Jackie
Dagger.
finishes the BKB. Oh,
No,
you
the
think Dagger?
as well. Lash dagger. That is going to be huge. And meanwhile, Jabs has a Midas, so he is definitely not looking to be too active, you know. Active in the jungle, but not active in the fights.
Yeah, well, he's got that Devil's Bargain, right? So he can eventually reinvest that money at a slight loss, but you're right. He's still a while away from that BKB. He's had a rough lane, but he's doing as Dooms do, you know? Lewis had a pretty decent rotational early game. All of a sudden, this Doom's caught back up to him. It's just the nature of the Doom, isn't he?
I mean, I kind of feel like looking at both lineups, late game you probably have to give like Boom a little bit of the edge, and with the, I mean, Doom obviously the king of late games. And meanwhile, Amel,
Circle wards.
holy,
Whoa.
how did he actually get caught here? I think he buy
He
his
was
dagger.
farming
already?
top.
Oh yeah, he bought
was
his
farming
dagger.
top.
At least he didn't lose too much gold there. Already bought his dagger. And they're probably going to smoke him up fairly soon, you know, once he responds with the dagger here. And he needs to make some space for his supports, you know, or anyone else. Especially the Doom and the supports to farm, you know. And the Conquer is ready. I feel like he's more than ready to fight right now. And he is still fairly strong. Almost finishes his BKB. I mean, once he
Exactly.
finishes his BKB, it'll be hard for them to really kill him. TA is the only one that can kind of bring him down through the BKB. And the TA has already arrived onto her super timing. Dragonlance, Desolator, and Dagger. Roshan is on top, so yeah, we might see the Rosh being the next thing on the menu for Execration right now.
Scary prospect, though. I think he'd love to do that after a pickoff, especially if they can find this Lesh again. He's got his blink. He may be looking for a pickoff himself. Shanks is showing in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean,
with
I
the
don't know
Firefly.
about the bat, you know, going this sort of build.
Yeah.
I think he's going to probably regret it, you know. I'm going to say that at some point, he's going to realize dagger for them to win the team fights.
Okay, I see what you're saying there, but it seems like Execration's settling in for a bit of a longer game. Like Tino's got this greedy essence ring. You know, he's just in farm mode.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I hear you. I hear you, though. I do think Blink Dagger's very nice. Jabs, he's keen to show one off now. He decides to just go for the Blink before the full BKB. As Armel bottles up a haste rune. This could be problematic now. Execration not really showing anywhere quite yet. Might be the monkey. Let's see if he primal springs onto this bottom wave. Playing it patiently. Oh, and that patience pays off as Armel chose to nuke the wave down.
Yeah, definitely a very quiet phase of the game right now. Both teams just sitting back, hanging back, looking for anyone to cross over to the other's territory to punish them, but no one is actually, you know, crossing any lines. You know, it's just staying in their own territory, taking stacks, dewarding, for example. You know, CML just keeping the vision game up, and Lewis is playing the dangerous area. You know, whenever the game comes to this phase, you always look at how do teams place their resources, right? Who is taking what area on the map? That usually is gonna have an impact on the game when it goes long. You know, do you have the right heroes in the dangerous places? You know, who is more likely to die and who is allowed to die? You have to get that sorted out.
Conscious play. Okay, they still get a lasso even without the bling. Boundless strike onto 2. Vacuum is huge. They catch 3 heroes, and that's the Venomancer already dead. He did get off that ultimate. The Doom is onto the Naga, so there's no Song of the Siren reset here. And even if they surge her, she will still tick down to the damage over time. Nice Hurricane out from Jabs to get his ally out of a pinch. But Shanks up on the high ground. He needs some support now. He's still going to drop. However, Armel with a heavy commitment blinked in. Hallows keen to punish that one.
That was a huge blunder. He initially blinked him and he didn't cast any spells because he thought the bat was gonna die to the right clicks from the wards. And then I think he survived by with a stick or something, some small little health burst. And then he had to turn around to cast his spell to finish the bat, but that gave TA enough time to close the gap with Dagger to kill him off. So that was definitely a huge blunder, you know, by Armel. He probably should have just taken the kill right away, you know, and just run away. And now, guess what? X Creation, they get time to put the Tormentor. And if the enemy kills Tormentor and you can't get a trade on the Roshan, it just feels really bad. Because usually, nowadays what happens is the Tormentor at 20 minutes spawns top, it goes to the Radiant, and the Dire team gets Roshan at least, you know, as a trade, you know. So that was a free Roshan for X Creation, and this is gonna feel really good.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, CML also gets the shot, you know. This is a pretty good shot, you know, with the extra heal on the Naga song.
There is a Doom to consider, but, you know, for everyone else, it'll be very nice indeed. Monkey, another gank. We've seen this one before. No one in the vicinity.
Not to mention the mana regen, right? It can be useful.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, they don't have any Lash, you know. I mean, Lash and Storm, but still, it could be useful.
Sorry, did you see Shanks here? He's actually building in that shard. He was like, man, why couldn't I get that shard? 50-50 between him. He you know, gambled and he lost, but he's going to have that in 100 gold with the full Witchblade and a Brigand's Blade with Alert. Dude, he's a core.
Yeah, maybe that's why Dota Plus is favoring X Creations. Like, they have 4 cores. They actually have 5 cores because Naga is also a core. So the team with more cores will win the Dota probability. Should have jungle with the banner, you know, I'm telling you.
Maybe
that's how
he
you get
needed
an extra core.
Maybe that's what Execration were expecting, perhaps. So that's why Shanks built so greedy. Either way, they're going to move into the Roche pit, and between the meld strikes, this is going to be pretty fast. However, Boom will smoke up and try and take this a fight. I don't know, though. There's so many auras. There's Pipe, Mech. Abs, Blink Dagger. He is going to be scouted. He sees that Roche falling low.
Yeah, that's a Shiva's got on Doom.
Oh, Wukong's command is set up, and that's because Lewis, he scouted John Noel. John Noel spits at him with a Noxious Plague. boat is going to connect onto him as they do force out that pipe. Lewis, I think he dodged it though with the change into the guard as the song is out. And look who they've caught. Armel and Tim's both blinking in, both trapped inside of the snakes. Set up for a two-man boundless, but you can see Lewis still slowed to a crawl here. Tim's able to eventually leave as up to the high ground goes Jabs. He finds the doom on the Palos. The back wall is not going to be enough to save as Jackie cleaves through both CML and Palos. John Wall eventually with the kill onto Lewis. As this fight, it's gone so well for Boom.
Yeah, they managed to, I think, attack on two fronts there, creating a diversion with the initial jump from the Lash and the Shaman. And I think what it did there was it forced out the Nara song. And once the song is down, Debs, he was kind of really patient waiting behind. And then he somehow found the TA, and TA has no way out, because song was already utilized initially to reset the fight, So I think that was a very, very smart play by Boom to split their heroes into two groups to try to bait out some spells and then give the Doom an opportunity, an opening, to get onto TA. TA is probably the best target to Doom, out of all of execution heroes. If you can get her Doom in most of the fights, I think you're gonna be able to win most of them, And they were also able to stop the song or force the song out. So unlike the last game where they were kept roaring with the Beastmaster and then the escape act from CML saving, this time in this game CML wasn't able to save his core.
Not this time. Not this time, not so easily. My God, Shanks is just all out. Just dragging. And then I guess in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Lewis is kind of going more for utility.
Imagine if they somehow win this game, you have to deal with your supports going Witchblade, Dragonlance.
And not having Stoked in lane, right? To kind of bait around and dive. I'm so used to seeing Bat Riders just zoom around with the Stoked facet, so
yeah,
seeing the other facet,
I mean, going playing 4-star and you're just so mobile. You feel more like a support, Shanks is not feeling like a support now. He is trying to be a core. He's going to find teams.
What kind of support do this? As Lewis picks up the kill.
Yeah, for a moment there I thought Shanks would say to his Monkey King, I'm a core. I'm about to finish my Dragonlance, give me the kill. I think playing core heroes on support sometimes gives you the luxury to demand kills, in a game.
Yes. Yeah, I guess.
You have a good
It's just a
excuse.
matter of balancing it, right? It's like making a nice dish. Can't be too spicy, can't be too sweet or salty, You have too many cores on a team, that's not good unless you're in a turbo game.
Yeah, but tell that to Dota Plus. Dota Plus favors the Radiant side, so clearly they like to line up with more cores. Oh, not anymore.
Okay, by 1%.
Okay. No, dude, it was 60 like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. No, I mean, you're right, though. All right, well, it's going to be a bit of a lead, but ever since losing that Roche fight, Boom in a slightly more commanding position here. 25 minutes in, we're nearly tied, 16 to 15 as far as kills, but it's that 5k lead that makes a big difference, especially when it lets you double blink on in for this kind of initiation. No chance for the Doom, and Shanks is actually saved by the back wall. What a counter initiation. They've doomed down the Darks here, but this fight, it looks so good. Palos just able to stand his ground and pump in the damage. He's taken down Armel. Jackie's going to be a bit late. CML buys back here. They're hoping to chase down for one more. Palos with the blink forward might be able to get that done. Jabs. He's going to force the BKB out from Lewis as he's been jumped here, but it seems like Armel still kiting out. A hit here by Palos. I think actually Chabs, is he gonna? No, okay, another vacuum. That's gonna be.
Oh, he might leave.
Oh, this is awkward. What? What?
What? How? Talking about breaking some ankles right there. I mean, it was a really smart play initially. He stopped because he know that the monkey is gonna jump in front. He stopped. He tried to hide, but then he got caught. But then then he manages to blink out anyway. Some fancy footwork there, by Lord Jabs. And now Palos, what, 1v3?
Trying to TP you away. Pretty close, but the Nightfall, it'll get him out of there. Tried and true.
No, that's not the Nightfall. Nightfall wouldn't have let it come so close, He's very safe. he would have TP'd out earlier, you know, he wouldn't have tried to go for the kill on the
no,
Shaman.
Lewis, he showed on the wave. Armel thinks he can take the fight to him, and he just might be right. BKB on cooldown for 20 seconds, and Lewis can do nothing as Jabs will make it a 2-on-1. That's a dead monkey.
Jabs he has definitely recovered, you know, thanks to the Midas. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this game.
Moonshard?
What?
Brother.
What am I seeing? What is he queuing? What is this?
Dude, let him cook. Let him cook. He's almost halfway there. I mean, look at this attack speed, bro.
Okay.
Again, for viewers who saw Mac, I think Mac had a very similar item build, and then once they went up high ground...
This is a support. This is not a mid hero.
Not anymore, bro. Not anymore.
You know what, Richie? Mac had a dagger. Yeah, give me a counter to that. Mac actually bought a dagger.
Yeah, 1-0 in favor of Mac on that front. I will say, that's the counter there. 1-0. 15 love.
I mean, I don't know
That's
what to
okay.
say. You know, if somehow they find a win because the bat becomes the core, I think it's gonna be a dark day, you know, for Dota.
I mean, maybe it would ruin our pubs, but it'd make my day because that means we'd see an absolutely wild game. I gotta respect Execration on the ropes here in the rematch versus Boom. In the past, not quite a week, but 10 days, they're up 2-1, beating Boom in a BO5. But they're in a bit of a troubled spot now in game 2, as you can see CML forced a song away, unable to escape.
You know, the last two fights they were able to initiate with the surge. The Bat Rider just got surge and he ran in and lasso. And the last fight, it was a vacuum into a nice boundless strike from Lewis. So without the dagger, that is the only two way they can initiate the fights. And I'm not going to be counting on the surge on the Bat Rider running in. You know, I think with his build, he's going to want to stand behind and right click.
Ooh, nice try there, trying to spill him down. Giles gonna turn, spit on them, but eventually he's gonna go down.
But Boom, they are on the hunt. They don't care if the Venom is down. Is this going to haunt them?
On 5, Jackie, he's gonna kick things off the back wall, does catch 2 actually with the jump. It's better! It's better! Jabs, he catches them out as the tidal wave doesn't quite force Lewis out of the Wukong's command. Suddenly, Armel, who has, by the way, an Ag Scepter, he's still alive. Palos jumps in, but the foul play saves Tims from dying for only a moment as he cleaves him from the low ground. Another tidal wave to try and cover his TP away. The melt strike, the right click damage, it's enough!
Yeah, that was a bad move there in the end.
Ooh. I was close on the Armel as well, but he will escape with his life.
I wonder what they knew that there were 5 heroes there, you know. They knew, you know, and they smoked up and they ran at them after their Venom died, you know. So they must have felt like they were so strong because of the AC timing.
Yeah, I guess.
But
they didn't use anything to kill the Venom Winter. That's what's shocking to
just
me.
normal spells, you know. They just threw normal spells to kill it.
They like used a. I guess Song was Song on cooldown? Song was on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, but still, you know, he's not just a song, you know. Like there's like Dimmer, there's like the Delage, you know, there's an snare. I don't know. Every time Boom is a hit, you know, they make some crazy play, you know.
Here's a replay of that.
Okay, they killed the Darkseer
crazy.
right away with the Arcane Rune, but then as soon as the fight breaks out, the BKBs ran out, they just all died, you know. TA sure she picks up a haste rune, you know, but okay, maybe there's some luck into the TA getting the haste because she kind of killed some of the heroes because of the haste.
Yeah. But, you know, Boom also putting themselves more or less in that position.
What I'm trying to say was unnecessary, you know, to take such a risk.
I hear you. I hear you, friend. I mean,
Venom is like no normal Pulse 5 right now, you know. He has a lot of items. There's a Mac, there's Solar Crest, there's a Ghost. He does a lot of damage with his Noxious Plague. So he's kind of like a very big part of the team fight, you know. Now we kind of have a situation where the game is close to equal, but I'm sure Dota Plus is going to favor the Execration side because Dota Plus said the game is equal when Boom had like some 5-6k lead, you know.
We're just trying to roast, bro. I don't know about all this.
It's Dude, their lineup is like so slow.
You know, the back wall onto 2. They've nearly already killed
the Roche.
Tim's. And Roche, he's coming out to fight as well. Tino gets the kill onto Tim's there.
Oh my god, what were they trying to do? They didn't even commit the serpent once. They did nothing, and their heroes can't really
That's what
kill
I'm
Roche.
saying. I don't understand what the move was. And still again, Winter, we're going to fight 4 versus 5. There's a buyback now on the Shaman. He's going to commit it, but they poke and prod, and they don't find anything here. The counter initiation, and they're just going to wait out that
Shaman?
edict.
They're going to kill the Shaman.
No.
Look at
they
this.
know where he is. Oh, they're
no.
running right in from Lewis and Tino this time around. The foul play saves him for a second, Winter, but he's dead again. A dieback on the Shaman, and boom.
Has been killed.
Just outmaneuvered. Outmaneuvered.
I'm telling you, they got outmaneuvered by themselves. It wasn't like Excretion did anything special, you know. They just came
Dude, I
over
think they're
because the
still
Roshan took too
trying.
long.
They're still trying. Look at these guys. In they go. X mark on to Tino. Mile in the pit as well. He's holding on to that nihilism.
Oh, good song. Very good song.
Yeah, it's going to burn out that nihilism duration as they look to try and set up for some damage onto Armel. Armel getting body blocked by these illusions. He's up to the high ground. The vacuum puts him all in range here of Palos. Palos has to BKB. Jabs blinks in, but Palos blinks away. There's going to be the kill onto Armel. The Monkey King doomed up. He will die in the fountain even if he makes it out alive. But how about the rest of Boom? Jackie, a tidal wave, but he is going absolutely nowhere in this fight as CML brings him on back to Palos. The right clicks eventually get the job done.
What
trade
on
the song?
earth was going on? You know, Boom again, you know, imploding at a critical stage in the game, just making a couple of bad decisions in a row, and now Alos gets his hand on the Aegis of Immortal. Like, he has a Daedalus, BKB Desolator, Wave, and Aegis right now. He is going to be a scary, scary turret in the team fights, you know. I mean, Lash is going to melt, you know. He's going to be very reliant on this Aghanims, you know, to keep him alive in the team fights. His nihilism, you know, the ghost form, you know.
Yeah, if they can bait it out, or they can stall it, rather, is a better word
Well,
to
at the
use
same
with the
time,
song.
they have a nullifier. Monkey King has a nullifier, so
Oh, wow, that he does.
I feel like
he
he's
does.
just going to melt, you know, in the team fights. He's going to die, you know, on the Lash if he blinks in. Oh my god, what am
It's
I doing?
here. It's here, the moonshot. Look at this attack speed. I've never seen anything so beautiful. Shanks, Execration, they've been in the lab. They've been distilling a little bit of
What
a little
lab is
moonshard,
this, you know? Dexter's lab?
a little dragon lance, a little shard. Oh, he still doesn't even
Shard.
have shard yet, actually.
Shard is going to be the next one for sure.
Oh,
I mean,
dude,
if he's
this is
already
the
gone this far,
timing.
why even bother with the BKB? Just get the shard first.
This is why Boom were forced into the fight, because they saw the ramp up, they saw the scaling from this Bat Rider. They see one
sure,
Moon Shard,
Richie.
and
I'm
they
sure
see
that's
one
the reason.
Hyperstone, and they're like, oh my god, guys, they're about to hit an Omega timing. We need to end this game now. Quick, take all the
on earth
4v5
am I
fights.
watching? Oh my god, support Bat Rider.
Just get ready. Get ready. You'll see. Come on, just buy the shard, brother. Come on, Shanks. You don't need buyback. You don't need it. The team's here to protect you.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's thinking, Richie.
We're gonna go high ground on this Aegis, though, by the look of things, Winter. And how do Boom now approach these fights? They got a pretty good high ground defense team. There's no doubt about that. With the
They have
ability
to
of
kill.
Song,
No, they have to kill the Naga first. That's number one.
Yeah.
That's to stop the song, and then they have to kill the Bat because the Bat is very easy to kill with this build.
that is true. If they can get on top of him, getting on top of this Naga is going to be more problematic, though, right? CML with a Blink Dagger, with a Glimmer, so he can stand very far away, and a Song will move. Ooh, and there's an Amplified Damage Rune here waiting down bottom. Go pick it up, Bat. Bat, go pick it up. It's yours. Let that little inner goblin of yours take that Amplified Damage Rune. It belongs to you. Come on, Shanks. So close.
Things are definitely very worrisome for Boom right now. I don't think they have any room for error from now on. One more mistake, the game is over, and we're gonna go into a game 3, which is kind of good for
It's
the
here.
viewers, good for us, you know, good for everyone.
It's here.
But for Boom's
Shanks.
perspective, they don't want this to go to a game 3. They have to fight back.
That's what they were waiting for. They were waiting for the Bat Shard And now they can really force the issue. Just get ready, folks. Sticky Napalm deals damage to structures. You think this team pushes fast with a TA? Get in there, Shanks. Oh, he can't show because he's just going to die if he gets jumped. But eventually, just you wait. 25 now up on this TA with the +4 refraction instances talent, by the way. Shanks. Come on, buddy. You got Outworld staff. Just get in there. Nothing can kill you.
Nothing can kill you.
You're unstoppable.
You're trying to get him to do something silly, yeah? So that he throws the game.
He needs to unleash the power of the bat. Dude, wards? You don't do that anymore. Make Monkey put them down.
I mean, another couple of thousand more network, he can actually do that, you know. Monkey is actually not that far away from the bat. He's been farming so much on the bat rider. It's just 4k go behind his own Monkey. I mean, I gotta say, you know, pushing high ground when your bat has no dagger, then how are you supposed to like go on the high ground and siege the tower, right? You think about it.
That's
if
true.
the tier hits the tower and then he gets jumped, and then you're only relying on your counter initiation from the dark side, you know. There's only one, you know, with the Naga
One
song.
song. Yeah.
Yeah, but if they BKB and run in and kill your TA, then the song's not gonna be too useful.
Jack, he's getting pretty big here too, we should mention. He's just had a Satanic delivered. He's bought out though for this. SNY, Satanic, AC, Radiance, BKB.
At some point, they have to kind of initiate with the bat. Like they can't just, I don't think they can just sit behind and hope the TA can kill the base, you know. I feel like it's not gonna work. Now
That's
Aegis is out.
Aegis.
It's definitely gonna be harder. Well, it's up to them to prove me wrong, you know. I don't think they can siege high ground easily if they can't initiate with the bat. Because in a normal game, right, the bat would have dagger and force stuff right now, maybe a BKB. And then it'll be so easy, right? You push with the TA, and the bat flies around the trees, and he sees a hero and blinks in, grabs the hero. That's it, you know. That's a team fight. But if you don't have the option to do that, then you're counting on the Naga to counter initiate. You're counting on the Darkseid to vacuum into the Boundless Strike from Monkey King, you know. So it's hard, you know. I feel like you're not going to be comfortable hitting the tower on the high ground in this way. He's going to build Axe on the Naga. Maybe this is going to help, you know.
Is under attack.
You rarely see a Naga have Axe, you know.
Well,
but
this
he's going to
game
be
is
able
just-
to ensnare the BKB heroes and pull them out.
Exactly. That might be just what they need. Ooh. Slush with the Dozen Blood Red. I love this neutral item. I think it's probably my favorite neutral they've added to the game. The 12% larger AoE. Super nice for the Timeless enchantment.
Yeah, this is probably one of the better enchantments for a Lash. I don't think you go with the others.
It's
The
tense
game
though
is
here,
still
Boom.
pretty tense here, you know. Boom has to somehow find a way. I think this Bear Rider going this build is actually giving them still some hope, you know.
Well, that
I
is
mean,
until he's going to start running.
I mean, he's gonna get a BKB now, but yeah. I mean, I guess if the game stretches out to 60, 70 minutes, then it wouldn't matter, right? Because the bat will probably get everything he needs already by then.
There's a Napalm machine right now, though. Up to level 20. Talent plus 4 seconds smoldering resin duration. Look at him. He's
Look at
melting.
that, man. That is insane. Oh.
Just need to get this BKB
What is
online.
this? Am I playing WTF mode or something?
It does feel a little bit WTF mode, yeah, doesn't it? That's funny. Yeah. Wow. And I mean, all of Execution, look, they're all just farming behind it. CML, he's saving for buyback, obviously, but he does have enough money if he chooses.
Bro, his team is camping in front of the enemy
Oh no,
base
Palos,
and he's farming
Palos,
creeps.
what is going on? Okay, there's gonna be the song, but they have BKBs. Can Palos escape? Going for
He's
the TP on out. He
CML's
is gonna
not
make it out alive. CML, he's gonna have to sacrifice himself for this. He's pulled back by
Yeah,
the
he has
X.
to sacrifice and offer himself to Boom because his carry Bat Rider or carry wannabe Bat Rider is farming jungle bottom.
Dude, one more item, okay? One more item. There it is. Oh, there it is, the BKB. Now we can surge and run in.
Okay, so they can search him in and lasso someone, right? No, I don't think he's
Yeah.
gonna do that now. I mean, at this point with his build, he's already full committed. He's gonna stand behind and right click people. I don't think he's even gonna go in and wrestle heroes.
He's gonna right click buildings. This is your sieger.
Yeah, screw the TA, right? Let the bat do it.
Yeah, TA needs to actually do the physical damage. This is just like, you know, this is just like dressing. You know, it's like a garnish on a dish. Shanks, he's here to just be a distraction. And these items, yeah, they make him a threat, but mostly it's something that Boom needs to respond to. You can't get styled on like this. They won't stand for it.
I mean,
What
at the
else have
same
Boom
time,
picked up?
if the TA is Doom, right, I don't think they need to care much about the bat still. I mean, they just need to Doom the TA. I don't think the bat alone. I mean, if bat really becomes a huge problem, then maybe they have to try to get the second Doom on him because he has Refresher already. So he can always have the option to Doom the bat either if he needs to. I mean, usually you don't want to Doom the support, but in this case, if the bat becomes a huge problem, then all he needs to just do is commit one of the Dooms to the bat. Then it'll solve the problem.
Just pointing out our tier 4 neutral choices here. 2 Outworld staff. Shanks has 1. Lewis has 1. Jab's also with an Outworld staff. And then Jackie with a Pyrrhic Cloak. I think that's always a spicy one to look out for. Something I think people are still getting used to. And especially in like what I think we can say is a Blade Mail meta. I know you said Hood, or sorry, you said Helm was going to be the item of the patch. I think it might be Blade Mail. Either way, it's basically another Super Blade Mail on top. Here we go, though. Smoke move out. They do find Armel. Armel's in a bit of trouble. Nullified inside the Wukong's command. Support is far from him. He is left to die in the mid lane. Dead for 90 seconds. No buyback. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bad. Time to get in there.
His Shivas?
Bring in the Wrecking Bat.
Oh, no. Why did he actually risk it all to buy out his Shivas when Doom already has a Shivas?
Yeah, that's a good point here.
It's all these small little mistakes, happening for Boom, and now Dora Plus has lost faith in Boom.
Yeah, there's a nice win percentage there for Execration. Dude, look at how quickly he gets up. 30 stacks of napalm.
They're gonna have a refresher now. Who's getting a refresher? Is Monkey getting a refresher? No, Darkseid's getting a refresher.
Makes sense. He's been really key in these fights.
I mean, I would make the argument that the Monkey King refresher is also pretty good, with a double Wukong when you're sieging.
True, it's gonna allow your siege bat push. It's got cheese for now. Dude, why are you laughing? This is real. Okay, the Doom. They do catch Palos here. He's got Aegis. Get a Siren to reset here. But they did immediately refresh here for the Doom. He doesn't have mana actually for another Doom. Back wall on the floor! Into the Boundless Strike! The Tidal Wave's gonna pull them all in! It's a little bit of an awkward fight. The second vacuum immediately! It's a madness here on the high ground. Jackie actually still living through everything as 3 buybacks come through. Armel's respawn, but Tino, he's picked up the triple kill in this fight. He throws down 2 walls, makes an X mark, and nobody died.
Man, look at the team fight, man. I see the Venom ulti bouncing around, the vacuum, the wall, everything in the middle, Wukong's command.
What do they have now for round 2? They have vision on CML. They're going to try and take him down, but it's Tim's in trouble. Tim's with the dieback. 5 versus 3. They can buy back here on the Kunkka, but here's the Siege Bat. Look at him go. Oh, my lord. Oh, the humanity. Move aside, Paolo. Step aside. In goes Armel. Lewis, actually, he did not Boundless Strike out. He didn't have the shard toggled on. He's kind of trapped up here on the high ground. Jabs, jumps on in. They need a little bit more damage. There's the Outworld Staff, and there's the first life on the Aegis. A vacuum into another wall. It's a good fight set up now as Jackie, having bought back, will tidal wave a few heroes back up to the high ground, but Lewis, he's back to full confidence as Palos jumps the backliners. Another Wukong's command is out. Jackie needing to run from that extra ring. Does make it out successfully. A 5 versus 3. Boom, whittled down to just the 3 cores, but how will they stop the siege? Look at Shanks go. He's 3-shot your barracks.
He's the arsonist, you know. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. What do you do against this? What do you do? The tidal wave pulling him back in, but guess what? He still has lasso. Stunned up through the BKBs, the nihilism, but on now, he's nullified immediately by Lewis. Another Wukong's command thanks to the refresher as CML hits the reset now with that Song of the Siren. The Doom onto Tino. It's not going to do enough. Boom Esports crumbling on the high ground defense. Shanks, never doubt the Bat Rider. Always go Moonshard on your support bats, folks. It's going to get you the TI here as Execration. They will move on to game number 3 in this series. It's heating up here.
Calm down. The support bat with Moonshot didn't get them to TI yet. They still have to win one more game and one more series. So relax, Richie. I know what you're trying to do, but
We're
relax.
getting there. We're getting there.
I mean, this game is just so much craziness happening, you know, in the team fights. We saw so many really nice vacuum into balance strike combo from Excretion. And Boon, on the other hand, with their team fights, especially the last one, you know, I think they got stuck in their own wards or something. The Doom couldn't. He tried to BKB and run out to get the Doom on pilots, you know, because they knew that the Monkey King had the Aegis and TA didn't have Aegis. He was trying to go out and I think he got stuck somewhere by the vacuum and the wards from his own Shadow Shaman. So that kind of ruined their whole team fight and they were stuck in the middle of the Wukong's command, just all dying to the illusions from the Darkseer wall and the Wukong soldiers. And just absolute disaster of a last fight. You know, here we can see one of the fights at the Roshan pit. They're taking a lot of damage. I think we're going to see a big vacuum here coming out and just slowly but surely kiting Boom out, you know, with their heroes and just execution. You know, every team fight, they're out executing Boom. They're making the right moves, they're jumping the right heroes, the supports. I already mentioned time and time again on execution, just making very, very beautiful plays, you know, especially the Naga with the resets. And obviously,
here's the craziness.
You know, the bad as well. This is the last fight. You know, the Doom here, they song the Wukong and then he got stuck. I think he lost his phase boost and he got stuck, and that was it. You know, the fight, they were all in the middle of the Wukong's command. They got caught between the wall as well. They just got absolutely destroyed. You know, it looked so nice with the Venom ulti bouncing area, but it actually did nothing. It did nothing, and all it did is just for show, you know. And his teammates are all dying in the Wukong's command.
I think Tino double piped, and that's a big reason why. It just soaked up so much magic damage. And I mean, this is just a nail in the coffin fight, isn't it? But again, you can just see Execration with plenty of moves to be made.
Yeah, I mean, just Boom, you know, not really playing the fights as well as they could with their heroes. You know, they're not really finding the right openings. You know, sure, again, you know, once again they have a lead, but they are kind of fumbling, you know, and they don't really get any good team fights going for them, you know. I know I mentioned going into a late game they have Doom, but if you can't get the Dooms off, you know, on the right heroes, then it doesn't really matter, you know, in the late game, you know. Just felt like the team fights were just very disconnected between the Boom players, how they were supposed to initiate. Like in my mind, I felt like with the Shaman and the Doom, they probably, and even the Dagger on the Lash, you know, they could just go in and create some sort of diversion. They have to try to split them up, you know. In one of the fights, they did a good job splitting up the fight, forcing CML to use his song in another area, and then they get the Doom off onto the Naga. But, you know, as we can see here, Tino, the standout player, you know, with his brilliant vacuum into the wall, into the Monkey King stun, he managed to have a lot of impact with his items as well in the team fights, just making sure that they are coming out ahead, you know, in all those crucial engagements, you know. I feel like Boom, they have to figure out why are they always messing up in the team fights, you know. What is actually going wrong? Is it because of nerves? Is it because they are just impatient, they're rushing in, or is it because of the lack of communication, you know? I've been in situations with teams where sometimes when things get stressful, things get important, you know, players tend to not communicate enough, you know, during important moments, and that will lead into team fights being botched a lot of the times, you know. Whatever it is, Boom has to find a solution because their backs are against the wall. They can't afford to lose anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And I think maybe that's what we saw a bit of, you know, coming out of a really strong game one for Boom. And then really Execration playing the slow game, playing very timings based, coming out to win those key fights. Boom, they look a little bit underprepared, honestly, in this kind of a game. And well, we'll see how the fights go for them in our decisive game 3. It couldn't have gone any other way here. Execration and Boom going to that deciding match, that deciding game rather. Winner moves on to face Talon in a BO3 series for the last slot to TI. Loser goes home with nothing after all year of work. It's going to be a very exciting game number 3, folks. Do stick around, about 5 minutes. We'll be back with that third and decisive game. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday afternoon for Game 3 between Execration and Boom Esports. It is time to decide whose TI dreams continue to live to fight versus Talon, and who is going to be forced to watch and left out for one more year. It's a difficult time for teams and the fan bases, and an exciting time as well for Dota fans all around as we get into a game number 3. Thanks for joining us. I am Seeking Strike, and joining us is Winter for that analysis. Winter, it's the nerves are on for both of these two teams, aren't they? It's there's no more time for mistakes. Everything on the line here.
Yeah, momentum is definitely riding on Execration's side, after the last game. And guess what? They get their Witch Doctor. Overall first pick, Witch Doctor. And not overall first pick, but their first pick is Witch Doctor. The overall first pick is Conquer after removing Monkey King, Undying, Bristleback.
Yeah.
So they decide to ban out Monkey King after all, which is an adjustment for Boom. But it's going to give away the Witch Doctor. Like, frankly speaking, I feel like the Witch Doctor is not really a hero that I would say that is going to win them the game. I'm sure it has its strengths in the team fights and whatnot, being really annoying and with the Melodic countering some of your tanky heroes. But I'm not so sure if it's like first pick.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
So Tiny is going to be the opening pick, second pick here for Execration. So not the Venom, or maybe it could be a Tiny core here. We'll find out soon enough. But they need to pair Witch Doctor with an Initiator. So I think I kind of like Tiny with Witch Doctor.
5 seconds remaining.
And right now, what is going to be the response for Boom here? We'll see. With the Conquer, you kind of want to pair it up with, I think, supports that can kind of follow up with the X-Mark. Usually we're talking about heroes that can do a lot of damage through the X-Mark. It's not exactly a high damage hero, but it does allow for a strong laning phase if your Conquer is going to the off lane. They have kind of pretty good synergy together. Stun from the Chaos Knight to set up for the Torrent. And yeah, I mean, the pullback can be useful at reducing armor, so the splash from the Conquer does more damage as well. But it is a hero that teams loves playing, especially with the Cloven Facet, where your stun splits into 2, so you could potentially win your early game fights with just the Chaos Knight stun. And they're going to go up with the Phoenix, which is an excellent follow-up as well towards the X-Mark, and one of the better heroes against the Core Tiny, because Core Tiny is a hero that's very tanky, very high HP, and guess what? Phoenix does percentage-based damage to that. So it doesn't matter how tanky you are going to get burned down, by the Phoenix. And Beno is back, this Beno Witch Doctor for Execration. Is it going to be once again a jungling Beno? We'll have to see, what Execration does here.
Dire team pick.
So they have a very similar setup with the draft. They had Veno, Void Spirit as well in the game that they ran the Veno jungle. Void Spirit was on the offlane alone. And Boom is probably aware of that, and they are going to be able to figure out what Execration is planning to do here, unless Execration changes things up by not jungling with the Veno and just playing the lane, like how Boom did with their Veno position 5 the last game, even though it didn't work out for them though. But we shall see what will be on the cards here for Execration. Boom, on the other hand, has the 18 pick to worry about right now. What carry do they pick here? Is Kunkka going to be their carry, or they're going to have to pick another carry? And they know they can afford to be greedy if the Venom goes jungle here and the Void Spirit is alone in the off lane. And Jackie is definitely thinking about the plethora of choices of what he wants here. There's a Morphling in the pool still, and he's going to go for the 18 pick Morphling here. And yeah, and the Morphling 18 pick here for Boom. So it's going to be a good matchup into the Tiny later as well, on top of the Phoenix behind it. And you can always turn into the Tiny and you get the splash damage from him. That's what makes this matchup very, very favorable for the Morphling. And now they're going to ban out the Morphling counters, the Doom. AA probably not necessary because they can't pick AA anymore with the two supports being in the pool.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see maybe like consideration for the Drow Ranger or something here. But I love seeing this Phoenix personally.
Drow can be. Yeah, Drow Ranger can be a good solution here. A silence against the Phoenix.
10 seconds.
We'll see. I mean, if they pick Drow Ranger, it means Tiny is mid. Void Spirit's offlane, so Tiny is not carry here. Which probably is going to be better if Tiny is not the carry here for Excretion.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, draw it can be a good solution here towards the Morphling. I mean, the other one could be, the other one is like maybe Terrorblade, but I think Terrorblade, because you build Skadi and the lane against Kunkka can be fine because you have higher armor against the CK Kunkka lane. And you can also kill the egg with Metamorph.
Ursa's still in the pool too, right? That's a threat to egg usually.
Yeah, Ursa is also nice. They can afford to ban one of it, and they have to decide on Boom. Which one is harder for them to deal with? I mean, I kind of feel like if they are quite certain that Tiny is going mid, Timber can be a good answer to the Tiny. I think we saw yesterday from, what was it? I think it was Talent that they went for Timber, but it was an offlane Timber into the carry Tiny. And Timber just destroys Tiny in the lane and in the game. That could be an option.
Really thinking about this last ban for Boom. Stressful here in this game, 3 drafts. So many options, really, now that we've talked about it. They'll go for the Ursa. I think that's overall a very safe ban. I think that covers a lot of bases here that Execration were kind of lacking.
Yeah, now they go for the Aura hero, Darkseer. Oh, this is a mid DP. This is a Mac DP. Oh no, it's not a Mac DP, it's a Louis DP. I was so happy to see the Mac DP the other day. Oh, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, Mac is like one of the best DP in SEA. I hope Louis has learned a couple of things from him. So Boom's last pick kind of solidifies the whole draft with Aura, so they're gonna try to build a very solid and stable draft here. Darkseer with Auras, with Kunkka, Phoenix teamfight, CK with the initiating, and whereas Execration also have a crazy amount of teamfight with the DP ult, the Venom ult, the Witch Doctor ult, So I think both teams have very, I would say, similar drafts where it is catered to the 5v5 fights, the team fights, because last game was kind of decided by that. But overall, I would say the balance is with the Boom side, because they are going to have an offlaner that builds auras, whereas on the Void Spirit, on Excretion, you are probably not going to get the auras, I mean, he built Vessel yesterday. I don't know if he's going to go for the same exact build. I mean, it's against the Morphling, so maybe he's going to do the same thing.
Teamfight's looking good for Boom, though. I don't see like a fantastic solution to this Phoenix. I think Zhao, he's going to have a pretty important game depending on how he feels the fight's going. Try and set up that egg, plant a flag, and try and fight around it. Winter, over the past 3 series, in the past 10 days, that Execration and Boom have met, it currently stands 5-4 for Boom as far as maps go. Do you see Boom equalizing here with this draft and going 5-5, or will Execration move on with a 6-4 record?
I would give them the edge in terms of just draft. I think I like their draft more on the Boom side. Execration draft a little bit
too fancy for my liking. But hey, you know, Execution, they've been always able to make fancy draws work. If they can win with a Moonshot Batrider, what is this? You know, this is easy peasy. You know, this is like a normal draft to them. You know.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
To
I mean,
other teams, this is not a normal draft, but for Execution, this is what their normal looks like. You know.
I completely agree. I think we're in for another fun game from Shanks here, folks. It's going to be the Jungle Veno that Execration pulled back out after its success yesterday. They need a win here. They need to make a decisive statement versus Boom. They want to get that momentum moving on to face Talon. Of course, Boom looking for retribution, looking for vengeance, looking for glory, looking for the matchup versus Talon Esports, who are awaiting the victor in a BO3 that'll be taking place right after this. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We are about to get started with the third and final
Before
match.
we get started, Richie, I need to highlight something important. So Void Spirit started with boots. He went to the secret shop, he sold his boots, and he used the boots to get to the lane faster so he could Quelling Blade the tree and get the
Check
sentry
out this
off.
top ward.
Yeah, we mentioned that this played a huge role in yesterday's game when he was doing the 1v2 lane when his banner was jungling and they couldn't get it dewarded. So this could come into play once more, you know. Like if Boom doesn't find the ward and they couldn't control the creep wave and the Void Spirit somehow gets too much out of the lane, this could become a problem. So going through the hero facets, Witch Doctor has malpractice. We've seen like kind of a mix of both, right? Between the Cleft Death and malpractice. I mean, Death Prophet is mainly just the Spirit Collector. Void Spirit also usually is Sanctuary, and we have the Plague Carrier, the Jungling Veno Bat. I mean, carry Tinies just go for the Insurmountable. And on the Boom
The interesting
side,
one here
Boom
is
side,
the Phoenix Hotspot.
Hotspot, I think, is good into DP and Tiny. If you're playing towards the Sunray and you're trying to kill tanky heroes, I think Sunray with Hotspot is the way to go, yeah. But it does leave you a little bit more vulnerable in the lane. Because with the Dying Light, you're a lot stronger in terms of trading in the lane.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's what I was looking at here.
You know probably why they did this is they are expecting a jungling Veno, so there will be no lane. So why do I need the facet that helps me in the lane when there is no lane? So he decides to go for, probably that's why he decides to go for the greedier facet, which also has a lot of purpose this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble because you can't see facets, of course, like we can before you actually see heroes in the game.
Yeah, but you do know that they're probably going to do the Veno jungle because it's the exact same lineup with the Veno, Witch Doctor, and the Void Spirit.
Yeah, it is. They have the same supporting staff here. We still hit this pause. I mean, and again, very, very key to this matchup. But we're not just, boring support players. This block is really instrumental to how well that lane actually went. Tino ended up getting 11 kills in that game, and a lot of it was because of this ward. And I did want to point out, Winter, today they actually sneak the ward here. Yesterday, I can't draw on the map when it's paused. Yesterday, they put it just above, and actually, it was just kind of a mistake from their opponents. They didn't see it. It was just like the standard spot above the camp, which we can't highlight because we're paused. Yeah, up there, right? Exactly, yeah. And unfortunately, the support just missed it. So today, it's much more well hidden. Much better hidden.
Yeah,
and,
but you should already be ready for this sentry placement. I think, personally, even in pubs, a lot of players are already starting to use it quite frequently. So I think usually, I don't want to say the players don't know, but I would assume they will know, about this spot and just make sure you deward it. But one thing to note, okay,
blocking the full camps of himself.
He's blocking the full camps here. He knows that the Veno might use these camps. He's going to use these camps. Yeah, because usually how you would guess is you would see that the enemy has Quelling Blade. When the enemy has Quelling Blade, you're going to expect some weird-ass sentry placements, I think he's going to find it.
Oh, he needs to cut another one.
Oh, he needs to cut one.
No,
more.
and Tino.
No.
Oh,
he cut the wrong. No, he cut the wrong one. He needs to cut the middle, the red one.
This one here.
No. This is bad.
Oh no.
Okay, I am wrong about the players knowing about this. He doesn't know.
I think he'll get it eventually. Let's see how Shanks reacts. I think he's gonna be sad in 10 seconds. He's getting everyone ready, dude. It's like he's hosting a birthday party for him and all his plague wards, and then no one's gonna show up. I think he's gonna be really sad. Let's see. I want to see his camera here. He's getting ready. He's getting ready. Nothing spawns.
Oh, he's calm. He's calm.
He is pretty calm.
I'm sure he's saying some colorful words in his comms right now.
Yeah, something about putting a tank somewhere, maybe? I'm not sure.
both
sure
sides
about
not finding the wards, and so I guess that's even somewhat, but worse for the Benno. I mean, Tino's kind of still getting a good amount of XP. He's level 2 now. So this is great. This is fantastic for him. And mid lane DP into the Kanka should be also another lane which is favorable, very favorable for DP. But so far in terms of CS, Kanka is in the lead, 10 and 3 against the 5 and 1 of DP. So yeah, Kanka's doing extremely well, you know. But I would expect DP to kind of pull ahead once he hits level 3.
Exactly. Tino getting bullied up top lane. Okay, Dissemblate is gonna get him out of there. And low on HP.
He rewards the sentry on Janelle, finds the sentry now.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good work. Yeah, I think for some of those, you can actually scout it from the high ground as well. If you're having trouble with some wards, if you cut down these trees on the high ground and just stand there, you'll get vision usually. Obviously, you got to be a ranged hero, but you know.
But Venno doesn't have gold to spend, you know, to deward there, you know. So he's just doing the triangle camps, you know. It's gonna be a lot slower because you can't clear the ancients. I think with the early wards, with the level wards, it takes too long. You need level 2 wards. So I think this is going to greatly slow down his game, you know. So I think this is a very, very smart move by teams on the Chaos Knight to make the track over to block both of the camps.
Yeah, I mean,
he was already farming ancients at minute 3, I remember yesterday. Today he can't.
Yeah, he preferred the side camps, but now he's set up here. Oh no, Donwell, he's blocked his camp again.
Oh my God.
Shanks.
Oh, level 1 wards is gonna take a long time to clear the ancients, but he's gonna have to make do with what he has right now. And
yeah, really good job
how
shutting him down.
is the Tiny doing? Tiny is 15 and 8. Wait, what? The Darkseer has 1 CS?
Yeah, he's been kind of getting bodied out of this lane.
He has 1 CS? What?
Level 2. They finally. So the problem was that they were having was I think they got a good toss back onto jabs, and they nearly killed him. So he needed to TP away, and then he just walked slowly back to lane.
Okay.
Tim's tried to skip a wave,
I was so
but then the Witch
focused with
Doctor.
this Venno wards and the camp blocking, you know. I didn't notice that he actually had to walk back.
CML doing a lot of work down here bottom, though. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Now this is real bad news. Super bad news, you know, if your Darkseer has 4 last hits at 4 minutes. So Boom is losing bot, they are winning top, and they are winning mid. So I guess they are still overall kind of happy about this because the jungling Venno is not exactly having a great start.
No, he is not. He's finally forced to deward at least his hard camp here in the triangle. But like you said, I mean, he didn't really do anything for the first 70 seconds of the game, sadly for him. And of course, Jackie, he's going to be the kind of hero that can really take advantage of this, right? So much base damage here, up to 12 denies. I don't remember what Execration laned into last time, but I feel like it was a little bit more of a difficult lane for the carry to deny everything. Tino's having a bit of a harder time. You can tell because Jackie's up to level 4, actually.
Well, at least as long as the Void Spirit is getting his own levels, he is going to be fine. Yeah, with this. I think it was a Doom, you know? Because I remember they were playing into tech-free gaming. It was a Doom plus something, you know. I don't remember the other hero.
You're right about
But yeah,
that.
I think overall, if you are Execration, you're kind of happy with what Tino is getting from this lane. You know, it's 1v2. You don't really expect to get up too much. Anything better than this is already quite difficult to achieve. He's gonna die at minute 5, but this is eventually going to happen. But I don't think it is too much of a bad news, you know, for Execration, given how Venno's he's still level 5, you know, at 5.5 minutes, you know. He was given he was level 6 at 5, so he's like kind of like 1 level behind compared to his usual speed. But still, you know, I think this is still looking pretty solid for Execration overall.
That's right. Now he's getting ready to rotate mid lane, which Armel also level 5. He's going to get level 6 here, though, from the range.
Yeah, he's
creep.
getting ready for the DP to pop 6.
But in they go. Pre-level 6. If they can get this Maledict down, it is level 2. They might be able to get him. They need a little bit more slows, and I think he's going to be a bit too speedy. Blood Grenade really hoping, really reaching for it. I mean, it's a lot of damage, and they will delay this level 6. He has level 6 and a shield rune. Hold on. This
Okay,
is some
tower
action
looks
here.
dead. This tower looks dead, my friend. They have a glyph if they need to use glyph.
For the wagon, yeah. Fire Spirit's thrown onto the wagon to try and neutralize this push. And the Dire Glyph is going to get used first.
Yeah, but the tower took so much damage. It's definitely going to go down the next Exor.
Maybe
Can
this
he
one?
actually finish it up now with the current Exor? Probably not, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, but probably not. And Jebs on the dark side has kind of recovered a little bit, but he's still in a pretty bad spot and he's going to die here. Yeah, he's dead.
Maledict. No way out of
And
that
Wisdom,
one.
Shrine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Axe Creation getting away with murder here, double shrines.
Yeah, maybe even the kill onto Tim's as well. He's got those those raindrops to be a little bit extra tanky. Wow, the bounce is there. The second bounce there onto Tim's. No luck there for him on the CK. He's going to go down for the kill onto Palos.
And then things are looking real bad for Boom right now. I mean, on the bright side, Morphling is pre-farming top. He's the one that is doing really well comparing to his teammates. So he's going to be under a lot of pressure, to do a lot of work in this game. I mean, Jabs is like totally, he's a support right now. Even the jungling Veno and even the off-lane Void Spirit that's 1v2 is richer than the Darkseer.
Yeah. That lane's really gone quite poorly for him. He's into the jungle. Like we talk about, this is a hero that can jungle now. And he's got this chip vest with the mystical mana regeneration.
You know what? He probably has more net worth than this, right? If he started the game off with jungle.
Probably. Should have just, mirrored Shanks, honestly, or something.
Yeah,
Mid tower goes down, by the way. There was no Exo used for that. Next one up in 15. And the 8-minute power runes also into Lewis's bottle. It's an invis.
Yeah, they boom side, they have to find a move with the Conquer. I think soon, they need to try to destabilize this execution lane dominance. They have to try to get a kill somewhere. But the heroes are very tanky. DP, Tiny, they're both very, very difficult to kill. Not to mention the Void Spirit. He's so mobile. So where can they go here? That's the question. Maybe they have to try to get the support so the supports can't pressure the cause. Because the Witch Doctor and Veno are causing a lot of problems.
Exo's committed for this push top lane. The Tim's behind the tower, maybe trying to do some harass with the Ion Shell applied. Will find life very difficult here.
Yeah, Lewis is meanwhile just destroying and opening up the map here, I mean, this is looking so good, for execution. They are on the right track right now, this game, to making sure that they proceed to the next round. Boom, they need to react, they need to do something quickly, they have to try to stop this train. It's only just a 1k to 2k lead right now for execution. It's not like a super huge lead, but the momentum wise is definitely firmly on execution side, after taking down 2 towers before minute 10.
2 towers basically completely shutting down Jabs despite being in a 2 versus 2 lane. Tino coming out pretty well, and Shanks better than both offlaners as he did yesterday. He will do so today again, and he's got that Noxious Plague to gank with. 10-minute rune, 3rd rune consecutively now for Lewis. It's been a shield, it was an invis, and now a haste rune. This one the most lethal of all 3, Winter.
Yeah, if they can steal the stack, it is rune. Where is the Darkseid coming back, from the game, This Darkseid seems like he's gonna be down in the gutter for the rest of the game. He's gonna lose his stacks.
Seriously.
And now,
Wow.
and now pretty much Execution has at least 60-70% of the map to farm, after they killed all the tier 1 towers already. So this is going to be a challenge, for Boom to try to break out of this stranglehold. They need to smoke. They're going to smoke right now with Conquer and the Phoenix. They have to find a pick-off right now. It doesn't matter who are they going to run into. Any kill is worth a lot at the moment.
They do have a boat, and they have an X. Shanks, he He's going to be initiated on. Okay, he's turning with that Noxious Plague. Tino taking this opportunity to make the jump back on in, but Shanks lives Winter on less than 20 HP. He doesn't go down. Oh, Mel trying to TP away. He will be allowed to leave, so it's a swing and a miss from Boom. Oh no, but they will lose a kill.
Oh boy.
Gone well, victim to the haste rune of Lewis. No outrunning that one.
I mean, that was a level 1 Witch Doctor heal that kind of kept the Venom alive a little bit. You know, he healed him for
And the Cornucopia. 5
he,
HP regen.
he healed him for maybe like 20, 30 HP, but that was just enough.
Yeah.
You know?
Seriously, everything coming in together there. Underneath the tower as well for that little bit of bonus armor and HP regen. I mean,
that was very,
close
very
there for
unfortunate for Boom. They couldn't get the kill there. That was so huge. Now the lead goes up to 3k, and things are going to feel claustrophobic, you know, for Boom right now. They're gonna feel the stress, you know, of the map being small. Execration making a move this time with the Witch Doctor and the Void Spirit. Witch Doctor has his ulti up.
Look at this. They think they can kill him. And you know what? By God, they're right. With this Death Ward, it's pretty good damage here. This Maledict into the level 2 Sunray heal. I'm not sure if it's enough, Winter.
He might
I think
be
he's
enough for the
dead.
last one. He's dead. Oh my God.
Oh,
Level 4 Maledict with more practice.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like this build a lot. I really commend CML for his flexibility on this Witch Doctor build. I think we've also seen him go for more points in Voodoo Restoration at times, right?
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, he leaves his stun at level 1. I think that's probably the way to go with this hero, because they nerf the...
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's an Orchid. The Aether Remnant perfectly connecting. Jackie, hey, I mean, he's tanky. He's got a lot of
He might
strength to morph into.
Yeah, he's gonna survive.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the build right now is, I think, to just leave the stun at level 1, because they nerfed the subsequent points in the paralyzing cast from Witch Doctor, but they made the level 1 point really good. So I think right now, this is probably the best build, to keep it at level 1, and then you just max your heal. And meanwhile, bot lane, another catch.
Smart, this would be a big kill on the Palos, and they will eventually get the job done, and a lot of magic damage. Another quick Maledict, though. Tim's doing his best to fight through this, but he is only a support CK. That was Supernova committed as well. Zhao is not going to really change the outcome of that fight.
Still, a
At least
kill
it's
on the
good to see
carry.
he's got level 6.
Boom's gonna be happy. Sure, you traded your Supernova, but it was worth it. Now, on the other hand, the 40-minute Wisdom Shrines, they don't have the egg to kind of contest it, you know, so they're probably gonna lose it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, looks that way. You can see Shanks on the jungle Venno coming out to claim this territory. And instead, Boom, they will try and smoke to this other side of the map. That may be promising here. Lewis is here alone, but he's got an Arcane Rune, Winter. He's going to have a lot of charges. Oh, no, and a regen. All right, well, they're going to kick things off here. Let's see if they can get the job done. Armel does not have a boat, but he does have a Blade Mail. Lewis, will he be able to live through this? He's going to save the regen rune for now, but did commit 2 Spirit Siphons there. Nice catch by Tim.
He doesn't die, though. If he was able, if he could react initially with the regen rune, he might be able to tank through everything and switch his traits to strength. That's a chance. I think he could survive, but decides not to do anything. He wants to save it.
Right. A long stun there, you know. There's a bit of randomness on this casino night, right? The Chaos Bolt, I think, was a long stun. It looked at least 2 seconds to me. That makes a big difference here. Yeah, right? Looked like a pretty long stun. Perfectly timed it with the Torrent.
Yeah, that was a much needed kill for Boom. And right now, Palos back to farming after dying that one time. Echo Saber SMY with the shard soon. Probably gonna get the shard first to increase his farming potency. But the DP wants to fight. He is still ready to rock, you know, itching for a fight with the EXO right now, ready. It's gonna be a challenge for them to kill the Morphling. They kind of need to time their stuns along with the silence from the DP. Now she has 1 point in the silence. So they definitely have the tools to kill off Morphling. And the Orchid
he's
on
got a
Shanks.
Manta.
Yeah.
We can dispel one of those. Oh, and Palos.
Oh, they're gonna
Going
find
on
it.
in, actually.
It's gonna be big.
There's the first silence. The control's perfect. They apply the Maledict. Jackie is going to get up to the
Oh,
high ground,
no,
though.
he didn't.
Death Ward's not going to find him. That's the Manta style difference.
He tried to
sure.
stun the illusions to stun the real hero there on the Witch Doctor, but he couldn't get it in time. So Jackie escapes with his life. The
Yeah.
tower, on the other hand, is going to take a bunch of damage here.
It is, but it's a level 1 Exo only, so they have an opportunity to defend this. Hype is ready to go as well, freshly completed by Jabs. They have Supernova, but just no real great opportunity to find a fight here.
Yeah, the pipe is going to be a huge deal. Just look at the heroes, right? Venom, Tiny, then there's the Maledict from Witch Doctor, the DP Spirit Siphon, it doesn't block the Exo, but CK gonna get found. Tim's
Big
gets a
stun.
long stun, so he should be fine. And he's building an Atos, on the CK right now. He has a null to give him some mana sustain, and he's just trying to play the map as a CK and pushing out the waves. He's so far. His job is pushing out lanes and forcing the enemy to not group up. Not the best job to delegate to a CK, but because of how badly the early game went, he's stuck at dishwashing duty right now.
Very true. Yeah, he's kind of just left to mop up the lanes where he can. He's not the worst hero at it. I mean, and you got Darkseer who's able to do so pretty effectively now.
He's definitely not the worst. With Phantasm, you can kind of push out waves.
Exactly. I mean, he doesn't have a single point in Chaos Strike, so it's not pushing very fast, but the illusions do, of course, some damage there.
Yeah, definitely the game is slowing down a little. Boom is going to be happier about the game slowing down compared to Execution. Execution wants to be running at them, wants to be pressuring. But they have the level 2 Exo now, with Aghanim's completed. And which talent has he gone for? So he went for the attack speed on the DP. Sometimes you see magic resist if you feel like you could get bursted at level 10, but with the traits and the attack speed, it actually synergizes really well with the Aghanims, right? So every time you right click, every time you use a spell, there'll be ghosts flying out. So you do a lot of damage with this build.
Yeah, Jackie is the one who goes for that level 10 magic resist talent. He's got that plus 15% alongside his Vlads. He's slowly but surely becoming a bit more relevant in this game. Not sure if he's going to love running into this many heroes. Well, actually, it's the initiation first on a CML with the boat to follow up to chase Lewis out of the fight. CML is dead.
Look at the damage from
Lewis,
Hotspot.
X-Mark and the hotspot Supernova put down on the wrong side of the fight, though. Jabs, he's living a long time thanks to that pipe. Eventually, he's going to go down as Tino, a victim here to the stolen toss out of Jackie. Okay. In they go again, chasing for more. Jackie morphing back into Palos. Palos finds a 4-man avalanche, though.
Tried.
That's pretty meaty, but he just lacks the damage. All of a sudden, boom, it looks like potentially a 1-for-5 trade. Morphling shows up to fight. Morphling shows up with this Vlads. He shows up big in this game as Jackie with an ultra kill. This could be the turning point, Winter.
Yeah, the Morphing power spike with the Manta, and also, like you mentioned, the magic resist at level 10 help him survive. I mean, Palos right at the end, I think he made the right play by turning around. He almost got 2 kills there, like just turning around to fight with the avalanche around the Rosh pit. But, gotta give credit to Boom, they found the right fight. And you see the hotspot, from Jano on the Sunray coming into play, doing a ton of damage to DP, probably regretting not having the magic resist talent there, because he was very close to surviving,
1,300 damage, by the way. You're about to see this
you see
DP
the
really
the
melts.
Sunray,
You're
look
absolutely
at the
right.
Sunray just melting the DP, like he just basically died to Sunray.
Took close to 3,500 damage in that fight. Literally half of it from Sunray. That's how that breakdown looks for him. And then with the Witch Doctor also going down early, it means you don't have that Maledict in this fight. You already don't have the DP. All you can do is turn tail and try and run.
Yeah, good try there by Palos in the end. But it wasn't to be. And Boom find a huge fight here with Jackie getting 4 kills here. Now he is going to build into his Hurricane Pike, so he has more ways to kite around because he doesn't want to be next to the DP. Nobody wants to be next to the DP. She's just going to kill you.
Oh, hold on. We're going to see some Twin Gate shenanigans. Oh, Sims thinks better of it.
Does he know? Like, seems like he knows something's going on.
I don't think he knows.
Ah, he's going to die. No. Oh.
Oh, maybe he was waiting for the courier. Now he's gonna go through. Okay, minus 75 mana each time you do that. Oh, okay.
Does he actually know?
Maybe he knows. Honestly, he's just trying to bait him. Just look, see it. I was like, come on, man. Oh, did it again? No, don't tell me. I think he knows, bro. You can't really see his face, but you can see his eyes.
Mark, Torrentor's top. He knows something's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Then she's kind of debating a little bit. And guess what? That means he can safely claim his 20-minute Wisdom Shrine. 20 seconds of just pump faking that thing. Nice job.
Yeah, game has stabilized for Boom right now. Jackie is farming uncontested. They're gonna get his Hurricane Pike in a bit, but they're deciding to smoke with the Radiance Blade Mail timing of Armel. Darkseid has a Vanguard now, Crimson on the way, so they're about to hit a couple of really big timings here on the Boom side. I mean, level 12 as well on Phoenix in a little bit, which would be very helpful in the team fights.
Definitely that level 2 egg for the damage. Zhao's been really patient on this, on the eggs. I suspect that as soon as he gets the shard online, we'll start to see some more aggressive
The shard is going to destroy. Because Sunray is the main weapon in the team fight. But he's getting... What the hell? He's actually getting... He's queuing a lens over the shard?
So that will actually buff the damage with the facet, by the way. As I recall, this is just like a damage amp. Yeah, so Sun Ray length beyond 1200 will result in more than 160% damage and healing. That's how that works.
You're talking about the lens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, like the shot, I feel like the shot is higher impact than the lens.
I hear you.
Because you use it twice.
I hear you.
I don't really agree with this decision, but we'll see how it plays out. I mean, shot is also cheaper than Aether lens.
That's true. Build up is nice on Aether lens, but you're absolutely correct.
The slow can be useful. But 10% slow or something, that's like slight slow on the shot.
Yes, that's correct. 10% slow. No, I think you're... I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying it does have a little bit of utility. Maybe they're hoping to really make it count.
Yeah, you know what the Aether lens actually just really gives you, maybe that's what he values, is the cast range on your items. Maybe he wants to be able to use his vessel better. That could be a reason as well.
Yeah, some good vessel targets this game, that's for sure. And this DP is building a BKB, so that window is kind of closing here already. 500 gold away, but you're completely right.
Actually needs a couple of camps more to clear. Get the BKB, but it's going to be a huge timing. There's no rush. They don't really want to fight into the morphing with Aegis right now. Tiny is not really...
Yeah, and how do I wanted to ask Winter, like, how do you, if you're Execration, kind of grab control back in this game? Hold that thought, actually. I'll give you some time to think about it.
Definitely not by losing your carry.
Well, that would be a bad start, I reckon. But he's got a Glimmer Cape. There's supports rotating to the Tier 1 tower. It looks like Boom are not as... Well, I say that, but here comes Jackie. They just wanted to fight with Jackie. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Jackie is very strong. He is feeling it right now.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I think the Tiny against Morphing matchup, it never gets easier, for a Tiny. It just gets harder and harder, So if the game is staying stagnant right now, both sides are trading farm, I don't think you can be too happy if you're Execration. I mean, I'm not sure how the DP and Void Spirit scale against Morphing late game against their Tricore, Darkseer, Morphing, and the Kanka. But I have a feeling that it's probably going to be better for Boom in the late game stages of this one here. So they're going to be happy at playing a slower pace game, trading farm, looking for kills, playing the map, going into the macro game, and now we have the Brooch on Palace, which is a very effective item against a higher armor target like Morphing, because you can bypass that with the Brooch. But at the same time, he is also very vulnerable to the Vessel and the Sunray, in the team fights without BKB. So that is what worries me a lot. And also the mischance, right? Don't forget about the mischance. You don't really get to hit much, I think, if the Phoenix is just using Sunray on you.
Right, because of the Phoenix innate, right? This blinding sun. Exactly. Those stacks build up pretty quickly, especially if you have a shard. So that's maybe another reason why you might consider that. Did that say 20 camps stacked, by the way? Is that what I just saw? It's wild. Holy moly. The recovery from Boom, I mean, That's how you get back into a game that looks tough. 3 camps stacked by a jungle Veno, by the way. That's going to be a result of all those early wards and all that early pressure. No, for real, that's very significant. I think that's a real
I mean, you
stat.
don't get to stack jungle when you have a level 1 jungling Veno, yeah.
Yeah, well, true, but normally he stacks for himself, right? And that would be reflected in that stat. Careful here. Tino, okay, he's got an Acceptor. He's got that Acceptor. Needs to be careful not to get caught out there, though, by that level 10
this
Reality
is
Rift
not
fast range talent.
an easy high ground to go up on.
It's not.
Oh, this is going to be a long ride, Richie.
I think so.
It's fitting, you know, we end the
we're in.
series with a long one. After all the heartbreak that we went through the last couple of days. And now we get to close it out the right way, you know.
All right.
A fitting way.
We've had 2 45-minute games-ish, 45 and 47. And I think you're right. This one, it's going to be dramatic. It's going to be drawn out. It's like a K-drama, you know, where they do slow motion at the end.
I was going to say something more violent, but sure, if you want to go down the K-drama route. The slow, there's a lot of crying, there's a lot of heartache, you know. The prince shows up late, the girl leaves on a boat, and she's thinking about him. And he tries to go through the dock in the last moment. The guard stops him. And he jumps down the river and he swims towards her arms, and they unite on the boat. And the show ends.
Except this one, it's more like Titanic. There's only room for one on this boat. You move on to face Talon, you know?
I mean, if Conquer gets a refresher, there'll be 2 boats.
That's true, dude. Dude, they should bring back the Ghost Fleet. Tell you what.
No, they should bring back torrent stuff.
No, they should definitely not bring that back. That one can stay. That one can stay dead. I don't agree with that one here. But a bit of a lull. I think now we're bound to see a bit more action here, Winter. Jackie, he's about to pick up this next key item, just a few more camps, and that butterfly is online.
Well, you know what happened the last time when he got butterfly? He threw the game.
He died immediately. He died literally in the first fight by wave forming into a sonic wave and a roar.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
his team roared.
This game,
Yeah.
he is playing into a lot of like silence, stuns, you know, from Tiny, stuns from Witch Doctor. You could die easily, you know, if you make a mistake. Without BKB.
That's true. That is true. Does he have any saves yet? Not quite. No big
I mean, if you
saves
consider
for him
Pipe
either.
a save.
No, not
Sunray
really,
is a
right? I
save.
would consider like a Phoenix Ags a save, you know? Oh, that's not ready yet. Butterfly's about to be delivered. Will Boom consider poking the high ground here with Butterfly? They may have to just get Execration
no,
back
this is
off
what
the map.
happened last time, right? He got butterfly, he went on the high ground and he died.
That is true, actually. That is really true.
Will lightning strike twice, Richie?
No, because last time he was on the Radiant side and it was a bottom tier 3 siege. This time, it's the opposite way, so it's got to go right. That's science, I believe.
Science? Or the laws of probability?
Well, one of the two of those. Either way, he's not going to make the mistake this time around. He's instead going to back up and will continue in this kind of holding pattern of farming. But Execration, you can see that they were mostly forced back. The only hero still out on the map at the moment is Palos. I think he's got something on his courier, and he does. It's a full BKB ready to go. He's bought out for this one. Roshan spawns as quick as in a minute. Could be another 3 after. As we're seeing these Phantasm illusions from Tim's just being used for scouting.
I mean, who does that benefit? Okay, it probably benefits Boom, right, if he moves to the bottom side.
Yeah, that's going to spawn
definitely
bottom
better for
guaranteed.
Boom.
Well, it might spawn top, but then he's basically going to walk bottom immediately.
Yeah. No, it's going to go bot. For sure. It's 40 seconds till it spawns. It's going to be
of
bottom
course.
for sure.
Yes, pardon me. I don't know what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Completely right.
Yeah, it's difficult to do math, right? Too early for you. 4 p.m. is still too early.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little too early for me. You know, I've only had my first coffee. Here we go, though. Execration not keen to give up this positioning, as there's the jump onto Armel,
he's
trying to
rooted.
force the BKB here.
Nope, no commitment. Boom, trying to back off. They're thinking about the last game where all the
wave.
team fights are haunting them.
Another silence. The wall of replica drops down. BP throws the silence from the side. We're looking at a lot of EKBs in this fight. 2 for Execration. Only 1 right now online for Armel.
Almost pull him back to the high ground there on Tino. That was close, you know. Boom, very, very patient, you know, not committing, just poking and prodding, using their long range spells. They're
Roche
way more
spawned down
careful this
bottom.
time.
Okay, Lewis with an illusion rune bottled. So he's got an additional dispel to work with, Winter. That may come in handy if they fight within the next minute and a half.
I wanna see a bait with the illusion. I don't want to see a basic dispel.
Dire's middle tower
Ah,
Send your
okay, so
illusion
that'd be a
in.
move. All right. And now the DP shows top lane. Still, boom. They don't make a move into the
Oh
pit.
yeah, he has shot by the
Donwell
way.
did, by the way. He did go back for shard, as
Yeah.
our observer is just keen to point out.
Some may say this is the best shot in Dota right now.
Pretty good. Yeah.
There's a lot of like really good shots, and there is like kind of some really terrible ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Veno shard's really good too, to be honest. Veno, if the Venomous Gale's dispelled it anyway, you apply a debuff piercing stun for 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, we had some pretty good ones this game, but everything is building up to this moment. Roshan has returned to Dota, and both teams are going to be wanting to pay him a visit very soon. And Roshan says he only does meetings with a first come first serve basis, and who is going to get into the booking spot right now? Who is going
That's
to make
true,
a
that's
reservation
true.
first? Lewis has an arcane
Boom,
rune, so
though.
he's very keen.
Yeah. I think Boom will be too. There's the BKB delivered for Jackie. That is BKB 3 of 3 for all of their cores. All 3 of them, I believe, Winter, with a 9-second BKB. Now, we are looking at a lot of physical damage still, of course, for Execration, so it's not a completely
let's
one
see.
fight,
Illusions.
but it'll be scary.
Let's bait with the illusions. This is the power of the CK. You run in,
The
you
vision.
scout, you get vision. Things are getting tense right now for both sides.
But they're gonna make
Neither
it around
wanting
here.
to give up an inch here in this Roshan area.
Lewis, positioned in these trees, kind of tucked away. Okay, he's going to reveal himself now with the Crypt Swarm, with the stuns thrown first onto Shanks. There's the initiation. Wow, Palos immediately bursts through Tim's, but Tim's going to buy back. The back wall onto 2. They've caught Tino, but he gets out the Dissemblate before he jumps back in again. He's dead instantly. He's got buyback. CML dying to the wall of replica illusions. He's got to retreat now, but with Voodoo Restoration, he'll be okay. Lewis, look at the physical damage. Gets out that exorcism here, holds on to that BKB, does not force
Man,
a
Boom
BKB
is
charge out of any of these heroes, but
signaling
Palos
the
looking
retreat.
for the instant dieback, and he's got it. He's got it immediately down. A tidal wave. That's going to force the BKB now for Lewis. Jackie and Armel. BKB in response is Jackie running down this tiny Palos. He's going to go down. Tino doing as much damage as he can, but CML's down. And Jackie, he's killing them all. Tino, what can you do off of the buyback, my friend? It looks like not a whole lot as Jackie pumps him full of lead. An ultra kill for the Morphling. The patience pays off here for Boom. They will be rewarded at least with Roshan and a very firm foothold in game number 3.
Yeah, that is one of the best team fights I've seen from Boom yesterday and today, for sure. They baited really well with the CK. He had buyback. He was ready to die twice for the team. And once they kind of took the initial fight, I think they backed off a little bit together to kind of disengage and pull them into a corner. That's when the Egg and Sunray came out and Jackie stood his ground with the BKB and killed them all, you know. I think that was really, really well done by Boom. Dragging the fight away, you know, from the initial engagement and forcing the enemy into a disadvantageous terrain, you know, position. Here you see teams going in. He knows he has buyback. They jumped in. They kill him. He buys back. Morphing is standing his ground. There's a decent vacuum by Jabs there, pulling them into the wall. Morphing, unfortunately, there with the Gale Guard doesn't finish off CML, and the back kind of saves him. But here they were really disciplined. They backed off together. They retreated towards the high ground here. You see they're running back. They don't overcommit here. They run back. They see the Exo pop. But CK kind of dies again, so he didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But they all back off together, and the Egg here defensively placed with the Sunray kind of turned everything around. It means that they can't touch the Morphing here with the heals. And yeah, I mean, once Palos dies, it means the fight is going to be over, you know, for Execration. So Boom, well executed team fight, and deservingly in control of this deciding game, you know, of who gets to go forward and face Talon in the final match.
This is getting tense now for Execration. Yesterday, they demolished TFG with this kind of jungle Veno strat, in control of all the game. Winter, you were especially wowed by that game. This time, though, boom, with the counter plays, play it patient, slow roll them a little bit here to get all their items online, and look how that's paid off here for Jackie. He's doing so much. What is he? 8-0-3 at the moment. He's showed up to 2 fights and he's gotten 8 kills. That is, wow. Giga Chad carry behavior right there.
And he is in fact the strongest hero in the game. So his team has given him so much space, you know. Eventually you have to utilize the space and repay the faith your team has placed on you. Be that solid, reliable carry.
And at this stage, there's so much to back you up as well, all right? All the Darkseer auras, the Shard level 2.
I think Sunray is an important one here, backing him up. Because it not only protects him, but if the Tiny is standing in front there, he's going to die to the Sunray.
Gonna miss.
And
miss those auto tests. And they just don't hit Egg very well, do they? This team, a toss back though. Jackie, Manta style. The back wall. It catches 4 heroes, but CML letting loose on the Death Ward. It's still not enough damage. And now with the Crimson Guard, the auras, the Sunray Supernova, Lewis, he can do nothing. He's gonna go down. The Supernova's gonna pop. That's Shanks as well, as Jackie just jumps the backliners. He's deleted 3 heroes. He will lose that Aegis, Winter, but it's a 2 versus 5. What hope do they have? They don't have any tier 2s.
Yeah, the sun is unfortunately setting on the execution side. Hope is going away, you know, like the light leaving the Radiant side right now. I mean, they see this Morphling, they click on him, he still has BKB. What do you actually do on the Morphling?
Still has Satanic. You saw BKB on Darkseer. They have been so restrained on the BKB usages. Boom Esports absolutely locking in here in Game 3, and now they know there is no buybacks. The Glyph of Fortification is out. You have no Death Prophet for 30 seconds. There's going to be a toss back, trying to make a play. Nice setup there into the 8th Remnant. They get a silence with Morphling. He is not scared of you. Forces the BKB out from Palos as the supporting staff. They will respawn. 15 seconds to try and hold, but Megas, they are inevitable. Boom. What will they do now? It's a vacuum onto 3 heroes and the tidal wave into the boat. CML, he is still alive here somehow thanks to the Voodoo Switch True, but Jackie now picks up a triple. Tino cannot stand his ground. They try and fight for the Megas. They try and fight for a way back into this game. But the hope, it's leaving here for Execration. Boom Esports locking in for Game 3, and they will not be leaving the high ground. Not without destroying this Ancient. Here we go, jabs BKB. Lewis, he makes the jump into the vacuum, into the torrent. Lewis is actually still alive here, but how can they possibly win the fight, Winter? It's impossible. Jackie is godlike. Jackie will be sending Execration out of these TI qualifiers as Boom Esports get the 2-1 victory.
And they get their revenge, Richie, for losing to Execration in the EWC finals, you know. So, Boom, just making sure that everyone knows we do not go down twice to the same opponents, you know. We learn, we come back, and we show you what we've learned, you know. That's what Boom has shown here in the last game of this series, you know. They had a lot of improvements in the teamfight execution, how they are taking the fights compared to the first and second game. This game was a lot more methodical, a lot more thought out. They were poking and prodding. They're really, really patient, very calm. They didn't make any sudden unnecessary moves to put themselves in risky positioning, especially Jackie, you know, this game, he's Morphling. Very, very solid. I think he had a close to perfect game. Good itemizations, good movements, good target prioritization in the team fights. Basically carried his team, you know.
Fantastic.
This is the highlight of the game, you know, the way they took this fight, you know, they poke and prod, they use the buybacks, they don't overcommit. I think if they played this game yesterday and they were in this fight yesterday, there is a good chance they overcommit and they try to chase too far and they lose heroes and they lose the fight and maybe the game, you know. So definitely showing a lot of growth and improvement. Props to Boom. But job is not done yet, Richie, for them. They still have one more series to go. Talent. Some may say they are the final bosses, even though they lost yesterday.
They're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you still consider them the final bosses in C, but it's going to be only one slot remaining, and Boom is going to have to fight Talent with all their heart, you know, if they want to have any chance of making it to Hamburg.
They need performances like this. That's to be sure.
Yeah. Can they
but
keep
honestly,
it up? We don't know, you know. Maybe you can do it one game or one time in a team fight in one game, you know. But can you do it consistently? We don't know, you know.
that's the biggest difference makers between teams at this quality, right? It's everyone is very talented at this level, right? Winter, everyone can make standout performances. But can you do it consistently? Can you deliver in the moment?
Can you do it every day? Can you do it multiple times in a game? Only
Can
time
you do it on
will
land?
tell. Yeah, can you do it on land? It's a different beast, you know, on land, you know. The pressure to perform, the expectations from the fans, from yourself.
Yeah. From your countrymen, if you're a national team as well, right? We see that a lot in China and for some of these C teams. For Execration, Winter, one of these national teams, they're still going to a big land. They still have something to look forward to. But unfortunately for them, a third place finish here for these qualifiers. That's going to be obviously not where they wanted to be, right?
I think after the EWC qualifiers, they definitely had a much higher expectation on themselves. And I think before that, maybe not so much because they would consider themselves at least, the third best team in SEA. But right now, we know for sure not. Maybe they could go further if they played better, which they showed in EWC. So you definitely have a lot more hope and expectation going into this match. But, you live to fight another day. You keep your head up high. You keep going. You improve. You learn. You can't expect to make it to every single event. You have to just make sure you continue learning. The main objective is to get better, to continue to get better and improve.
100%.
Just like Jackie,
Jackie.
In this game. Like he's morphing from yesterday, and the last game compared to this game is totally night and day. Very clean game, perfect game. You can't really ask more from Jackie. He was the man that carried everything on his shoulder. He was the man that you could count on, and he was the man that brought home the victory for Boom here.
Yeah, literally. I mean, for your carry to get 2 ultra kills in the first 2 real team fights of the game, you just can't ask for more, And I know if Mike were here, he'd be bashing the carry Tiny. Sure, maybe that's part of it, right? But it also comes down to Boom just outmaneuvering early on and really impressing, right? A well-deserved win here, Winter. It's going to be 2-1 for them. Any preview from you as we go quickly to transition to our next series? Boom Talon, what are you thinking here?
Talon's definitely going to be a favorite. I think strong favorite in this series. But Boom, if they can play like the last game, I think they're going to have some chances, for sure. Maybe 70-30, for Talon. But it's going to be tough for them to climb up that mountain, that Talon mountain. There is hope as long as they keep trying and they keep their head up high and they rest well. They won't have much time to recharge for the next game, to prepare. That's the downside of having to play the one extra match because they were in the losers bracket earlier. This is what they have to deal with. They have to try to figure out a way to deal with them. And you could say, because they played an extra 3 matches, they're already warm, they're already hot,
Right.
They're already
and it's
ready
only a
for the
BO3.
fight. Talent has to come into this series playing like cold. They only get to prepare by playing some pubs, and so it could play into Boom's advantage. So we'll see. I'm sure it's going to be a good match, but Talent is going to be strong favorites here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I got to agree with you. Talon with a bit of a fire under them after losing to Nemesis yesterday 2-1. They're down to the lower bracket. We're now Boom, fresh off of a 2-1 victory over Execration, looking for their chance qualify to TI alongside Team Nemesis. That's going to do it for Winter and I here for the coverage, folks. We really hope you've enjoyed our coverage over the past 4 days. Thanks so much for joining us. And make sure you stay tuned. Our TI qualification match to qualify alongside Team Nemesis to go to Hamburg. Will it be Talon? Will it be Boom? Those answers and many, many more coming up after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the road to the international qualifiers for SEA. It's MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. Jonathan, we've got one final series for one final slot, and we don't have much time before we get into our game one draft. Let's look at the brackets, Jonathan. Let's look at the journey these teams went on to see what the hell happened here in this road. And well, here we are, Jonathan. Yesterday, Team Nemesis against all odds, 2-1 Talon. Props to you. You did say a million times they were beating Talon in their scrims every time. So maybe you knew, but nobody else knew. Team Nemesis qualified. Now we have one slot, Jonathan. Look at the bottom there. Talon versus Boom. A story as old as time, Jonathan. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I don't know how this goes. I think we just saw Boom in the earlier series up against Execration, went all the way to 3 games. This one should go 3 games as well. But I do believe behind the scenes, Talon has been doing a little bit better up against Boom. I don't know if that plays a factor because this Boom has looked different, Mike. Because again, I believe after day 2, we've seen Boom shift away. Like it looks like they're giving draft responsibility to the players, so they're allowed to call for what they want. Looks like again, Mushi stepped a little bit back. You know, if we see the player camps, he's not in Tim's seat, so he's allowing the players to kind of make those choices on their own. And that has made a difference. Whether or not this affects their matchup against Talon, who knows? We're going to have to take a look, as we do have that draft you were mentioning earlier here as well, Mike. The Puck DP being banned out by Talon, the Doom and Bristleback being banned out by Boom. Nothing too surprising yet. Expecting stuff like, say, maybe Beastmaster gets prioritized, with WS and Jabs being prolific. I'm not sure if Shadow Shaman will get priority, but that hero has felt really strong as well, overall. Even stronger than the Ringmaster, as has been proven the past few weeks here, Mike.
But you know what isn't strong, John X Fire, is the reason why Boom Esports have made it to this level. And I'm not even going to say it, John. You can say it for me. What am I talking about? What isn't strong, John?
Oh, the tiny one. Tiny in general. I think it's a hard sell. And again, we've been saying it since another qualifier. Its win rate is bad, Mike.
Can I just say, for everyone that actually listened, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You don't need to compensate me. It's okay. Keep the money. It's okay. Talon, 3rd ban. Beastmaster's picked up. Shaman. The Colonel himself is here, Jonathan.
It's a fair choice. Again, considering this matchup, this is one where you kind of don't want the Beastmaster out. If you're not first picking it, you don't want to reveal that offlane for WS. So you take it away, prevent Jabs from picking it up, and you take something that doesn't show much. Shadow Shaman is just a solid hero no matter what. Both facets are great. I've always leaned towards Chicken Fingers being outrageously busted, but we have seen some players go for the Massive Serpent Ward. CD Pangolier coming out for Boom, but nice steady pickup, as that can be our Jabs or our Mel hero as well. So keeping their own flex options open. I will say, like, the history between these two teams, you said a tale as old as time, as again you're seeing Mushi stepping away from directly drafting, instead guiding the players, offering his opinion. But you have to remember the history as well. Like, this is 23 Savage up against Jabs, which I don't think we've actually seen in this iteration of Boom and Talon, because I do believe they've managed to dodge each other out. So you've got a little bit of the drama from these two really close friends that have played together, all the way back in Fnatic, for a very long time, now having to play up against each other, both on Talon before as well. You've got Cuckoo up against Armel Zhao Tims, the trio, the trifecta of the Cuckoo's gang as well. Right? So there's a lot of drama here. And it's going to be pretty funny to see if there's any all chatters to go in. The lobby was dead quiet outside of WS asking me if I'm okay for whatever reason. Oh. I told him no because Alphon abandoned the game last night. So I didn't get to play my one game before bed. Very sad.
Oh. Well, shout out to you, Alphon. Not good to abandon, sir, but that's okay. I understand.
Yeah, it's some manager stuff to do.
I've played with John too, Alphon. Don't you worry. It's okay. I forgive you this time.
No, he was AFK. He had to get a PC somewhere. I don't know. He had to do some manager. Work. He had to actually work. What did he pick?
What did he pick?
I think he randomed the Leshrac, AFK'd, talking to all the boys sorting an issue, and then ended up abandoning. He was busy. I heard.
He randomed. He didn't like his hero. He abandoned. That's what he did. I know you, Lane.
No.
Don't even try that working crap. I mean, everyone knows you don't work. Boom Esports. Final ban to come. They'll get rid of the leader. Can I just say as well, John, I think people are being a little bit harsher on Mushi because, there's been a lot of questions around drafting and POS 1 tiny and all that crap. I think I want to say that sometimes you can't. It's the classic. You lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Is the problem, I think, right? Mushi's drafts weren't bad, and we didn't say they were bad. It was more of a matter of the picks didn't necessarily suit the players, in my opinion. And what I'm particularly referring to is Jackie Tiny. I think it's one of his worst heroes. I think he knows it's one of his worst heroes, but he's a quiet, shy guy. He won't say anything. So I think that's partially why we're at this stage where now it's like, all right, I'm going to stand back. I'm going to talk to these guys. I'm going to recommend things. But now it's the finals. They've got one chance left for TI this year. It's their game. Let them choose what they want. And quite frankly, it's quite respectable, John, because it takes you to swallow some pride to allow your players to do that. It's a very respectable kind of mannerism here from Mushi.
That it is, and we mentioned that when we started seeing him in the back. I think it takes a lot for someone to step back like that, but Mushi has a lot of experience. He knows what the players need, and it certainly has helped Boom. So it's been a move in the right direction. I will say this draft opening already looks a little bit scary coming out from Boom. They get that special Bat Rider coming out after having to deal with it from Execration in the last series. This is a hero you and I have seen a ton of. Both Stoked and Arsonist have felt great. I will say I do prefer Stoked. I think that's just a scarier fast in general. Whether or not we're getting something like the core Bat Rider here will remain to be seen.
Ooh, I don't know. Okay, Cobb comes out. Look, this hero has been scaring me too, John. Because, for whatever reason, people seem to have a lot of trouble aiming their sonic waves throughout these qualifiers. I want to say, though, Armel has been one of the better Queen of Pain players from what I've seen. I want to give him credit for that. He's the guy that hasn't been missing quite as much, John. And obviously, Storm Spirit matchup, Quap is meant to be favored. Though I will say, I don't think it's as favorable as people assume anymore. It really is a kind of outplay matchup, plus Makoto, arguably the best mid in SCA right now. I think he's not going to have that many issues with this Quap matchup, as we're going to go for a Ricky pickup, which is a support Ricky, and the whole purpose of this is not only to ruin Storm Spirit with the smoke, but obviously Shaman Oracle really don't like smokescreen either. So I actually, for once, like this Ricky pick.
I feel like we've seen the Ricky into Oracle before, and it did not feel great. If I remember, it was very early days in another qualifier, but this was a solution. It did not pan out. My concern for Boom is her hard hold is definitely lacking, right? You don't have a stun outside of Lasso and Rolling Thunder, and the side of town has a lot. They have a Root from the Oracle. They've got the Vortex from Storm, the Shackles, and the Hex out from the Shadow Shaman, and the Chicken Fingers potentially there as well. I can see the value. The smokescreen's going to be insane. The Shard is going to murder this Oracle. You can't save anyone. Everyone's got to have their own Force Staff almost, or BKB, to survive through. And the Gyrocopter, at the very least, is a carry that doesn't care for the Ricky, as he should be able to build a natural Force Staff here as well into Hurricane Pike. So I think you have good answers here. I think this is pretty all in on Boom, but if it does get rolling, this is a lineup that is very hard to play into. Mind, you picked the Bat Rider early, so that Oracle also counter picks it in a very big way, especially, before that moment when Ricky Shard really comes out. You have a lot of saves anyhow on the side of Talon. So it's a matter of whether or not Boom can play fast with that.
Here's my thing, John. Is it POS 5 Bat or POS 5 Ricky? Because that is going to change a lot. Because now you're thinking POS 1 for Jackie against Gyrocopter, so you think Ursa, Sven, TB, all these high armor heroes, right? But then it's like, if he's got POS 5 Ricky with him, then he's basically on his own. There's no lane support with Ricky. It's kind of bad, especially against Shaman Oracle. They're not going to lose the lane against the support Ricky. So if it's POS 5 Ricky, what do you even choose? What do you assume here, John? Is it POS 5 or 4?
It should just be a John Uel Bat Rider. I'm expecting Tim's to play that Ricky. I think it has to for Tim's. Yeah, I mean, for Tim's, right, this is like a Slark, almost. It basically does really nothing in lane except poke back, sometimes pulls the wave. It's not as good as scouting out wards, but it can be someone that soaks up a lot of the smokes. It can break smokes quite nicely and just buy you time. So I think that's functionally what it's doing here for Boom, outside of the value, again, in the smoke screen. In fact, you think about Ricky and Slark, they kind of function the same way with Depth Shroud as well, acting as a pseudo smokescreen save instead of something a little bit more offensive. So It's interesting when you bring that up.
So what are you thinking now? Pos 1, the heroes for me, it's either Ursa or DK, is what I'm saying. It could still be Sven as well, but I think Ursa, DK, probably the better options. What are you thinking? Maybe
I think
Sven
out of
as well.
those, yeah, Sven is probably the safest bet out of all of that. It gives you a stun as well, which the other heroes don't really. Matchup against Gyro is fine. Warcry is great. If you get a free shard, it's even better, of course. So all the armor should save everyone. I think my issue with like an Ursa pick is just kite ability, which again, it does feel like Talon should have some ways of dancing around there. I mean, you've got roots, you've got the shackles out. It's all really annoying.
You do still have Terrorblade as well, and they do ban Ursa. So I feel Sven is probably the good idea. TB is fine. Sven TB, I think, is your options right now.
Celine?
Or yes, no, John, no.
There's the tiny.
John, if they
Jackie
choose
wants
pos
it.
1 tiny, if they do it, John, I might break a window. I'm not gonna lie, I might punch the wall next to me. It might happen. Please don't pos 1 tiny. You have Sven. Please pick Sven. TB. Weaver. Choose Weaver if you want. Choose pos 1 Weaver. It's a great Weaver. Choose that. Don't choose tiny. Don't do it.
Oh, it would be so funny if they just did an epic gamer move right now in Boom Esports and just picked that tiny.
My
just
fist's ready, John.
I mean,
This wall's trembling right next to me.
I'm sure some of the defense is like, oh, you can just toss John Uwell in lane, right? Then he's gonna run down with Flame Break, value point from Firefly, easy kills, right? Yeah, Tiny's
Okay,
convenient.
good,
No,
good,
it's
good.
Sven. Smart.
Good. Yeah.
They play it smart.
Yeah.
That's again
smart.
for all the reasons. Warcry is great. The lane matchup against a Centaur should be fine. Really, it's not a particularly bad lane for Sven. It could be a little bit rougher for the Centaur overall, actually. But you do have that direct double stun lane with Shackles Hex into Hoof Stomp. So there is some good play here from the side of Talon. We do end up with the Tim's Ricky as well. So now for the side of Boom, it's all down to execution. My main concern, actually, seeing this draft is if WS doesn't get caught in Smoker Lasso, and someone does, you literally just press Stampede and you don't die. And that is the concern.
Yeah.
Like, that Centaur does counter the Ricky in a very big way. You only have, well, at the least, again, you have Warhammer, or Stormhammer here, to kind of get a control piece in. And that's it. Rolling Thunder and Lasso will have to be expended as well if you want to keep anyone down. So the hit and run tactic for Boom, it's going to be very hard to execute. If this team can't pull it off, though, you will completely shut out Talon, right? Like, the short timing for Tims is huge. Yeah. John Uwell and his scalability on Batrider is insane. He is sticking on Stoked, so we're not getting the funny right clicks, but even the damage and move speed out from Firefly is pretty damn big. And again, you've got a mid lane matchup that Armel should be able to at least 50-50, if not poke a little bit harder with, say, a 3-1-1 build here.
I just don't. I know Stoked is a great facet especially for support bat, but I gotta say, in this meta, I really like having the backup of Arsonist, right? Because if the game goes bad, you've got this pos 4 Batrider and pos 5 in this case that nobody's thinking about, that can slowly start to inch his way to that stupid shards build up. Obviously, we're not going to have that for Zhao. Zhao's a professional Jonathan. He's going to do professional things. Anyway, game number 1, Talon vs Boom Esports, best of 3. This is the final. There's only one slot left. Jonathan, we're asking you officially, who has the better draft going into game 1?
So hard to say. I think if it's just purely off draft alone, I would lean slightly towards Talon, even though it's counter. It just feels easier to play, right? And again, my concern with Boom is just that this Ricky has to have a really good game. You have to get really good shard timing. You have to somehow mitigate these weaker lanes. And we have seen this from Boom, where the laning phase has not been their strongest point. Mind you, it looked pretty good in the earlier series. So that could be something that's rectified already. It's just that this Ricky support, if it falls flat, if you don't get your shard, you're not able to get levels, you're not able to break smokes, it can be a little bit funky. And we have seen that before. We do get the very rare tie all chat. It's been a few years since we've seen this one.
Yeah.
Very rare.
Till this day, I don't know how the number 5 became the laughing thing for these guys. Why is
okay, so I
5
can explain
ha,
that.
ha, ha. Yeah, okay.
So so 5 pronounced in Thai is ha. I think it's just like literally ha. So when they type 555 in Thai, that's ha ha ha. Something like that.
Okay. No need for the accent, Jonathan.
No,
Oh goodness,
I try every now and again. It's
you do try.
just
yeah.
be.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
Thank you.
We went to Thailand earlier this year, I think it was, John. Very nice place. Very nice
It's
country.
very fun.
Love Thailand.
Oh, the fans
Anyway,
are so
smoke
good
on
too.
smoke situation. So was the Philippines, by the way. I went to both, okay? I went to both. They were both fantastic. They were amazing. Before the Indonesians asked, no, I have not been to Indonesia yet. But I'm coming, I promise. I'm coming.
Wait, an
don't
Australian
get
that hasn't
upset.
gone to Bali? Are you even
That's the reason
Australian?
why I haven't. That's the reason why I don't go. I'll be honest, because I don't want to go to Australia again. Like, why am I paying to go back to Australia? That's why I haven't gone. Honest to God, that's why I haven't gone. Settings from Tim.
Fair enough.
I mean, Tim's, you're playing Ricky, so how hard could it be? I was just like, go. Just go. Are we actually going? Is it fixed?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. The chief said we're going.
Quick fix. Yeah, it's all good. Maybe just a little bit of quirky thing left on. Still getting into this game. Gonna be interesting to see how the mid matchup goes for Armel. He is going for what we've seen a little bit more nowadays, Bondage, Quap up against the Static Slide Storm. No surprises there from Mikado. Coming into range for the Shadow Strike might be a little bit more annoying here for Armel. Now, Mikado should still be able to play defensively if he wants to hold with the Static Remnant backwards. And there is some decent poke with Overload, of course. It's a little bit maybe cheaper to kind of expand out on Mikado, but you do have to respect the Shadow Strike and just playing into Bondage. Like that spell damage reflection will start to hurt the Storm, who's very reliant on it to just farm up the creeps. Rune control is going to be a very big aspect of this mid matchup as well. And you do have decent supports on both sides to make that call. I'd say the Power Rune is definitely in Talon's advantage when you have Prognosticate on the Oracle, so at least the 6-minute rune is your advantage here, but early runes, if there's space in the side lanes, there could be some good movement out here overall, although maybe not so great in Tim's, depending on how many levels he gets by 4 minutes in. We'll have to see. Taking a gander at those other lanes, of course, up top, you are already starting with the pulls here from Tim's. Again, standard Ricky gameplay when he is support. Jabs is going to soak up some farm. You will get a little bit of a freebie out for Savage and just having his own area to farm without any concern, really. So the Gyrocopter is not going to be minding too much, but you might be able to get away with a little bit more than you'd expect for a melee matchup into Gyro. Double melee into Gyro, normally very atrocious time. Chase down potential with Rocket Barrage, Afterburner, and Fortune Send Root is big, but you just don't play the lane, and you miss out that power spike. So that is cutting into maybe some of the earlier tempo Talon would want to be looking for in lanes as well, but that's how you play it. And when you have Ricky, you just pull, and you keep pulling, and you keep soaking.
I mean, Jabs is going to be suffering a lot in the CS department, but this is the hero you drafted. Again, Ricky can have like crazy influence on this game. Like if Tim's pops off, I actually believe Talon are playing 3v5. If he pops off. But if he doesn't, Boom Esports, they're basically playing 4v5 against a better draft. That's what it's going to feel like. This truly is game one of the supports. Like this game is all about Tim's Jiao, and of course, Cuckoo and Joker. That's what it's all about.
See if they can start pulling away later on. Checking that bot lane out. Jokam did go for the chicken finger, so you do have that additional stun to kind of try to combine it with WS, and because it's a melee lane matchup, it doesn't feel necessary for the retaliate on long range poke. You're going to get extra value out with your wand because you're up against a Bat Rider as well, so there's a little bit of a back and forth.
Oh, they're fighting.
That can
You
happen
know
there.
this fight, but you got to be a little bit cautious. They will be able to get it on the Shaman anyway. I was getting a little bit concerned there for Talon because the Sticky Napalm was starting to stack up quite a bit here on WS, and you really can't underestimate. Even that level 1 flame break damage can start to stack up pretty bad, but it's like WS is going to be okay. That was a completely intended pun, by the way, John. I know you didn't really pick up on that one as mid lane. I was making the "Are you okay?" meme, John. I guess it wasn't that funny because all I said was he's okay.
Yeah. You could you could have led into it.
Bad. Yeah.
No, it's good.
I'll try again. I'll try again.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Maybe
Later
we'll
on
get
in this game, I'll try again.
Maybe we'll get some all chat as well. Again, I'm expecting a little bit more outside of just Jabs and Savage. I believe all Jabs did was ask whoever wins will clear the flight for the other one, and Savage said yes. I have no idea what they mean. Maybe book their flight, upgrade their flight. I don't know how these players think.
The flights are covered, Makoto.
Time.
No, he's having a very bad time, John, but he is going to get saved by Master Cuckoo. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a chase going on here for the Shaman. Jokam in big trouble, but is still going to be able to make his way out. So no first blood to be drawn. Very close affairs as Cuckoo being chased a little bit by Tims, but is going to be okay. And he really did make it in the nick of time again, Cuckoo, on this Oracle. Like, had he not been there for that Fortune's End, the Shadow Strike would have guaranteed just killed his Storm. But thankfully for Makoto, he does have the boss, and in fact, Cuckoo's just sticking around now. And you know what? I wouldn't blame Cuckoo if he literally just sat here continuing to do that. Even though it might be a bit of a waste of time, but it is dragging Tims. It is keeping Makoto happy enough in the mid lane to soak XP. And I think this is all you can do right now against Armel, is just keep Cuckoo here to purge off the Shadow Strike every time.
It's just an atrocious lane matchup. Just a rough time once the levels are up. You do go all in here for Armel, level 3 Shadow Strike, so the damage is overwhelming. We'll see if Makoto can at least try to soak into 6 timing, but Armel's already half a level ahead. So once that threat of Sonic Wave is up, there's really not much saving you can do. Even dragging Jiao in now.
Jiao.
Looking for
Jiao,
Makoto.
yeah, I mean, just get the kill. They know he can't be saved this time. Jiao to secure first blood on the bat. That's very strong play from Boom Esports. And again, John, these supports, this game are all that matter. I'm telling you, it's all on these supports this game on both sides. Jiao, fantastic rotation.
Yeah, big one. And mainly because there's no threat from Centaur solo killing your Sven, of course. They will try now with WS, just poking. Don't manage to get the stun afterwards, unfortunately, from the Shackle, as Stormhammer is there.
Try again, though. Jackie, he ran back in for a creep. Blood Grenade's going to land, and they've got him. Oh, Jackie. Not going to be too happy with himself over that one. Of course, WS did go for the level 2 double edge, so he's got plenty of damage for this Sven. As Tims almost goes down. Might stills Makoto, going to chase him down with the Stampede. In fact, it's just a haste rune he has. Got very lucky with the rune here, Makoto. And he does secure a very important kill down to Tims.
And again, that's where some of that emphasis on mid maybe starts to downplay your side lanes.
Someone needs to help Jackie. He just TP'd back. He's going to go for a fight. Joe Cam is going to get stunned up, and the TP rotations do finally come in. They should at least have Joe Cam here. Joe Cam trying to buy some time, will go down, and now WS also going a bit too far, but Savage, he's going to intervene to boot. Looks like Jab's going to TP all the way in. WS still getting those sticky napalm stacks applied. They'll jump the Centaur. In fact, they've got Savage stunned up as well. Savage, what are you doing here, sir? Savage! He's all right for now, but they might dive him for this one. Oh, it's not enough. He will survive, but a very close call for 23 Savage. And Jonathan, I dare say, I don't think there's any need for him to be there. He's level 5. He has a free lane. He doesn't even have cooldown. Like, why are you here? Just farm.
I feel like there was some pressure to play aggressive from Talon being so far in. I think they really just wanted to slow down Jackie as much as possible. And he doesn't lose much. It is high pressure, but at least he doesn't die. Very risky. He mainly makes that move because you can't get that movement out from Mikado. He has no mana. There's no rune coming up, right? So I think that's why he's trying to pick up the slack, trying to join in this rotation where you'd expect maybe a Swarm.
Look at Jiao, though, John. He's level 5 now. He just soaked the lane. He's the same level as Savage. That's a Bat Rider pos 4 that's about to hit level 6, John. Think about that. Prior to 10 minutes, that's huge.
That it is. And that's the sacrifice you make when you make that move out. And like you said, it's down to the supports. You're getting a lot more out, at the least for Jiao. Tims hasn't been able to get as much, but it is a Ricky. You're not expecting too much early on. So this early pressure from what seems to be a very quick lasso and potentially very quick blink here as well will lead to some issues. They've got some early wards as well that Cuckoo does not manage to de-ward. He drops his sentry down, doesn't cover the cliff. So they don't know that that area is being camped, and it's a very susceptible spot for Mikado to get catched out.
Looks like Savage should be okay. Cuckoo's going to be around anyway. There's no point really going for the Savage kill. It's very rare, I've got to say, that Makoto has a losing lane, and this is one of those games where he did have a pretty horrific lane. Armel, props to him, has been, again, the one player that's been performing consistently well on this Queen of Pain. Bottom, thinking about Joe Cam, but they won't pursue the chase. And Jiao, he's being very good about this as well. He'll go back into the forest. He might just jungle a little bit for that level 6 mark. He doesn't really need to stick by Jackie anymore. You get so much more value from Zhao hitting 6, and he's going to hit 6 the same time as Jackie's hit 6. 23 Savage just hit 6. Like, you've basically got another core right now.
And he is. Again, maybe without the farm, but certainly the levels are the ones that matter here to find that angle. Key thing is to try to leverage that. I think, again, the big opening for Boom is just how badly Mikado's lane has gone. He's not going to be able to rotate. He's not going to have too much impact early on, and he's already counteracted again by this Ricky pick to an extent.
Zhao will go for a run with the Firefly. They'll pop the Stampede as well, and this time they catch him. He gets to level 6 and immediately dies. Amazing. So quite a bit of gold actually to WS.
A little bit of a caster's curse as has been happening here.
10-minute power runes, John. Oh, Makoto gets a very lucky regen room. Armel trying to move in. He's moved into a lot of heroes, but the smoke screen from Tim's going to cancel the shackles. Makoto, he jukes the Sonic Wave. That's the first one we've seen here today, John, but the chase continues. Jabs, he'll get the job done. They'll give up Tim's, but they'll give it up happily. No problems here for Boom. That's a very, very good trade. And Armel will successfully retreat to Boom.
Yeah, they're making the Storm a non-factor. Such a hard game for Mikado. You're seeing, again, the impact of just a well-placed smoke screen out from Tim's, just catching Mikado off guard. He can't really do much. At least you still had a zip angle out, but the damage was done, even with a regen rune. Not really able to cover Mikado's full losses. You are getting free space out for WS. This isn't the most important hero, though, to have farm on, but there is some impact once, say, aura items start to come into play. I think the one concern for Talon is that, again, the vision game hasn't been taken out. Set to expire in 10 seconds at least, so the same move onto Mikado is a little bit more tricky to pull off.
Nice easy pick off here for Zhao. Kuku, he's got time. He actually gets the false promise because he also hit his 6, but I think the damage won't be enough. Kuku should heal through this just fine, and he does. They'll go on to Savage instead, though. Savage, he got left behind. I mean, yes, Cuckoo survives, but they know Fate's Edict and False Promise was down, so they just go for the bigger kill anyway. That's another huge kill for Boom. That's massive.
I'm surprised Talon didn't just pop Stampede immediately. Like, WS had
They had Stampede?
Yeah. I was looking at WS. Maybe it just came off cooldown right as that move happens, but still, there's a window to try to run. Maybe even just to try to bail out Cuckoo the first time he's starting to get chain stun. And they don't take it. Talon, yeah, looking a little bit shaky so far. Boom just looks sharper. 5-4, they've got the early advantage. They do have rune control on Talon, but you'd expect that when you have the Oracle, of course. They're not really able to use it much. And the only hero that feels like it has play has been WS, who has been free farming. The blink timing on the Centaur is going to line up quite nicely. Not going to be an aura rush here with, say, Crimson Guard or a pipe to mitigate some magic damage. Just full on frontline initiation to cover the base that Mikado can't quite do for the team yet. But the map control is just out of hand. Boom, get that aggressive ward by the river up top in that expanded jungle. They still have wards defensively as well, watching your own jungle quite nicely. It's allowing them to play much more confidently across the river. Talon just don't have that same sense of security. They do have one ward watching the bot jungle at the least, covering WS's farm area, but nothing to really cover for Mikado and Savage overall. And then that's the pain point right now. Like, there's no play whatsoever for Talon yet. A little bit of a smoke with the two supports at least. I mean, they've got their ultimates ready. They could try for a cheeky snipe onto a solo hero. The issue is, you'll only find Zhao if you really run bot. Not the big one you'd want here.
Sadly, they're not finding anything by the looks of it. Zhao will show himself again. So it looks like they're gonna try and take it. Awkward smoke here from Makoto. He has just picked up a shield rune for himself in the storm. And activated it for that matter. I mean, you probably just accept the Zhao kill, right? Because there's nothing else. The only issue is you're doing it right by the tier 2 bottom tower. So in the event that Zhao reads this movement during this pause, or he backs off and you miss the hoof stomp and you still go in, like, you're probably going to give up some kills here as Talon. It may feel a bit on the desperate side to try for this. But they probably will. I mean, WS looks like he wants to move in. Armel is around the tier 2. He's just behind. You have TPs on all heroes. So it's a matter of, do you think Boom will fight if they can't finish off Zhao?
Yeah, I think the I think one thing to note for Talon is that they don't know Tims is still camping top, right? Along with Jabs. So if you make that little play down bot, Savage is the bigger kill up top. And again, it's a terrible trade for Talon. So they have to really watch their choices. Maybe if WS gets the Stampede off, Savage just runs away. That's a possibility. As again, that's not been popped yet for WS. There's a retreat angle to take at least.
Yeah, they went in with Joe Camp. So not waiting for WS. Fair enough. He doesn't have anything like a blink up yet. I thought maybe you'd pop the Stampede first just to get the kill. But like you said, it's probably much better off saving it just in case the TPs come in. Microphone issue here from 23 Savage. That's okay. Tims is actually keeping tabs on Savage as well. He is underneath the observer ward right now, but Tim's just following him, kind of stalking him. They might need a +1 for this though. They're going to give it a crack. But the Stampede away is going to be just fine as Savage is sticking around. You do have Armel who was trying to move up. Meanwhile, Zhao actually going after WS but does need to leave. So Blade Mail almost ends up killing himself. Meanwhile, Talon just trying to secure the next power rune, and it's going to be another great rune for Mako. Amp damage here for the Storm. He'll keep that one bottle up. They already found the mid-tier 1 tower with the Shaman wards. And so Talon, all things being said and done, even if the previous fights haven't really been going their way, they are still seemingly finding a lot of farm, and they are still finding objectives.
They are. I mean, again, there's a little bit of pressure on Boom to try to play up-tempo. I think, again, there's a concern if, say, BKB start to come in, your control starts to fade away, the damage can start to ramp up, durability kicks in for Talon as well once WS is activated. I will say that impatience on that gank down bot, they got the Blink Dagger from WS being delivered in like 10 seconds. If they just held out 10 seconds more, you'd have gotten yourself that freebie. It's a little bit messy so far for the angles coming in. Smoke out now from the side of Boom on our 2 supports. They see WS, and he is solo with no Stampede. Could be an easy one.
Nice blink away, though. Realizing there's just too many heroes missing off the map right now, WS. Looking to escape. The chase does continue. They might run into Joe Cam and... Oh, WS, he turns around. Oh, he turns around. They saw him. No need for Joe Cam. In fact, they might have a 2-for-1, but Makoto, he's going to jump in, trying to deal with Zhao, but a big Sonic Wave. Armville landing on 3, but it's not enough. Nobody will die. They'll bring in Jackie as well. Jackie, though, not at the stage where he wants to fight yet. And that's a huge turn from Talon.
Just too much durability in WS. It feels like they couldn't really fully commit either. They didn't have everyone up front, just Armel and Zhao in position to try to capitalize on that opening. And you kind of need everything if you want to go on the Centaur, even without the Stampede. So WS is feeling good. He survives the gank. They still have Stampede. They didn't use any ultimates there on the side of Talon. You didn't really try out any big committal anyhow on Boom. 70 seconds is not too much time.
They've still got Lasso, but they missed the Rolling Thunder initiation. And WS, he got the illusion anyway. So they missed out on the power rune on top. So they are at least going to chase down Joe Camp. But the false promise from Cuckoo making it rather hard. And now the turnaround with the... Oh, come on. No, come on. I don't know. I don't know about these kind of pauses. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's not good. Let's see if something happens here.
Well, you have Smokescreen, don't you? No, you don't. They already committed it. They're still trying for Jabs. Jabs will go down. They're on to Zhao as well. Zhao will lose his life to boot. And Talon, another two for nothing trade. Going in their favor. Absolutely massive.
It is a little bit awkward for Boom, especially Zhao re-initiating. He had a lasso. He got stunned as he walked up. Good timing from WS. And that just kind of broke it apart. And that rune fight, again, was pretty... optimistic on the side of Boom. They did not have their full burst. Sonic Wave was just committed on that play down bot. There was like 70 seconds left for Armel. A long time that you had to wait. And you're not in fighting condition yet for Jackie. I'm a little bit surprised that all of these engagements are happening with Jackie sort of running in, as he doesn't have the trifecta up. He will have it soon.
Jabs getting caught here as well. Another nice shackles from Joe Camp. Jabs will drop. And this is where Talon, they're starting to heat up quite a bit here. Is who they got?
Savage?
It's just going to be Jackie. Moving on to Savage. Savage still alive though. Cuckoo again will save. Oh, Cuckoo with the Pavis. The Pavis block just enough for Savage.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh,
my God.
Talon.
Dire's
Cuckoo says no, not today. Akashi qualified, Cuckoo's got to qualify. That's the mentality.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be blocking the rest of the Kukuis for it. But he's putting the work in to save his carry. And Savage is going to be quite pleased with himself to meet back with his old friend from T1 days, you know, from the time when the whole shenanigan things happened and you had that statement from Savage. So you get a pause now from Zhao. I will say, yeah. Our managers, shout out to Nate, Nathanielitz, Nat on Boom, and Lane on Talon. They have to sort this shit out. Come on, fix it up. This is unacceptable. Lane, Nate.
We can't get headset sponsors, guys. We can't get them. Your headsets are never working.
I think that's why they don't get headset sponsors. They just instantly say headset. And you cut to cams and you see what they're wearing. It's like, oh, not a good look.
Well, there it
is. Can't sponsor any of these guys.
Is.
They don't know how to make it work. Can't rely on the players, Mikey. Never can.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, if the headset has like Bluetooth or wireless, you can't give it to these players. It needs to be a corded headset. Otherwise, they have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea. I wouldn't trust these players to make toast. Even cereal, John. If I asked them to make cereal for me, I guarantee you, they'd be like, "Well, what are you talking about? How do I do that?" That's the kind of people we're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen.
That it is. I will give a brief mention. I feel like there's one player that has proven himself to at least be able to take care of himself, and that is Cox. Cox cooks. He cooked for Alphon, man. Cox cooked for Lane. That takes a lot of cooking. So, you know, props to him. Even though we haven't seen him at all in a long time, like, deserves that shout out.
Very romantic dinner between Lane and Cox. Nice to hear about. Is Makoto? What are you laughing at, John? I said nothing inappropriate there. Shout out to Lane.
Nothing
inappropriate. We are going for the Roshan attempt. Everything made sense, Jonathan. It's tongue-in-cheek. Very tongue-in-cheek, John.
Yeah.
Talon. On to Roshan, don't go.
Yeah, not the quickest, but not the slowest when you have the wards dropped and a Centaur to retaliate back. Boom should be very aware of this position. Like, they are smoked up. They can jump in. They've got the Blink and Jow. This could be nasty for Talon.
Oh, it sure could be. Rolling Thunder's going to come through. A big smoke screen as well. They'll pop the lasso, but they got 23 Savage in that lasso. Savage, he's still okay. He'll turn now onto Tim's. The call down as well. Meanwhile, they got the Aegis. WS picks it up, so they got away with it anyway. Armel goes down. Somehow Joe Camp's still alive. Meanwhile, Savage gets destroyed by Jackie. Tips out from Armel from the grave. There's your Aegis. Oh, and an amp damage on top as well. Gaben's Blessing coming in just in case Jackie needs it. Massive fight for Boom Esports. Only survivors being Makoto and Joe Cam. And Joe Cam, he only survives because of the stupid, the foul play crap that Shaman gets. That was literally it. He just hit in the Roshan pit as a chicken.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do. And for Talon, I'm just so surprised they commit for that objective without setting up vision. Right, again, not even setting up a ward on that triangle area, not being fully aware until the smoke came in. And the Stampede comes out, sure, but you got the blink angle out for Zhao to get the lasso. Stampede was a little bit too slow. Cuckoo gets stuck in a corner. Chain stun from some really good rolls out from jabs. And without that Oracle, these team fights are a nightmare. You do at least find a trade back, taking care of Armel early, but again, there's not enough in the tank to go afterwards. And Talon find themselves in the back seat now.
He's all right. I thought Zhao had lasso there for a second. It was 3 seconds on cooldown. Apparently Makoto knew that too, John, because I doubt he'd be farming in that area if he knew lasso was up.
No, I mean, he knows how far to pick it. For Boom, like any fight they win now is just going to really lead back. Talon has to be cautious. They have Stampede back up with how long that fight took, at least. So there's always an escape plan, but that chain control coming in is nasty if Jab lands that good roll.
Well, looks like they're going to go through the twin gates here. Or maybe not. Boom Esports. Not feeling it. Tormentor is being taken. So Talon will get away with the freebie on the Tormentor. Nice shards here for Joe Camp. Smoke up immediately from Talon. They'll try to head somewhere. Boom Esports on the opposite side of the map right now, though. But it looks like they're going to run the long way. They won't try to use the twin gates. Just a little bit too risky. There is a very nice region rune down bottom as well. Makoto would be very happy to pick up a region before any kind of fight really breaks out to begin with.
Is under attack.
It's like he will check to boot and he will see it. Very nice here for the Storm.
It's just a little bit slow here from Talon. They gave out their Shrines of Wisdom for that. No one TP'd onto tier 2, so a freebie out for Boom. Again, these supports are getting a lot of EXP, more than you'd probably expect at this point for Talon. And I think one saving grace for Talon is that the farm game is still flowing. On the side of Boom, it's all in on Jackie, on the Sven, to kind of carry through this game. Number 1 in net worth, 14k, a good 3k above everyone else, so almost a full item ahead, which is what you want to see on the Sven. But again, the entire team has made sacrifices. Armel and Jabs have taken the back seat for that to happen, which isn't too bad. Like, as we're seeing the way Boom plays, Jabs really just needs to line up with the inhibit on his diffusal and get the Rolling Thunder off and burn some mana on Cuckoo, and the game just becomes unplayable. Cuckoo?
Well, Stampede actually popped here to try and save the life of Cuckoo's. TPs are incoming. Finding nothing yet. Makoto, he's going to jump in after Tim's. Tim's just jumping away. Meanwhile, Lasso committed here by Jump, catching out Cuckoo and Jackie. The damage output here from Jackie is massive. Savage, he's been left behind. He's trying to clear out the stacks before he dies, but Jackie, he just bloody huge him. Which is why you give him Sven and not Tiny. That's why.
So, and we're seeing the effect already. Jackie just having so much impact on Talon. It's looking shaky. That call to run back in after that failed initiation on Cuckoo while still having the Rolling Thunder up, while not having the best of vision to their own triangle, once again, pretty awkward overall. Like, you do have that one BKB on Mikado, and we're seeing it again. Like, they get that good initiation. Unfortunately, doesn't completely clip Cuckoo. But Talon's very split apart. And it clumped right in the right spot for Jackie to get that initiation. And the cleanup's just there. I mean, you've got the damage. Savage has none, with Warcry up especially. There's really no right click here on your gyro. And Talon just bleed that gold lead back. 11-11, 2k lead up now for Boom.
I was going to say this during draft as well, but I'm very shocked that teams just aren't first phase banning Bat right now. Like, even in support, you see how great Zhao does. You know, you see an Oracle, you go for the immediate lasso, and that's it. The fight's over. Like, that's it. Like, how is this hero not first phase ban every game now? It's too good, this Bat Rider hero. It's just too good and too versatile at the moment, in my opinion.
Now, I agree with you. I feel like teams have learned about, like, the DP, for sure. The Bat Rider has been less a priority, depending. I think we're seeing it a little bit more, maybe up against, say, Nemesis, up against Mac. But it still slides through every now and again. I think for Talon, this is where the challenge begins. This is that tempo we were looking for from Boom. The backline's almost always threatened. Tim's almost has his full Athos timing lined up. So now Stampede won't save. You don't have anything like Force Stabs yet on the side of Talon either, as they are opting for the Blinks on their supports.
I mean, this really does feel like Pig Jackie right here. Like, look at his net worth. This is old school Jackie. This is the guy that we used to see back when he was still new. It's like, I don't know if yesterday motivated him a bit, but I'll tell you what, John, he's looking like he's not messing around here today. No messing around.
No, certainly not. And this is his timing. And the trifecta's up with the blink as well. Talon, just, I don't know what you kind of have to do here in Talon. You have 2 BKBs up. Savage, of course, needs more damage. We'll have to go into the BKB first. Their map control has felt lackluster on Talon. They do have defensive wards, at least up top. And the smoke, fortunately for Talon, doesn't end up connecting just yet. But they really need that blink on Cuckoo. Like, he is putting himself in the firing line to try to get spells casted. They need this Oracle to actually get some big saves. And for Boom, I mean, Tim's doesn't even need to do much. Zhao is there to pick up the slack. Jabs has been so on point with his rolls. The inhibit's causing a lot of issues. The mana burn ruins. And that spell spam Cuckoo wants to maintain as well. And it's not looking like the kind of game that Mikado normally carries back from the brink. This is going to be hard to try to dig into that durability Jackie has. You might be able to find a backline, sure. But even that's a little bit challenging with how mobile they can be for Mikado. We'll have to wait and see. This BKB on Savage alone is not enough. Daedalus has to be on top of that, along with at least a Morbid Mask, I'd say, for you to feel comfy here. And that's just so much more farm you have to find. At least you are getting cheeky with Jokam. just dropping wards, forcing responses out, forcing a way to equalize waves, buying them time to fix other lanes as well, like top and mid. So you are stalling out a fair bit here on Talon, but the moment that next rush is up, and if Boom managed to find that, or find a follow-up fight again, you're in dire straits for Talon. Like, Boom, it's just so much easier to initiate. For Talon, you only have WS, right? Like, you jump in with WS, maybe Mikado, that's it. For Boom, you can start with jabs, no problem, nothing to scare him off that Rolling Thunder. You've got Tims as well, you can just jump in smoke screen. You've got the Blink Lasso on Zhao, you've got the inbuilt mobility on the Quap, the Sven with the Blink. Like, a lot of ways of just taking these fights, and Talon, it's kind of all in. If WS doesn't manage to get a good stun angle out, then you can say bye-bye to any hopes of bursting anyone meaningful down. Again, until at least the Daedalus on Savage, but even that just feels just very lackluster in this kind of game.
Still waiting it out. I mean, Boom, 2k advantage, but it's Talon they're up against. Like, Talon known for being that team that can make these huge kind of comebacks and play very long games as Jackie. He could get caught. If they caught Jackie, I mean, he's 4k ahead of anybody else on the map right now. He is well and truly worth a lot of gold for Talon if they can catch him, but they're going to start on Tims first. They want to get rid of that Ricky and not have to worry about the smoke screen. Tims, though, still not dying, finally should go down. Jab's going to move with the Roaring Thunder, but they've lost WS already. The Centaur's gone. Stampede was popped, but it's not really going to matter too much. Cuckoo, he pops the false promise on himself to try and survive. Can he make it out? He'll get to the fountain and survives. He will make it as Jackie continuing chase, but it is going to be a 2-for-1 in the end. The fight is well and truly over. It's another quick one for Boom, but they've got a T2 tower they can look to take.
I don't know how you defend this in town. At least Godstrand's fading away.
TPs are coming in. Makoto, he's going to try and take advantage, but Jackie, he couldn't give a crap. He wants to go fight. In fact, never mind. BKB TP. Let me get out of here. No risking it.
He understands just how much he's worth. With Godstrand fading away as well, not really a fight you're keen on taking there for Boom. But they've done the damage. Again, you're seeing the issues that we were just talking about here for Talon. If their jump isn't good, and it's not particularly good if you just jump a Ricky, what do you do afterwards? What's your follow through? How do you get control? How does Jokam manage to get a good shackle off in this kind of game? It's very difficult. How does Cuckoo get position out without that blink on him? He has to be in the firing line to try to save. So you really lack options to fight here on Talon. It needs more time. You have a Crystallis up in Savage, that's a start, but again, not nearly enough. And even with a full Daedalus, I'd argue it's still not enough. There's just so much here from Jackie. Just the Warcry alone. I mean, 22 armor is a lot for a Gyrocopter to have to dig into. He's not the highest stat gain, Agi carry.
Makoto?
He doesn't have the highest
Makoto? Oh, they've got Makoto. Stampede's going to be popped. Makoto's gone, though. What a huge start. Tim's finding the primary target as Cuckoo gone to boot. And there goes Jokam. Double kill for Jackie. He's godlike now, but Tims, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I don't
Makoto
understand
just
it either.
ran
I don't know why would you do that? He had the gem. It's given away into a Ricky lineup. Now you have complete map control on Boom. Talon is just falling apart. You know, maybe as a result of yesterday carrying through a little bit here. It's not good. Boom looking so sharp. Again, they've shaken off that rust from the last qualifier they were in that ended horribly for them. They're looking to be in fine form after some corrections earlier on this qualifier. They've got free access to Roche for the banner. Nothing to be scared of. There's no threat from Talon. I don't know where you're supposed to find damage. Like, legitimately. Daedalus is flying in. It's so what? Like, Savage has so much armor he has to dig into. I don't know how you play this. Talon has to show us some magic here, because a little bit of a miracle has to come in, because Boom has just been so on point. Why would you do this too?
Dude, this is crazy. Are they baiting a fight? It looks like they're trying to bait a bad fight from Boom. Zhao's got Lasso. It's crazy risk. Like, you don't want to lose WS that early. He's too impactful here in this next fight. I mean, everyone's very impactful, don't get me wrong, but... Well, speaking of, Cuckoo especially cannot afford to die. That's the one guy. I think if you had to choose, you do not want to see that Oracle die first. Here we go.
Oh, good scan.
Smoke up Makoto. is also going to get smoked. He won't go for that creep wave. Wrap around, Gel. How fast will you react? Apparently fast enough. They'll jump in for the lasso. Jackie jumping in to try and finish the job. But the Sonic Wave, it's going to be enough. Makoto's gone. They didn't see him in time. It's another one fight for Boom. Not even close. Put him in the shredder. Jackie's on a triple. Not
is this?
even close. Oh, you tell me, John. Lane, Lane, get the coffee machine ready.
No, look,
Start
Cuckoo
the
was
coffee.
right in range. He was in range to Fortune Send and False Promise. He did nothing. What is that?
Oh no.
What's happening here, Talon? He false promises Jocam? For what? Like,
Get the coffee ready.
I don't get that. The smoke breaks and they just
Starbucks.
stand still there as well. Like this is just
No Starbucks. They don't deserve it. Get the
this team
coffee
doesn't
machine
deserve to
ready.
get anywhere. Talon is just
Get him
complete and
Nescafe.
utter trash if this is what they expect to play the last slot to TI. They have some rethinking to do here.
This is my
That was just
favorite kind of John
terrible.
X Fire. This is my favorite John X Fire. This is the one I love to
What
hear.
was that? This is garbage. Complete garbage, Dota. We've seen better games from, I know Tech Free Gaming had more plays to show us. Kapite looked better.
Uh-oh.
What is this
John
on the
X
last
angry.
day?
We've got John X angry,
I mean,
ladies
this
and
is-
gentlemen. He's not happy.
This is atrocious.
This is my
there's
favorite
no
job.
defending that play. That's just garbage. Complete and utter trash. Straight from the bin. What the hell happened? Did we switch our 5 players for I don't know, a bunch of randoms in the street in the village? Like, what is this? They're getting, I mean, it's an outplay, sure, but Cuckoo wasn't even stunned. I can't even wrap my head around. Maybe he couldn't believe it. That they were just standing there with the smoke broken and just willing to die. Because I don't know what he was thinking. Why would you false? What's happening? It's just mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. And the reason why I can do this is I feel safe when I can, other teams I defend this. With Talon, I can dig in better, I got an angle in to be spicy, Mike. It's good.
You do, John.
That's what
You're
they
doing
love.
a great job. We love it, John. Trust me, we all love it. Keep up the
Joe
great
Cam's
work.
gonna die
Joe
for
Cam?
free?
No, he's not. He's okay. He reacts quickly, John.
Yeah, at least he does.
Maybe
Can't
he
be
should
said
play
about Cuckoo this game. Yeah, perhaps. Might have been the call. Godfather Cuckoo certainly showing a little bit of that Godfather age. I'm pretty sure there was at least a second window he could have tried to save Mikado there. And then, nonetheless, things move on, and for Boom, this is looking easy. Easy peasy to the road to TI. All you hope now for Boom, don't troll. That's the number one thing, but Boom hasn't thrown in a while, so they should be fine. Easy Siege coming out for Jackie. I mean, he has a Satanic. He's going for the Swift Blink.
boy.
He's going to get Daedalus afterwards. There's no
This is
stopping
old
this
school
man.
Jackie. This is classic Jackie. This is him. Jump in. Oh, maybe not him. Jackie, don't make me look stupid now. Lasso's out from Jao on to Savage. They're going to just chase him down. Meanwhile, Jackie needs to run. He's got an Aegis up. He's still got God Strength going. In fact, he'll turn around. Now 23 Savage and Satanic. It's going to heal him up. Those false promise at the very least. But Savage, can he continue to get to the fountain? He's taken so much damage here from Jackie. I don't know if he's actually going to survive. In fact, he won't. There was no heals coming in.
buyback.
There's no buy. Oh, there's no buyback. What? What do you
it.
mean there's
It's
no
over.
buyback? It's over.
call it.
Cuckoo's down. They have not called John. This is Talon. They are known for holding. They've got a tier 2 tower bottom. Makoto. At the very least, chances are it's only going to be 1 racks because the respawn timers are low and God Strength is gone. Maybe they try for the second. I highly doubt it though, because again, it's a bit risky.
I mean, you have 2 minutes on Aegis. What's the risk here? There's no concern. Look at Jackie, no care into a center with Blade Mail.
The Talon are very good at high ground defense though, John. We've seen this many times. As much as you don't want to admit it right now, they are very good at defending high. Just look at that. No racks. No racks taken.
No, you know what? I appreciate this from Boom. They respect the fact that there's always an angle to troll. Don't take the risk
Yes.
up against Talon. You're right. This is a team that punishes, even though right now it's looking abysmal. Jackie is just a man on his own. 27k net worth. Next one to him is Armel and Savage at 18. A full 9k above on this Sven. Worlds apart. Swift blink up. Daedalus to come out next. Age is still a minute and a half, which now should just be for farm. For Talon, I legitimately don't know what they can do. I mean, that was very fortunate for them. The lasso was reflected back with a really good Lotus coming in there from WS.
Yeah.
literally saves the day. In fact, WS is taking matters into his own hand. He's going to get the workhorse up. He's going to start to hitch a ride for Savage, get some saves up. That's a good option. Or save Cuckoo. Legitimately, either or. Jabs has been very good at keeping
Asian
Cuckoo
K.
stun locked.
Agent K
he's just-
remembers what Savage said. He remembers,
Yeah.
John. Cuckoo remembers.
He
How many
does.
Filipinos, Savage? How many did you say? That's the problem. Savage,
Not
you gotta
more
be
than
careful with
one.
your words.
And he has. It's been a few years
Country
since that
before
as
team.
Well, I don't know about that. You know, if it works, it works. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just joking, John. I'm just joking. Just take it easy, John. Here we go. Jackie. T3 tower. Stun is up. Age is still 25 seconds to go. This time the T3 tower should eventually go. They still have the Roshan banner with double siege creep. So at least the T3 tower. Gabs, thinking about committing. The thing for Boom is they don't need to commit. Because they've got, in my opinion, their draft just works better in the late game, apart from maybe that Makoto Storm, which is going to get pretty scary. But the Sven vs. Gyro matchup, like, genuinely, unless this game goes for another hour, I don't know if Savage actually gets to a stage where he can contest Jackie.
no.
Like, look how
No.
far apart they are. There's a 10k advantage on Jackie in comparison. WS? Jump in. False. Oh boy, here we go. No false promise to come out. Jabs is taking care of Cuckoo. Ethereal form for WS is going to save it because he had the Ghost Scepter, but not for long as Makoto going to try and jump in. They'll drop the false promise on WS. He does make it out, but they need to escape everybody else out of there. And it seems like they will, but WS will die. Even with the false promise, it was too much damage because Jackie, look at Jackie. He's just right in. He is just right in. Jackie, he is not having it today. It's Makoto desperately trying to save this game, but he's doing it without a carry.
Well, without a carry
So
for a
is
minute
WS.
10, WS.
And Savage, I think even Savage knows he's at that stage where it might be time to think about calling it. He's just so far behind. You're so reliant on Makoto and WS now to try and carry you through this one, as they are going to jump in again. Armel looking to fight this one out with his BKB. A big sonic wave. Cuckoo's going to go down. They've even got Makoto. Beautiful work from Tims. WS a 3-man stun, but where's the help? Makoto, he's going to fight back, but this is the final ditch effort to try and save this game. Can he zip away? He can for now. He'll zip back towards the base. And again, they have saved. WS and Makoto. They're holding the line here, John. They're holding. They're requesting
are.
backup. But backup is a little bit weak right now, John.
That it is, extremely so. There's no damage on Savage. He stood his ground with Satanic trying to trade blows, but it's really not doing anything to good old Jack. In fact, I'd argue perhaps this could be a game where a Revenant's Brooch might be more valuable as the magic damage true at least. If you're trying to hit Jackie, could be nice. Could be one way to go, but I don't know. Even that, it's not that convincing to me, so we'll have to see. His base damage isn't high enough in Savage for the damage to really feel particularly amazing either.
They pop God Strength and they won't find anything. Zhao, he was looking for a lasso, I believe, onto Cuckoo. Not going to get it this time around. In fact, it was Jokam, excuse me, that he was trying to grab, but he blinks away. Jokam has been very good in this Shaman. Very quick reactions, not really making any mistakes, I want to say. In fact, but all the supports have been playing extremely well. I mean, yeah, Cuckoo, he missed one false promise that's kind of led them to this stage. But apart from that, I think, honestly, the Talon supports have been doing great. I think that there's one piece of the puzzle missing right now on Talon. He's trying. It's slow, but he's trying.
That he is. Again, the matchup just doesn't work out anyhow. Like, I don't know how Savage is supposed to win prolonged fight. The ideal now is to try to kite Jackie, but we're not seeing that. There's so much space being created by Boom. Witty smoke screens up with a shard, with a rollout from Jabs. Like, there's way too much to worry about. Like, once they commit in Boom, they are going to find a kill. Like, there's no saving it right now in Talon.
I actually don't know if there's even a point to Savage buying like the butterfly for the evasion and all that crap either. Because I think Jackie's just good enough to rely on the cleave. I actually like the idea you had. I think Rev Brooch plus Divine is the way to play it. Just kite out BKBs Like, that might actually just be it. They'll go Daedalus.
Could be.
That's okay. They're not going to go Rev
I mean-
Brooch, but I actually think Rev Brooch plus Divine is probably the way to go.
I mean, I appreciate the butterfly in that the base stats really, it's just more agi. It feels like it's just more damage. It's not even really about the evasion. I don't think he just wants to go all in on agi, try to get some more stats up because quite frankly, your output right now in the gyro is pathetic.
We go Lasso Savage.
That's it.
Call it.
No
Call it.
buyback again.
It's over. Call it. I didn't want to say no buyback, John. I didn't want to say it. I mean, look, he
bought out the
bought out his
Daedalus.
Daedalus. He's doing what he needs to do. But you've got to respect that position you're standing in, even if you've got D wards there, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to find you. Top racks, jump in, WS, again with Makoto, they're going to try and save this game. Armel jumps in. The Shaman, Joe Camp, going down, gets into the foul play. Surely doesn't survive, but the workhorse, WS dragging Joe Cam out of there, and now the shackle from the workhorse. Look at this. Jabs, he's gonna walk away. Oh, the longest tongue you've ever seen, Joe Cam. Here we go, onto the cop again, Armel. Go get Megas. Workhorse plus shackles. It just looks so stupid. You know what it looked like, John?
That it is.
That was Jiraiya. That was Jiraiya from Naruto right there. Shout out to anyone who knows. That's Jiraiya.
I see. Fair enough. Unfortunately, and as funny as that is, it's really... I mean, that's not the combination you're looking here on Talon, for sure. I don't know what combination works. You put Savage there, maybe he gets some hits with the Divine, sure. Can he farm the Divine when you're up against Mega Creeps like this with no map control? Probably not. And boom. They've just done such a great job. Again, there were some questions coming in, whether or not Boom could carry through, whether or not they could even beat Execration. They do cleanly a little bit in 2-1, not as clean as you'd expect. Right now, up against Talon, looking very clean. As Talon just, I know. Again, it's messy from Talon. They didn't get to play earlier. That's one thing as well with this squad and this org in general that I feel has been consistent. Whenever they do not play a series before a final, they look like they never warm up. I don't know what it is about them, but it certainly always looks like they're underprepared in game one. And it has looked flaky here for sure. Boom, just go for the safe play, take Roshan, refresh shard on hand with a banner and the cheese in Aegis. And you should have no problems clearing out the rest. But literally no concerns here for the side of Boom. Secondary life for Jackie, refresh out for for Jabs. They'll get the cheese and the banner up as well, and that should be it. That should be your last siege out Talon. I mean, if they can somehow farm the Divine, maybe it's a miraculous hold. Without that Divine, Savage dies, you call it. That's it. There's no way.
Look, if there's one team that can come back from this position, it's Talon, right? These are the guys. They've done this before. We've seen this many times, John. We've casted this many times.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're gonna do it. I'm on the same boat as you. I know it looks impossible. I agree. I don't even think it's Savage carrying the game. I think Makoto is gonna carry if they're gonna win. Straight up. If they're gonna win, it's gonna be Makoto. But I don't think he can do it.
No.
But if they do it, I can almost guarantee you it's the Storm.
I mean, I can see that. Maybe, look, a little bit of a stretch. The shard of Makoto can actually do some work, getting some magic damage with attack speed. So that's actually pretty useful against the Sven. Whether or not he'll buy it, I mean, certainly not. He's going to have to try to go for something bigger. Side of Boom doesn't need to rush into this either. They just need to wait for Talon to mess up or even just walk to the edge of their high ground. And that's an opening enough. Unfortunately, they don't have vision out at the very least.
Oh, they're gonna wait. Savage, are you gonna go for the creep? He's going for the creep wave here, John. I think it should be WS. This is very risky. He'll hang by the tier 4s, but you're up against the bat. Jal's gonna show up. They jump in. Lasso's out. They chose WS instead. The false promise is gonna buy a bit of time here, but Cuckoo is already down to boot. WS, he's out of there. But Savage, he's trapped up between the tier 4 towers, and he gets critted. Jackie takes him down with a huge crit. He'll buy back into the team fight though. The Serpent wants to block the way. Meanwhile, Makoto trying, but the Sonic Wave Armel hitting 3 of them by the fountain. Onto the tier 4 towers, they'll go boom. Trying to put a little in this one. More buybacks to come. Now Joe Camp coming in as Makoto. Gonna jump in again. Joe Camp, who are we aiming? He's trying for the Pango, but Jabs is fine as now the tricks of the trade. Makoto's gone. So is Savage, they call it. GG. Game 1 goes the way of Boom. The standout player is indeed Jackie. He gets it. I'm not even going to pretend.
Yeah.
Yeah, the supports played great. Jackie, this is classic Jackie. This is
That it
Motivate
is.
Trust Jackie we
This-
just watched.
Yeah, it definitely is Motivate Trust Jackie. He puts on the fantastic work to carry the game for his team, getting that investment off, even dodging out a few ganks there from Talon. For Talon, I don't know what to say. That was just... there were some moments that looked good. Moments like this where Mikado was just standing in a world of his own, under vision, near vision, losing a gem. It's just... And this one, see, Kuku was right there ready. And it doesn't manage to react. It's just so much going on. It's a difficult game for Talon to play. Boom draft perfectly. This Ricky pick pays off. Again, for teams, it's very similar to what the Slark would achieve, and they make it work. Talon just didn't have strong lanes to really try to abuse that. I think they got caught in a little bit of a draft, in a rut going for the Gyrocopter. I think teams should start to avoid this. This hero just feels, I don't know, over-prioritized, and we started to see teams lean away from it, but then you see it coming back in, and it's just, again, it's not a be-all and all carry. Not when you're up against Sven. So many ways of just mitigating that physical output. Heck, even if it wasn't the Sven pick, if Jabs went for a Crimson Guard, that alone takes care of Gyrocopter's early output as well. Like, the damage block based on HP is just tremendous. And Gyro just does not do a lot. So, I think Talon has to go back to the drawing board, because that was not even a game. Boom was just in complete control. They play it so clean. You gotta admire it from Boom again after getting knocked into the lower bracket earlier than anyone would expect. They managed to rally out, ride out, and again, you see Coach Mushi's taking a step back, and the players are allowed to maybe play around with draft choices a little bit more, and it's paying off. Like, it's looking good. I'd say into game 2 with this tempo on hand for Boom, Talon look like they're not going to TI this year, Mikey.
We don't know that yet, John. It's a best of 3 series. It's a best of 3 final. Boom Esports now 1 game ahead, 1 game away now, in fact, to qualifying to this year's TI. And of course, this means a lot to them because they recently lost another qualifier for a big event, and obviously they weren't too happy about that. So they're kind of relying on qualifying to this. Of course, TI, biggest event of the year. Everyone wants it. And you see this last beautiful team fight. I mean, what a setup there from Tim's. Perfect. Absolutely perfect gameplay from Boom Esports. Standout player is Jackie. There's no question. Absolutely zero question. I don't care if Jackie was playing alone this game, John. He would have won. Like, he was on a mission this game. He wasn't losing.
That he was. I mean, he makes us remember why he's that big carry that can just outfarm anyone if you give him enough time and space. And he did. Yeah, he was him. No, there was no contest from Talon. They were trying earlier on, couldn't find him, and Jackie just utilizes that space so well. Especially when you're comparing it to like a Gyro who should theoretically keep up. Just wasn't the case here for Talon. And for Boom, I like this confidence. I like what I'm seeing. I like their draft ideas. They're going back into what we'd expect from Boom Esports, what we expected to see at the start of these qualifiers, at the start of other qualifiers as well. This is them at their peak. This is them at their best, doing something a little bit different as well with these hero picks. So I've got a good feeling about Boom. I think going into game 2, Talon has looked shaky. I think their matchup from Nemesis yesterday must have shaken their confidence a little bit, because it looks bad. This looks like a team that, you know, didn't place top 3 in DL26. This looks like a team that bombed out, which was Boom, by the way, as well in that same tournament. So how the tables turn over a few months, as Talon just look like they're going to be missing a ticket here. Well, let's see if they can rally. This is a team that can bounce back, as you've said. It is a best of 3, but if this is the same game we get, man, I mean, congratulations, Boom. If this is the same Talon we get in game 2, I have to say, it looks easy. It looks very easy.
Well, Jonathan, your pain is Gary's gain, and I can feel that smile all the way from Sydney, Jonathan. I can feel the presence of Gary. Those teeth are smiling, those teeth are showing. We're going to head to a break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Talon, Flips the Talon, and Boom Esports. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The road to the international for the SEA qualifiers coming slowly to an end as we're moving into game 2 of a best-of-3 lower bracket final between arguably the two favorites of the whole qualifier, Boom Esports and Talon. Here slugging it out. Boom Esports now one game away. Just one? Just for 40 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe 2 hours. You know, it is Talon, but just one game from making Gary Onko very, very happy and making Talon very, very sad. It is MLP Dota and DronXFi. Jonathan, you look a little bit distressed. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling all right. You know, it's a good sign from Boom. I think that game 1 certainly shows us their prowess. This is them at their best, which I feel like we've been missing from Boom for a while. For Talon, it looked shaky. I think the draft ideas were somewhat there, but very exploitable by the side of Boom. So they kind of have to respect that. And that Boom has that flexibility, that Boom has these answers, that Boom can actually play a Ricky support. So we'll have to see if the adjustments are made in draft, as it feels like, again, Boom just got a lot of that. No lanes were winning for Talon, which is something that Talon needs to do, especially against Boom, who we've criticized before for having weak lanes. Didn't look that way when they're playing against Talon. We had even weaker lanes. So, again, I think it's back to the drawing board for Talon. We'll have to see what they can work out. Boom does have some really good reads in Talon, though. They ban out the TA, they ban out the Doom that Savage has been playing. Talon are forced to ban out the Kunkka first, along with the Puck and the Morphling, which, honestly, it's also very strong heroes for them. Right, these heroes are also heroes they love to play themselves. They love that Kunkka. You know, the Mikado Puck has carried games before. No options for that here for Talon. The Death Prophets may be a little bit more specific towards Boom. Talon hasn't run that, so that's a bit of respect for Zhao and Armel, as they've run that before. And maybe even Jabs if you'd want to. Curious to see what is prioritized first. Bat Riders in the pool. And that's going to be an interesting one, as it should feel like a very free first pick for the side of Boom Esports. That hero has been doing a lot. Surprised it's not banned out. Maybe Talon feels confident with a different save on hand. The Oracle was sound. It's just, again, there's a Ricky in the pool. So you need to find some way to kind of get some play there. We'll see. Boom, looking for that last ban in this first phase, seeing what they'd want to kind of take care of here from the side of Talon. I think maybe some pocket picks that Talon lean into, you know, stuff like WS heroes, the Bristlebacks taken out. That's one of them. Does leave maybe some big Talon heroes like, say, Beastmaster for WS is there. Anglier's prioritized by Boom, which is interesting, but it's a very safe pick. You flex that between Jabs and Armel quite fine. So that should provide some leeway here in figuring out what matchups they'd want and leave things open, make Talon second guess what they have to do on mid. For Talon, again, this is there. If you want it, Shadow Shaman's available again, as Jokimo is having a pretty good game, all things considered. Feels like a very safe first pick up as well. Are taking your time, though. Again, need some adjustments in here into this game, too, as Boom just ran them down in game 1 for sure. So have an extra hard think about what they'd want to do in this draft, what they'd want to achieve. I'd say if you're into Pangolier, I mean, WS Beastmaster is always good. I'll go with Lena first.
Ooh.
So again, this hero, which has not had the best win rate. It's when it was in DL26, it had like a 40% win rate. Across, I believe when I was last checking stats, in the most recent qualifiers and the regional TI qualifiers, it was at around 40 as well, 48 maybe. So it's not the most winning hero. Mikado was one of the players that made it work. And this is a very dangerous assumption that Lena is going to play against Pangolier mid. But in most matchups anyhow, the Lena should win out. So it's a very stable pick. This is something Mikado can try to hard carry on. I'm just curious if they're expecting any sort of specific thing on the mid lane matchup now. Because if Armel runs Pango mid, yeah, it's not great for Pango. Lena's going to run you down, but that's most matchups nowadays, at least in terms of just mid matchup. There's a sniper option available, which some teams have popped back into, and that could be the one way to lane into Lena. So I'm curious if that's something Boom will think about as well. You get some bans coming through. The Nagasarian taken care of, so no resets for Talon for free. Monkey King as well, just in case that's something they'd want to flex. I believe we could end up seeing, in that sense, maybe 23 Savage Lena and something like a Mikado Monkey, so they kind of just take care of that option away, leaving less options for that flex. What'll it be for Talon? Do you want to take care of Bat Rider? It's just always scary to play into that. That hero has just felt way too strong. Stoked and Arsonist are both really damn good. It's just so disruptive into your backline as well. And in lane, it's really damn good. Like, laning phase of Bat Rider is so good. Level 1, level 2 feel great. Level 3, 4, 5, it just scales really well. They'll actually ban that sniper we were talking about as the flex, but they leave the Batrider option, so I don't know if you mind too much on the side of Boom, as you still have this kidnap connection that you can make here. And, you know, even though the Lina stands far back, once you have a Blinking Batrider with a Flame Break, not too much of an issue there to catch Lina off guard.
No, I mean, I actually like it. I just don't know whether Armel wants to run the mid bat. But I like it. I even if you don't run the mid bat, just choose bat. It's just one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. I mean, I'll call it right now. When TI starts, bat's going to be the most banned hero. Easily. Like, I can almost guarantee it. Maybe not right now, but you give it a couple months, John, as we are going to see the Slark popping up now from Talon.
Yeah, this is something comfy for Jokam. Again, one of the few players in DL26 that really made this work. One of the few players in C that makes it work along with Tim's. So very stable support coming in, some sort of pseudo-save or Depth Shroud. Lane isn't amazing, no matter what you do, so you're going to be pulling back. That should be something Boom can kind of set up to punish on with the Johnny Well hero. So I'm keen on seeing what they'd want there. Again, as we were talking about, Batwater still available. Maybe a little bit more annoying into Slark with his self-dispel, but could still be. I mean, it's not like you can Dark Pact every single time. You can kind of trade back. You can make those pulls annoying here for Jokam. Could be the way to go for the side of Boom. We'll have to wait and see.
Honestly, when it comes to supports, like, I really like seeing things like, we haven't seen it much, but I feel like Zhao could just run +5 Disruptor. Because, like, you don't care about Slark. You just glimpse him away every time. You know, like, he can't purge off your Static Storm. Kinetic Fence is very good with Pango. I mean, we're probably not going to see it, but I'm just saying, like, we haven't seen much of this Disruptor versus Slark matchup in the supports, and I think if you're worried about Slark, you could just pick up Disruptor, and chances are it'd be a pretty big headache. Even that what's that shard called that he has? What's it called, John? The Slark shard?
Depth Shroud.
Depth Shroud. Yeah, just Static Storm on top. Who cares?
Yeah.
Screw.
Yeah. I do like this from Boom, though. They go into the CK support we've seen a lot of, and that split bolt, or whatever it's called, where you do have the extra stun, is kind of crazy in terms of team fight. It's really good in just bursting down heroes as well. Even as a support, you just have so much minus armor, so much damage to throw out. So I like this coming out from Boom. There's nothing to really melt the illusions. Lina somewhat does, but once you get, again, gap close in, it's a relatively easy hero to burst. So it's looking sharp from Boom, leaning into the specialties that they've made for themselves. Mirana coming out now as well. Not the most natural Mirana game, to be fair. No Kunkka combination, no room for Shadow Demon if you are going to be running say CK5 Mirana 4 here for Tims. There is maybe an option on mid for, say, Ember. I think that's what you'd maybe look at here on Boom with Chain Gang. That's one more way to kind of just take instant control in these fights, as we've seen a little bit more of that Chain Gang coming out. So I like this from Boom. Again, they're sticking to their understanding of the meta, their understanding of what's strong, and I think the CK idea, they're the only team that has been going into it, but that CK support idea is probably one of the best ones there. Like, right up there with Batrider. I'd say right now, the underrated heroes, DP a little bit less underrated as it's been first phase banned nowadays, but certainly Batrider and potentially the CK later on. I think this is something to watch out for sure.
So you assume it's just guaranteed support CK here?
Yeah, I would assume so. Pause 5 for Zhao. It fits his playstyle.
What if can they, if they flex the CK to pause 1, give Zhao silencer, it ruins Talon pretty bad.
That does.
But I don't know. Like, Jackie does play pos 1 CK. We know that. I just don't know how high of a carry you rate it as right now.
As a carry, hard to say. I think it has its place. It depends on what carry Savage wants for this game. It could work. Like, the range carries suddenly don't feel great. And you get the Tidehunter out for the side of Talon, so they're going for tankiness in that lane. Kind of double tank in a way with Slark, as he's pretty slippery. So Slark Tide lane can be bullied out, but at least you're melee into potentially that CK support here. Should be fine. It also nullifies that choice for carry CK as well. Just the anchor smash can kind of make it awkward for CK to look for that physical burst. He does rely on his high base damage early on. We go for the Sven on Boom, so just back into that. Getting your own tank out. That's a double stun lane now down bot. Double melee into Tide, sure, but double stun. You can easily bully out the Slark. there's not going to be much play I'd expect you from Jokam. It plays nicely with, say, the minus armor you get on a single target with Reality Rift now on Zhao. And I'm wondering where Talon will find damage. Like, it has to be something on safe lane for Savage. Drow doesn't feel great into this Sven, even to CK plus Pango on hand. So that's out. Terrorblade's still there if you want that. I would not suggest Gyrocopter. There's a cheeky pick in like a Razor for Savage that I think works really nicely here. You get some more minus armor from Tide with Gush, especially if Ags is built up here by WS. Eye of the Storm, Static Link onto Sven. It's going to be easy damage to pick up. Even onto like Zhao, it doesn't feel too bad. So there are ways to just run down here. I think the Razor is probably the pocket pick for Talon if it's not banned out. I'm surprised Boom banned Gyro. It's like, let them pick Gyro. It's so garbage into Sven. Just, you know, it's like, you didn't need to ban that, Mushi. Just leave it. If Talon gets tempted, you take 2 games. That's it.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, more bans to come. Talon.
5 seconds.
Looking for arguably the mid of RML. Could be the offlane of Jabs. We don't 100% know yet. It is, though, much more likely to be Jabs' offlane Pangolier, because Pango versus Lina is not very fun for the Pango. Not that many lanes are, in fairness. I don't think there's going to be any kind of lane that RML is going to enjoy here up against this Lina. You do have the option to go back for Quap for RML, which I think is actually okay. Like, you're not going to win the lane, but at least chances are you're not going to die, because you can just blink away if you take too much damage, and you can secure power runes pretty easily with blink. So I think you could consider just throwing RML a Quap as they ban Tiny, which is hilarious.
That is.
Talon almost trying to lose at this point, John. Just let them choose
Boom as
Tiny.
well with a
What's the
Gyro
problem?
ban, you know? It's like Boom with a Gyro ban. You banned the Trash here, we'll ban Trash as well. Why not? Mano and mano. Take the Trash out. I'd say the Quap is not a great idea. I think it loses the lane too hard against Lina. We've seen Lina really pull ahead in that lane a bit too much. And I think Boom had the right emphasis in making that lane as hard as possible for Mikoto. So I would say not the Quap. I think Ember's still fine. Again, it ties in with this Morana idea to get some global ganks going really quick. Just chain gang. Ember could be pretty good. You max out your Flame Guard. Lina is going to have to work through that. The spell damage is not going to be as annoying for the Ember, as I think that's what we've been seeing from chain gang Embers. It's been a 1-1 tree build, so it could be the way to go. I mean, it's still a rough lane for sure. But, again, you have that potential play at 4 minutes in. Just chain into Arrow. Nice and easy kill on Lina, who's not very... has no mobility whatsoever. Could be the way to go. They ban out the Razor, the one here that would have worked for Talon.
A good ban.
So I'm curious what you take now. Like, what's there left on carry? Drow doesn't feel great. TB could be fine. It is a mid Pango now with the Jabs offlane Beastmaster, which is really sick here. As we have seen just Wild Hunt do a lot of work. You have high tempo all across on the side of Boom. And for Talon, I don't know. I'm not sure what you take for safe lane Savage. You don't have Morph, you do have TB. Okay.
Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah,
Where
carry
they...
Tide.
Savage Tide.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay.
They've done this. They've done this on, again, DL26. This is something they did. And this is...
Okay.
I would say it's not bad on paper. It's honestly not bad, but it's pretty slow. That's my concern for Talon. This game for WS should be sick. I think this is the WS show for sure. Like, WS and Mikado have to do all the work. Mind you, there's some really bad counter synergy with Axe and Depth Shroud. If Jokam can literally grief WS by putting Depth Shroud on him when he calls, and that would just ruin the game. So you have to kind of measure it out here for Jokam later on. This Tide 1, look, it can work. Like, it's so weird because it needs talents to really work. That's my concern. Like, Tide 1 scales really nice at level 25 when you get Anchor Smash and Auto Attack. With Krill Eater up, like your Anchor Smash AoE is massive. You can go like Harpoon to build up. You normally still go like Vlad's in that lane early on. Then maybe the Blink. And then maybe you can think about the Harpoon, like Echo Saber Harpoon perhaps, as a go-to for Savage. But it's slow. At the least at the handles, the Beastmaster lane, fine. Although initial levels with the lower range of Anchor Smash, again, aren't particularly amazing. So Jab should have himself a pretty free time. And Talon are going a little bit left field. I will say, I believe in the Axe, right? Like, I believe in the Axe much more so than the Tide Hunter 1. I believe in the Lina whether or not it's enough with the tempo that you're looking here from Boom. I mean, they've got the illusion spam, they've got the army. Yes, it's nice for the axe to call there, but you're gonna have to wait for that blink blade mail or vanguard timing there, and it's not gonna be quick for WS either way. It's a big gambit on Talon. I like the change up, but it's so much simpler on Boom again. It's so much simpler though.
Here's the thing though, John. I think the one thing is, I mean, you briefly went over it. It's basically another game where Talon is saying, Makoto, you're the carry. You're the carry. Don't worry about Savage. Let him farm, let him hit creeps, keep him happy. You know, he's in childcare right now. Leave Savage alone, right? He'll pop in once in a while. He'll use Ravage. He might anchor smash after 4 hours, you know? Makoto, you're the carry. Please take us to game 3 is what Talon is saying.
That they are. And again, for Mikado, at the very least, he does end up with like the Pangolier mid matchup, right? So that should be pretty good for Lina. That's not something that Lina will lose out on. Pango doesn't have too much presence there. You can maintain. You can try for a 50-50, but chances are Lina does overtake. And I think, again, this Axe pick to counteract the CK plus Beastmaster is pretty smart from Talon. Along with just having Tide go safe lane, it can scale. Like, look at his talents, right? Like 50% chance of Anchor Smash on attack. That's every other attack, theoretically. With something like a Harpoon plus AC in a late game scenario, this hero scales. Issue is, it scales better in a Turbo match. This is not Turbo Savage. But Savage has done this before with some heroes. You know, Talon was the team that ran Dark Willow 1 as well. After we started seeing it, and you know, we started to meme about it in the longer games that reached 90 minutes. We're like, oh, if it's a turbo game, Dark Willow's insane. Talon took that a little bit seriously, but it did work at that point. See if this late smoke pans out as well.
I mean, they will see Jal. I might add, I didn't say this, but I actually prefer Talon's draft this game too, comparatively to Boom. I actually think this Axe is like super scary with Makoto Lina. Here we go. Tims. He's going to run into a few heroes, stuns all of them up thankfully, but is probably still set to fall as they are going to try and help out here with Jackie with a 3-man stun, but Joe Cam is going to be able to secure the kill for himself on the Slark. And already a fantastic start here for the side of Talon.
We'll turn this tide to our
Gonna be nice and happy to get that early kill, bully out this CK a little bit. Also a little bit surprising they're putting Tims on CK instead of Zhao. That does mitigate some of the laning issues perhaps here, so you will have at least a Stormhammer arrow to play with later on, if you will get that up. Normally you go Starstorm anyhow. Taking a look at that mid. I love this cheekiness coming out from Jabs. He's just throwing in the boar to provide some harassment onto Mikado early on. Like, he actually has one boar sitting here. It doesn't have too much time left, but he's just making it a little bit awkward for Mikado to try to work out this mid matchup. For Armel, this is not an easy mid. But he's heavily outranged. He's heavily out magic damaged. At the least, you do have, again, your shield crash to try to maintain. You've got your swash later on to try to maintain, but overall, this should be a much better time for Mikado than it was for his Storm and Quap. So we'll have to see if Armel can carry through from that pressure. My big thing is that Boom's rotation is scary. Reality Rift from Tims, from Smoke, or from Fog is going to be big. Arrow, eventually, if you have the value point in Zhao, or even just being able to run into the Reality Rift with Starstorm, with that Starstruck facet, is insane. So, I think there is some ways of making Mikado's game still hellish to play up against. It's just a matter of, can you leave your side lanes? With the heroes you have, you certainly should be able to, right? Like, it's a Beastmaster, it's a Svander tanky enough. They can be left alone at, say, the 4-minute water rune mark, the 6-minute power rune mark. They should be able to contest. And if Mikado loses tempo from losing rune control, again, it's his game to carry. You want as strong of a start as possible for that Lina. And Boom should also understand that that's the one hero they really have to control here.
Very, again, very scary. I really do like where Talon have gone with this style of draft here for game 2. I'm gonna say it brings me a lot more confidence than what I saw in game 1 already. Just a matter of whether Makoto can have one of those classic Makoto games. See WS on the axe looking to perform very well as well. Very, very important. Of course, Jackie, he had a brilliant last game, went 20-1 in kill score, and at one stage was like 15k ahead of anyone else in the map, which is, again, is just classic Jackie. The Talon kind of hope that doesn't happen again. So I imagine this time they will be having a look around to see where the hell this fence farming and
My master. My master.
My master.
Can he chill? Yeah. Armel's been on a roll.
It's
He
hard.
has been on a roll this tournament. And he's been back in top form.
He has.
I think, again, this matchup should be better for Mikado at least. So and that should calm Armel down a bit. Mikado should be able to get a little bit more. We shall see. Again, depending on how well you can rotate here on the side of Boom. For Boom, the interesting thing for me is going to be the Tims on the CK. This Cloven Chaos is actually quite nice. Like, it's a ton of damage. It's a ton of control that just flies out. There's not a lot of presence for talent up top. Right? Like, this Tide Bane lane is pretty passive. You could try to Nightmare setup into a Gush right-click chase, but it's not going to be particularly a lot of damage. And they are very durable on the side of Boom. Like, that's a Beastmaster in CK with a ton of HP built in. So I'm not expecting too much from Talon up top. Tim's just going to get a good block on the camp, get the pull as well, and he's going to be able to time that pull to maybe make Cuckoo think twice about whether or not it's blockable or not. He just walks out before the minute mark, blocks out the large camp as well. Very smart gameplay from Tim's, and he's going to get his soaking. Right, he's going to be able to just soak into level 2, which is a big spike for the CK support once you have the Reality Rift option up. There is some threat onto Savage even once that's available with the Boris spam and maybe even the Axis up here from Jabs. So again, you've got yourself some good lane setups here on the side of Boom. Outside of mid, we are seeing still some good early presence out from Armel, managing to find some good denies, managing to find some good CS as well.
A bit of a chase onto Jal. Go Camp will have to give up on the chase eventually because Jackie will intervene, but Jal needs that level 2 mark to at least have a level in Leap to try and get away from this pesky Slark. Meanwhile, WS, he was just farming behind the tier 1 tower because naturally Joe Cam is going for the creep pulls whenever he can. Again, very important that WS has a strong performance, I think. You never want to see an Axe fall flat after the laning stage. It just doesn't tend to recover very well.
No.
You tend to feel a lot more comfortable in this bottom lane as well once you have that damn Vanguard up.
And it does. And so far, again, into a melee lane matchup, at least there's some pressure here from WS. It's not going to be very easy to dive on him unless they can just always connect, say, a free arrow stun combination. Stormhammer into arrow can be quite sick, but he's tanky enough that shouldn't be a concern. So, just going to be able to get that build up. Again, the key thing is offlane and mid perform here for Talon. For Boom, they just need to get even on lanes. Honestly, like, if you draw even on lane matchups, you're happy. Like, Armel's still pulling ahead of Mikado somehow on mid. He's managing to dodge out some good Dragon Slaves out. Still securing the CS, still securing the denies. Mikado's starting to catch up with his wave at the very least. But again, this is the lane that you really need to win out on for Mikado, and it's turning a little bit more 50-50, which for Boom, it's a good start. They didn't even need to really contest for Water Runes, although there was a deny from Jabs. Again, very sick with a micro here on that Beastmaster, even from early on. He's just constantly allowing it to give that control onto mid. Mikado without a bobble top-up is not going to feel great. Bit of a dive bot.
Big call though, WS, he takes down Jal. Jackie, gonna be okay to survive. Jal will go down. WS though, starting to really enjoy himself down at this bottom lane quite a bit more. And Talon, again, things are going very smoothly. Like Makoto's free farming, WS free farming, Savage free farming. All the lanes going pretty nicely right now for Talon.
That it is. I'm a little bit surprised perhaps the top isn't as aggressive, but you still have level 1 in Tim's. Like, he's not been able to freely soak until like level 2 or 3 spike. So that is holding back that aggression that can come in there. Water Rune is both secured by Talon, so they will at least get away with that. Armel, this time with no top up at 4 minutes, is maybe a little bit more impactful into that build up to level 5, level 6. It's a little bit more play there for Mikado in that matchup. And good reads out from Talon, considering what happened earlier with the Boar Micro. This is again, a little bit more for Mikado to play with. Boom, for their part, though, I don't think they're feeling pain in the lane. Right? Like, they understand if your CK support isn't able to soak solo, you don't really have kill threat. So that top lane just slower at bot lane. Because your Miranda doesn't tend to really emphasize arrow, and because Jokam is being pesky, and you didn't run the CK double stun lane down bot, it's a little bit harder to punish. But you are still finding farm as well in Jackie. Like, he's not too far behind. WS is farming, but not really by a higher degree at all. So It's a very even laning start, which I would say outside of the kills for Talon, this is pretty happy still for Boom. I think their power spikes are still lined up. The one concern is whether or not you can make that rotation at the 6-minute mark. These supports are fairly under-leveled at 6. I mean, level 3 is a little bit better, at the least, but it does feel like if you don't take care of the power rune, if it's a good one for Talon, that could be the start of more things to come in the laning phase at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think for me, at the very least, like Talon, they had a really rough start to the game last time around, so it's nicer to see a bit more of an even time here from their side of things. Not so much action though from either side. Everyone just happy to hit creeps. I mean, again, no need from Talon to make any kind of action happen. They're just more than happy with these kind of heroes to play into the laters. Mid-game, mid lane, excuse me, they tried for Makoto, but he's going to be okay. Quick rotation in from Cuckoo as well. Yeah, you do have a pos for CK. Like, you don't have the greatest kind of damage output or control yet from Tim, so at the very least, he does enable a power rune pick up here for Armel, and that's what the rotation was really all about in the first place.
Yeah. And I do appreciate the synergy that this CK can have. I was expecting a Reality Rift into a Swash. That minus armor stacking up is massive. We're seeing WS now take complete control of bot because of that movement out in securing these runes. There is space for the Axon to just cut lane, cut it into the camp, get that flash farm going. Vanguard already up here for WS. So he's getting tanky on the Axe. Not an easy one to solo lane up against for Jackie. And again, the key parts for Talon in this draft is having good offlane mid. And so far, they have managed to find that. WS #1 in net worth, pretty high up there as well in CS, already able to jungle efficiently. If you were saying the last game, Mike, was the support show, in this game, a little bit less so, but it is a rougher game for the supports as well, especially for the side of Boom, right? Like, you've got two supports that really want to be able to rotate. They haven't gotten the connections yet. They will at least get the Shrine of Wisdom for Tim, so he does get level 3, level 2 up in the stun. And they do manage to build up stacks that haven't been fully scouted out by Talon. So the recovery farm is there, the flash farm at the very least here, for Jabs to get into that Dominator. Overlord timing is starting to ramp up. And that is something that Talon will have to find a way to mitigate. Again, you've got this Axe that can run at the creeps, I guess, and call them. Would be fine just taking that free farm. But it can still be quite a challenge into the Wild Hunt Beastmaster, as that pushing pace, once you do have a little bit of an army up, let's say a Dark Troll Summoners in your hands, can be quite oppressive from Jabs here early on.
It's just concerning though how fast WS is picking up farm. The thing with Axe is, like, there's so many timings regarding Axe, but obviously the main one being, you know, you want that Blink Blade Mail after your Phase Boots and Vanguard, which is what WS will go for now. I think WS can happily afford to just go Blink first. In fact, as I say that, WS is going to get caught being a little bit too confident with his position. They will finally punish him for that, as Jackie will take his life away. Before I started talking, John, WS was having a fantastic time. He still is top of the net worth board, and well, what I was trying to say is he might go for the blink before the blade mail, assuming he doesn't fall behind.
I think that's what we've been seeing from Axis lately, anyhow, across the regions. It's the same build-up, Vanguard Blink. So it should be the way to go. That control is massive, of course, in the initiation angle out. A little bit of a deep dive for this ward here. Can't really find Armel, unfortunately.
That's going to reveal that there probably is a ward on that cliff, so that should get de-warded here by Boom. The Jocam going to run into Zhao. Zhao, not liking what he's seeing, will retreat. Jackie, once again, though, concerningly enough for Talon, has found himself at the top of the net worth board, and this time they do have a pos for Slark, and you can see Jocam already staying around the Sven, making sure they've got tabs on him at all times. And this is something I imagine Jocam will have to do the whole game, is just make sure they know where this Sven is. There's a nice call comes out from WS down bottom, but it's just to threaten him away from this lane. They know they can't actually kill him without a +1, +2, but here comes Makoto. This is the guy you needed. He's got an amp damage. Laguna Blade comes out. Jackie trying to get it in fog, but he can't do it. A very nice rotation from Makoto, securing the Sven kill. And now just look at the net worth graph, how quickly it changes. All 3 calls from Talon right at the top.
Yeah, I think, that, again, it's the sacrifices Boom made with these supports that aren't able to play with that early tempo we were looking for. Right, like, we haven't seen the impact of Tim's yet. We haven't really felt the impact of Zhao, although he is getting some good arrow follow-ups at the very least. We're not seeing the big kills that these two need to really get tempo up. They have been handing free space to jabs up top, but the threat from the Wild Hunt isn't as big onto a Tidehunter as it would be to other cores. So Savage just walks up, has the maxed out Anchor Smash, level 3 Kraken Shield as well. Not an easy one to pierce through for that push. Oh.
He's going to get jumped. Makoto is there to try and help, and he does get in that cheeky corner. Nightmaring into the high ground. Quick thinking from Master Cuckoo. And Jokam will hand the tip over. Very clever.
That's it. That's what Armel said. His master. Learning a little bit more from the master himself.
He's clever.
Mind you, I do like the wards that, again, Boom keep finding themselves. They get that deep ward once more, right behind the tier 1 there. That was a spot Talon checked last game, so that should be a spot they are keenly aware of. We'll see if they'll get the D ward later on. This passive game is playing into Talon's hands. 4K up. They'll catch Jokam at least. Not the biggest kill in the world, though.
No, it's just a cheeky arrow from Zhao. Pretty sure he actually did that that arrow blind as well, so Jokam getting caught with an rogue arrow, not going to be happy about that. It's not the Jokam kill you worry about, it's the fact that you're giving it to the Sven that I think you got to be worried about as Talon. Because, again, this guy, he farms fast when he gets into his little tempo, so you don't want to allow it. At the very least, Talon, again, still in a position of power, 4K advantage their way. No real big contest as Cuckoo's going to get chased down by jabs. Nothing Cuckoo can do about it this time around. And Boom look like they want to try and connect mid-tower with the Beastmaster. And of course, jabs will be able to take it very quickly, but Savage, he TP'd in front of Tim's. So he got his TP cancelled. He TP'd right in front of Tim's by the T1 tower. And that could cost them the T1 mid tower. I think it has.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an awkward error. That is very awkward. He was right in front of the Radiant T1. Call out. They do catch Zhao. Very good call from WS.
As something to compensate for it. Maybe they could try for their own siege onto the mid-tier 1. They still have that threat of Ravage. Savage is fairly tanky. Vlad's is up. Looks like he wants a casual plate mail into the full Ags to clear out these creep armies. And if you equalize, that should be enough.
WS knows he can't contest right now. Makoto's there as well to back him up. Jackie needed help a lot quicker than that. The TP's there coming. Jackie, what do you do this time? He's going to continue running. Stun is out. Makoto, are you going to keep committing? The arrow, it doesn't connect. Jackie's still running. Finally will go down, but they might lose Makoto. Though a nice call from WS holding them back. Makoto's out of there. They will chase him down with this Rolling Thunder. Can he juke? It looks like he can for now. Fiend's Grip as well. Cuckoo to lock down Armel. Here comes the turnaround from Talon. Armel in trouble now as well. The call is perfect. WS to lock him down. Armel still trying. Misses the swash. And he's dead. Talon cleaning up bottom lane. They'll even find the Marana. And eventually they'll have another one. WS picking up his second kill of the game. And this is more like the Talon I know.
That it is, Mikey. They're showing up. They've got the tools to actually make some plays. The Blinking WS much more impactful already compared to that Centaur Blink we saw in the last game. And the main thing that's different here for Talon is that Mikado actually had a link, right? Like, Boom did such a great job in identifying that last game and just bullying out Mikado. He had nothing to do in that storm whatsoever. It leads to the surprise for me that the Pangoliers the call for Armel. Like, yeah, he didn't lose lane to Mikado, sure. But Mikado had a lane to play. And that's the key thing with this guy. If you do give him a lane to play, if he has rune control on his hand, then he will make that investment work. A little bit of a run around just with a Phantasm Illusions to play poke, just to scout out here from Tim's. Not going to really lead to too much haste rune out for Savages. He does have that full plate mail up. So he's willing to be much more aggressive now on this tide. Maybe a little bit too far forward on his own. WS.
Good call out. Roar is committed though. They do have the backup this time from Jabs and WS. This is one other thing you got to be careful about as an Axe, John, is sometimes you get too confident. Sometimes you just feel unkillable. And that is not the case. Not for WS yet. Had he had the Blade Mail, I'd say he could play those risky kind of plays, but not yet.
No, certainly not. I'd say even with the Blade Mail, he'd get magically bursted a little bit quicker than he'd expect. And then you have to kind of respect say, the value from Star Storm, even though it's just level 1. The damage coming from that roar itself. So,
Triangle.
can be a little bit tough.
He's trying to bully Jackie out of here, and he's doing a good job of it. Makoto's right behind Savage if he needs it this time. Bottom, a big group up going on here as well. A lot of pings and a lot of rotations coming in from Talons. They are going to spot out Cuckoo. It is, but they're bringing more heroes in this time. It should be a 1-for-1, though Cuckoo is somehow still running. Chase on from Zhao just to get the kill. Can he get away? The Dragon Slave, it's duped. They don't get him, but he's got no leaps. He should be dead here, Zhao. Tries for the TP, won't make it. Nice little dunk for WS. So 1-for-1 of the supports at the end of the day. And an immediate twin gate. Oh, Jackie, they're twin gating to you, sir. Oh, they're running towards old Jackie boy, but WS doesn't see him. Now they do. Ping did come out, but it's too late. He's out of it.
But his smoke right behind him as well. WS?
They're a bit behind in their worth here, John. I'm not sure if this is a smart fight. If WS gets a big call, the fight's over. They got to jump him first, I do believe, but Makoto's right behind him as well. It's not an easy initiation. Unless Makoto... Oh, no. Makoto has been left alone. WS ran the other way. Makoto's completely alone in this, and he's gone. That's unfortunate. That really did feel like a fight. Talon could have turned, but they just had no idea they were coming. And boom, they found a big one.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. The smoke angle right outside of that ward Talon planted earlier. Great angle being found here by the side of Boom. 6-9. Very nice scoreline here.
The Savage is okay. They did scout him out with an arrow there. John, I thought maybe they'd go for a chase, but it seems like they're just going to ignore it.
The tide is a little bit tanky at this point. Again, with the plate mail up, can be a little bit much. WS is just clearing out the creep army, which is actually pretty big. You do have the Dominator or the Overload ready on Jab, so you can just retake a creep. Could try to force this fight here.
No. Yeah, Jabs. In a pretty deep. WS waiting. Jump in onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo is getting destroyed pretty quickly, and he is gone as Jabs makes it out, and WS actually never jumped in yet. He's still holding out here. Waiting for that right opportunity. Plus, I believe his blink's getting cancelled over and over again from the ball poison. He can finally jump in now, though, onto Jabs. And Jabs does get it. Never mind. It wasn't that he was being patient. It was that WS couldn't actually blink because the ball was chasing him the whole time.
Yeah. Jabs has been on point again with that micro, even from that laning phase with the Rune Denies, with poking Makoto. He is a very pesky Beastmaster for sure, as you'd expect from Jabs. But Talon do manage to clean up. A good set of stacks of Coat of Blood here for WS. 10 stacks up. Nice bit of armor to play with. And for Talon, I think they can start hunting now. I mean, you are pretty ready.
Oh, another nice call. Another nice call. Tim's trying to save by stunning Makoto, but now Tim's is screwed as well. WS with a double dunk. You love to see that. Even mid lane, they've even done a bit more. Zhao, he's going to get pounced up. He's gone. And now I think Roshan's open.
That it is. You got the output with Makoto. It's not, maybe not the quickest rush in the world, but this is very secure with Jokam's position. Look at him just walking forward, checking for wards, making sure that the area is secure. If there's anyone that dies, if it's just a Slark, you don't really care. Rosh will go their way. You've almost got the full axe timing lined up here for Savage, Mikey. And again, that causes more issues for the entire lineup on the side of Boom. Just losing out that creep army is massive. They'll try for a smoke out.
They're coming. They got Jokam down. Jackie takes him out with the God Strength, so now it's a 4v5. Roshan's actually very low on HP as well. So Boom, they could look for a steal attempt. They're going to wrap around instead, hoping for a nice smoke. WS backing off the right moment, could hope for a big blink call here. So they will spot him out here with Tim's, but he's not jumping in yet. Ravage is committed another call. It lands on Jackie and Tim's, but neither are dead yet. They'll keep turning. Who are they looking for? They want Savage and WS at the same time, but they got too greedy. They split up their attention. Can they keep the fight? Makoto's running. He's going to be all right. Everyone else makes it out. Talon now wanting a bit more as the Croaker. Croaker stunning up. WS jumping in for a call on to Jabs with a nightmare from Cuckoo, buying a bit of time. WS still trying to survive. Finally goes down, but Jabs will follow. It's another good team fight for Talon. Armel not out of danger yet either. They see him. They see him. Armel to go down. Zhao actually jumps in after an arrow, but he's basically just given over a full team wipe now. He tries to snipe Makoto, and that'll be a full team wipe for Talon. And you know what it goes back to, John? Mid-fight, it was Savage and WS both stunned, and they went separate ways. Jackie went one way, Jabs and Armel went the other, and they missed out on both.
Yeah, I mean, the initiation angle for Boom is also just awkward as well, right? Like, they scout out for the illusions first. That led WS to hold back a little bit more. When they fully commit, the Ravage and the Call came in as well. So even if you managed to focus your fire, it was already, you kind of missed out in your burst window. As you can see again, the Ravage instantly out, the Call following through. The follow-up from Armel was nice, but you were already kind of torn apart at that point. And look at Savage, this investment onto the Vlads for the carry Tide. That lifesteal from Anchor Smash is massive, especially with a creep army. You have to be a little bit cautious about that with Jabs, dragging all of the creeps towards the Tide. So much regen that can come in. And for Talon, I mean, it's looking sharp, right? Like, they've got this really tanky lineup that I think we've seen the most success for Talon very recently here, including their time in DL26. This is the double tanky core with Mikado to carry that we've seen over and over again, and they clean up fine. On the side of Boom, have to be very cautious about who they commit on. It has to be someone they can kill ASAP. And if you don't manage to find that instant kill, bring the numbers advantage your way. The re-engage from Talon, I mean, this is Ravage you're talking about, this is an Axe with Claw, this is eventually a Slark with Shard as well, as at the least they'll snipe that Shard away, giving it onto Tim's, so you don't have to worry about the freebie here for Jokam anytime soon. But it is getting a little bit complicated. 10 to 18, 5k lead for Talon, not the end of the world for Boom, not in the same way it was for Talon in the last game for sure. Still have a lot of angles to play. They just need to work those angles better. That and maybe wait out Jackie's BKB. That debuff immunity will do a ton of work. It will force focus out from Cuckoo to maybe have to prioritize that grip onto him instead of Armel, and that can open up the fight a little bit more here for the side of Boom.
The thing is, in the meantime, Makoto's got him just absolutely massive, and you're approaching the point against this Lina where things are going to get ultra scary. Like, that Daedalus comes up and the damage just skyrockets for this hero. They are going to wrap through the twin gates here, Boom Esports. They might try to see if they can snipe him, but he has help around him. Jokam going to see them around. Jabs will leave the creeps behind, take them, he says. Jokam, he knows he's somewhere around here. Jabs getting caught. Talon will punish again. They've just completely shut down this Beastmaster.
It's not one of those games for Jabs right now where you can just go for that fast AC timing, you right click, you pressure towers. They haven't dug into any tier 2s yet. It's been a little bit scattered out from Boom. I'd say if you want to make that move, it has to be almost a 4-man commitment. Just find these kills. You can't afford to just split 2 apart unless you only want to find supports. That can be a little bit easier. And Mikado is also not the squishiest in the world. She has some repositioning out with a Hurricane Pike up. Not the easiest, even if your smoke broke on that Lina anyhow, on that gate movement. So maybe a bit optimistic out from Boom. For the side of Talon, again, things are ramping up. Crimson Guard for WS coming out next. Like you mentioned, Mikado is just going crazy now in this Lina. Full Daedalus only about 900 gold away. And once you have that damage up, you've got a good amount of hybrid damage. You can eat right through the Warcry because of that. You can burst down to softer supports in the back. I say soft, one of them is a CK, but even that hasn't been the tankiest yet here for Tim's. It is still fairly fat, at the least. Savage can just put his body forward with no concern, which is really what we've been seeing from Savage. It feels like this is what's working for him right now. You think about how he was positioning himself in the last game as well. Something like this Tide does fit in a lot better with him just running forward, hoping his team backs him up. Let's see if they can maintain that as Talon do finally start to clear some tier 2s. Boom. Again, it's just waiting out. BKB's done now on Jack. That's 1 tool up. Maybe you can catch Talon off guard with that one here.
They're trying. They're moving in. Talon, though, they were the ones to move in first. Call. No, it's not going to come out. He cancels. Oh, stun though. Jackie, don't do it yourself. Oh, he bumps the BKB in time. Oh, that blade mail on WS, Joe. You see how close he got? I think he was 1 right click away from dying to the blade mail damage.
Yep. He was. And really nice set of kills for Boom, though. But now, without the roll, maybe Talon can consider something. The roar is still there. Boom aren't going to be staying around the area for too long. So a nice hit and run. And that's what you need here from Boom. Punish Talon when they're getting a little bit too clumped up. Again, Jackie has been spectacular on the Sven last game and this game as well, finding these opportunities when they're stuck in tight spots where you can really work that cleave. And for Talon, you have to be cautious. That's a huge amount of gold to bleed out to Jackie and Armel. You do still have the Aegis for a little bit longer, at least here on Mikado. There's about a minute left, so it should be another tier 2 at the least. But you have to be concerned about bleeding lead out. When it comes to direct scaling, yeah, your odds are a little bit, are better than game 1 here for Talon, but it isn't like an overwhelmingly better late game for Talon either. You again, cannot afford to lose out and drag game too long here, I'd say, as we're at the 26-minute mark. BKB up, tier 2 down bot, under right-click siege from Mikado. Moonlight Shadow flank up top, though.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Where are they going? They're maybe hunting WS, just seeing who's in the area.
His sentry spots him.
Certainly does. Nothing to come here for Boom. But for Talon, you get plenty of information as to where they are, what they're up to here on Boom Esports. It's like another game where you're just so reliant for Boom on Jackie here. Like you just look at the game of Jabs and Armel right now. It's just non-existent. It's just all the Jackie show at this point if you're Boom Esports. Whereas Talon, like every other core, is still having a great old time.
Are scanning.
You know, we really haven't seen the impact of Savage yet either. Like he's just been farming for a straight 27 minutes. Like he's coming soon. He's going to get involved rather. In fact, he'll get involved right now to slowly inch his way over to Tim's on the CK. Gold strength pop though. They're going to try and burst down Cuckoo, and Jackie's got him. One important target down. Cuckoo no buyback is now Savage. Has he gone too far? He has Ravage available. He doesn't really want to have to pop it for nothing, but he might just have to because he's trapped up and he won't. He'll just die. He will just die as Talon. What exactly was the game plan? Now I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Because they threw Savage in very confidently with Cuckoo. So I was like, well, hold on, are they just farming here? Like, what was the game plan?
I don't know. Like, you needed WS to be around. Mikado wasn't quite around either. It's, again, a little bit of a disconnect. We've seen this before, though, if you recall. The Nemesis series. Good old Savage and Cuckoo, this connection. Kind of finding themselves dying for whatever reason. Does, again, bleed free gold to women. You really can't afford to do that. Like, legitimately, you still hold the 4K lead. Yes, that's all fine and dandy. Yes, your scaling's better than game 1, but do you really want to take it ultra, take it longer than you have to up against the Sven that Jackie has performed on really well, up against the debuff immunity Pierce and the Roar, up against Armel who can disrupt your backline really well. The same tools from game 1 are still there. For the side of Talon, you have to respect that. The Daedalus for Mikado, again, is being worked on. Not too far off now, as he did go back for the BKB. Amp damage room down as well. You have some output here. It does feel like Talon's just waiting for the next Roshan. They're not really going for anything. Outer towers are gone, to be fair. They're not looking to hunt down, get a kill first. Again, it's giving a lot of room for Boom to feel comfy in this game. The lead has not grown. It's not shrank, but it's also not growing, which is concerning for Talon, of course. Boom always have angles to take with the Moonlight Shadow. Again, they have a lot of utility with a lot of debuff immunity Pierce with jabs. Talon just... I know they're playing the game correctly. It's not wrong by any means, but it certainly isn't the comfiest when the game starts to get closer and closer. Especially as, again, you get that constant build-up. Ag's done for Armel. More damage output out. The Diffusal actually kind of ruins Savage's game. He's very reliant on Anchor Smash to stay alive with that Vlad's. So just a swash and shield crash during in the middle of a fight just drains all of your mana. Not going to be a great feeling there. So they will, again, smoke and go hunting on Boom.
Support that Daedalus. I mean, Makoto is massive. Amp damage on top here for the Lena John. With the new Daedalus up, he's going to be hitting like a truck on this Lena if a fight breaks out. Talon would really like a fight right now.
Oh, Savage.
Before the amp damage expires.
Savage.
Savage? Okay, he's very far forward. His team is coming. They're coming, John, but they're still far away. But Savage will not get jumped. I think this time maybe they consider him too tanky. They'll leave him. It's a bit too spooky. Amp damage at least will wear off from Makoto very soon. So sadly for Talon, they miss out on that opportunity. But still well and truly in control of this game is Flips the Talon. There's no two ways about that yet. Blink now up on Jabs could put a spanner in the works though, because if they can get in to just rule Makoto and just delete him before the fight, then I think that the fight's just like Savage isn't carrying the fight right now as his time. No. Maybe when he hits 25, but not right now.
No, certainly not. It's going to take a lot more time. I think the key thing for Talon is just use Savage as the body. He's the only one that chose in the map, so I think that's their idea. Have Savage be the target. Another smoke out from the side of Boom. A really good line being drawn into the position of Savage. The heroes are nearby. They are camping for Roche. This could be big for Boom if, again, they find the right targets to go for. If you can find that back line of Mikado, but Savage will be the one to break it in this position if you do run into him.
Okay, Cam. Gonna get jumped. Gets a very quick shadow dance off. Yules up onto Jackie. They've got the Sven locked down. Jackie, though, he's gonna go for the manpower with the BKB, but he can't handle it. He can't handle it. They'll take him down. They've even found Armel, though Armel rolling away for now as the Ravage will fly through. Looks like Jabs and Armel still trying to salvage the fight, but it looks pretty over to me. They might just need a retreat. They will take down Cuckoo, but they'll lose Jao. WS still being chased by Jabs. Cue the Benny Hill music here for Jabs. So he will try to run. Somehow WS is kiting him out over and over again. Now going in for the call. Dunks him as well. Massive fight again for Talon. And that means, Jonathan, Talon will continue maintaining control. And they'll have first dibs over next Roshan.
That they will. A little bit awkward out from Boom. We didn't see the Moonlight Shadow kick in either. Unfortunate that, again, you're playing into Slark. All Jokam had to do was run up with a Tide Hunter to back him up. And that's the idea from Talon. Use these tools as pawns that you're sacrificing to set up for the openings here, to allow that angle from Mikado, from WS, to actually do the work. And it's a little bit of a rough time for Jackie. He does so much damage, but the Blade Mail is certainly melting him, and that Daedalus on Mikado as well. The mixed damage is certainly a lot better for Talon in this game than what we were seeing in the last. The solutions are there for this Sven. That Roshan is spawned up now. Shouldn't take Talon too long. There is still an opportunity here, though. They know Ravage is down on the side of Boom. They know that there is no way that Talon can fully take control of that team fight without the Ravage. So you could try to force an issue here. Jokam?
Roshan's so low. Surely they don't get there in time, and they won't. Roshan is down. Banner is on the deck, but they've got the Aegis on Makoto, and that's all that really matters right now for Talon. Boom is still posturing. They're still thinking about trying to get a fight going, but they think better of it. But get the hell out of there. So Makoto now Aegis up. He even just bought out the boot to travel too, so his mobility is kind of through the roof at the moment. And, well, if you're Boom, your back's against the wall. Looks like Jackie is going to find Jokam down south. So a freebie on the Slark. But once again, I mean, unless they can find a way to kill Makoto in these fights, things are proving to be kind of impossible right now. They are hunting Armel top, but he will be able to avoid the blink of WS. And even if you find Makoto in the middle of a fight, like you've still got Cuckoo to be worried about with the Fiend's Grip, WS with the reinitiation with the call, Savage with the Ravage. Yeah, there's a lot of things, John.
There is. It's a lot more complicated for Boom for sure. There's a lot of pressure on Jabs to nail it here.
Oh, he was going to go farm that large cap next to Savage, but he decides better of it. So he saw Savage farming the creep wave.
Yeah.
Very, very spooky right now.
That it is. Just have to watch yourself. Again, as this game scales on, it is, again, a fine game to scale up on for Boom. The issue is you're not really getting as much farm as you'd want, perhaps. Say on the support CK. You didn't really manage to get those pickoffs with your Marauder early on. So your scaling now is kind of stuck mainly on Jackie, who has been top net worth for your team for quite a while. There's a BKB coming out for Jabs, which, again, helps out quite a fair bit. You've got the nullifier of Armel to at least take care of some of the Ghost Scepters and Yules here to ensure that some kills will be found. See if they can start hunting. Moonlight Shadow out. Could be a good angle. WS, pretty big hero if you can burst him down here.
Right, Jackie's gonna sneak by. Cuckoo will get spotted. WS is waiting. Nice call out from the Axe as well, trying to protect his Bane, but here comes the cavalry. Jackie, though, dropping too low, trying to run away. He already popped the Mask of Madness as well. He needs to get out, but no, Makoto's got him. It's just too much attack range on this Lina. Too much attack range, too much damage. So they kill Cuckoo, but they'll lose Jackie another time. Dunk out from WS. And Talon, it's starting to feel like they've got this game 2 in the bag, John. I can't see them losing at this point. Is it this Lina's too much? Savage has hit his timings. WS has been a real problem the whole game. And just no matter how much net worth you acquire on Jackie, it's just not translating to kills.
No, it certainly isn't. Not yet. Again, not the ideal angle you'd want to initiate. They were so close to just finding themselves WS instead on that initiation, but again, not the key target you're looking for on that Bane. It has to be one of these big cores. Ideally the Lina. Even if you catch Makoto out though with 2 lives, I'm not sure if you have enough to kill him. And now he has a Satanic as well to back him up. Even more sustain as Savage barely TPs before the Aethers comes in. He will be quite happy to head back. But again, we're also just approaching that mark for Talon where level 25 starts to become a reality. Tide Hunter with his 25 is quite dumb as a right clicker, and you've got the Assault Gears to back that up. So there is a lot that you can play for there. Jabs.
Jabs? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, Makoto, again, completely out of control. Jabs trying to do his best here, but the Beastmaster game has indeed failed this time around. Mid-racks, Savage, he's looking like he grew a few feet here, John. This is what 6 foot looks like. 23 Savage. Above the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He should have gone for the Anchor Smash effects of buildings. So that siege would be so much faster. Just no threat from the creeps. I suppose with a Roche banner up, you don't care. So there's that. Siege is going quite fast anyhow. Like, this guy's just so damn tanky. Double plate mail build up. So they will jump in.
They're gonna try Fiend's Grip right onto Armel. They will cancel that Fiend's Grip. Meanwhile, Savage is being targeted, but he'll get the Ravage out. And he's still pretty healthy. All things being said and done, he's just going to casually walk out of there. Jump in again from Tim through the rift onto Makoto, but Makoto's just standing. Look at the damage. Look at the damage. It's like 900 per crit, and he's just critting over and over again here from Makoto. They're going to jump in. Here comes Jackie. One last ditch attempt to try and kill this man off. Arrow will land. Surely they've got the kill. Jackie will move in again. Makoto's still perfectly fine. They will wait out the Aegis. It's gone now, but Jackie's got no BKB time left, and it's all over. It did look pretty weird when he was standing there, but like you said, John, the Aegis was expiring and Jackie was waiting. That was the only play they had. It's GG. Talon game 2. And thankfully for us, John, we don't get no boring 2-0. We get at least a 2-1 here in a banger of a finals between Talon and Boom.
That we do. Game 1 was domination from Boom. Game 2, a little bit slower, but still Talon in cruise control for most of this game. And I have to say, this time, the drafting was a little bit better out from Talon, right? Like, they surprised us with that Tide Hunter carry for Savage that they bring out every so often. This Axe for WS paid off dividends, and having this Makoto Lina mid, I'm just surprised Boom didn't adapt to that one. Right, they opened with Pangolier. We're talking about just giving that to Jabs. Instead, handing it to Armel in the mid matchup that he already knows is not amazing there for the Pango. It just makes you wonder. I think what Boom needed to do here was certainly more aggression, especially on mid. Like, Jabs had the right idea of microing the boars, denying off water runes, poking the Lina every now and again just to provide some slow, some openings for Armel to play the lane, but just not enough. And if you didn't manage to start to get that ball rolling with your supports being so aggressive as they are, it's a CK Mirana. They want to kill early, and then your game just doesn't have a launching point. Yes, Jackie's farming up. He's getting that build up you'd expect him to do, and he still does a fantastic job this game. But with that lack of shortfall on Armel and on Jabs, dealing into this tanky lineup, Like, you had no angles. The Talon managed to play their farm game the way they'd want, even after messing up a couple of times. We're seeing that moment when Savage and Cuckoo decided to relive their T1 days and die together in that bot jungle. Just a little bit of a nostalgia for them in wanting to die. But also one big factor is just allowing the Slark through for Jokam. I think we saw a lot of respect from Talon banning out the Slark. If Talon has access to the Slark as well, you have to take care of it, because Jokam can do just as much as Tim's does, if not more, on the Slark, as we've seen over and over again. And he just broke all the smokes, he was copying the ganks, he was getting all the information, blocking all the vision. And again, it made it nightmarish to play this aggressive early start with these supports, because you couldn't really rotate. Vision game was all there for Talon.
It was absolutely massive here from the side of Talon. Game number 2 going their way. Boom Esports, changes-wise, I think it really is a matter of draft here for Talon. Like, obviously they switched to the Makoto carry style. WS on the Axe really was in my opinion, the standout this game as well. I want to say, I feel like WS was just making some very, very, very good calls. And, you know, in these team fights, he was just making it impossible to comfortably initiate for this Sven. That was the one thing I think, if Boom could go back and change things, they'd probably make sure Axe was banned. Because Jackie just could not play while WS was around. Had he been any other hero, I would have changed my mind. But the fact that you have a BKB piercing spell like Call just makes him kind of stand there and take all these hits from Makoto. It really did cause all the issues. And in my opinion, standout player is probably going to be WS.
Yeah, I'd agree. Again, for all the reasons you said, the hero is a great pick, but to execute as well for WS was impressive, right? Like, this is a guy we talk about being probably the best offlaner in C for a while, and it feels like it's still showing up here. He's managing to find those angles. He could play that solo lane well. I think identifying when to dive as an Axe is really important as well, and we were seeing that quite nicely on WS. So props to him for kind of recovering. You know, we don't have Ninja WS today, Mikey. Maybe that's why game 1 went a little bit rough there for Talon, but they shake it up. And we do get it 3 games. No, not quite there. Still not exciting, you know, because considering I honestly lost hope after seeing how Talon played in game 1. That was really bad. But game 2 it's even. This is competitive. It's not a throwaway. This is competitive. This is good. I want to see what Boom does. I want to see if they'll respect ban the Slark, or if they'll take care of the Lina first phase. You know, because that feels like key. If you allow Mikado to play carry from mid, he will carry the game. He's done it on LAN. He's done it online. That's his style. And, you know, Gary should know that as well. He was trying so hard to carry the all-Indonesian Boom stack for a long time. Let me tell you, watching Dreamosal try to throw that off of Mikado's back was hilarious. But I don't know if he wants to relive that. So, you know, they should know. Gary should know. Mushi should know. They should try to do that.
Well, thank you for that, John. We do have to throw to a break, but right after the break, we'll be back with the deciding game, game number 3 between Boom Esports and Flips of Talon. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the road to the international qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Jonathan, we're in the penultimate game here. Game number 3 between Boom Esports and Talon. Jonathan, before the qualifiers, had you said to me, Michael, what 2 teams are going to qualify, I would have said Boom and Talon. And here they are in a best-of-1 series. One of them is staying home. And one of them, they're going straight through to the visa boss next, John. Which one it's going to be, I don't know. But this draft will be very important. Boom Esports respectfully banning out the leader. Respectfully.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's Mikado's hero. It's what he carries on. It's his best scaling mid next to Storm if he has a good game, but didn't have that in game 1. So I understand Boom had to take care of it. I'm wondering if Slark gets the boot at some point, whether or not DP and Batrider get the boot here as well. So those feel like the best heroes to kind of flex around. Curious to see what Talon's ideas are, as there's a little bit of discussion. Cuckoo seems to be quite animated for these as well. And we'll take care of the Morphling. So leaving the Slark, Batrider, Shaman still on hand, Bristleback, Beastmaster as well. Maybe not the best game from Jabs last time around, but he did have to play into a carry Tide that did not care for his presence whatsoever. In fact, Savage literally just spent the entire game walking forward for the most part. So he was having a great old time, just being the body for the team, allowing WS and Mikado to come in. And again, it feels like that style has been the most effective that we've seen from Talon, which I don't think they'll replicate again. Boom, if they want to take care of that kind of style, could ban out the Doom. I feel like that's a big one as well for Talon in terms of flexing. Like, that is something Savage has played. That's something WS could still play as well. It's something that gives them that body forward, allows maybe a greedier mid, and they will ban out the Doom. So it's less worrisome than the Tide. They'll go back into the Pangolier for the 3rd game in a row. First pick with a flex on hand, which, again, I think this is pretty fine for draft considering what Boom are trying to do, right? Like, they're trying to bait Talon to expect it to be mid, pick up a mid that works against it, or, you know, have to think twice in their draft now, just seeing that Pangolier on hand. I will say Bane is still a good answer to that if they'd want it here on Talon, and they'll just go back to the Slark. Jokam was having so much impact. Again, even before the Death Shroud, this man was just breaking smokes, playing poke in lane quite nicely. In fact, I think his lane impact was higher than I'd expect, considering he's running into Mirana with Starstorm. I think it was also down to Zhao and his skill build. Like, he went level 1 Starstorm, like 1-3-1 on Mirana. It feels like to really poke on the Slark, you go almost 3-0-2. You know, that's what we've seen from a lot of support Miranas nowadays. Just run up, Starstorm, win out the right-click trade, make that uncomfy for the enemy pause 4. Not what happened the last game. So if Boom wanted to go back to something like the Mirana later on, I think it still works. It's just that you need a different skill build there for Zhao.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree. I think the skill build was definitely questionable from our Mirana last game. It is what it is. I think what's really questionable for me is if they don't ban Axe. Because I think WS had too good of a game on that Axe last time around.
5 seconds remaining.
I think if you're Boom, it's probably worth respectfully just getting rid of it. They might be considering other Cuckoo heroes as they do ban out the Bane, and they could consider the Oracle ban as well here. Which is fair enough, because Cuckoo, he has been very consistently good. They'll ban out the Bristleback instead. So if Talon want the option, they can go back for the Axe. And I don't think it's in any shape a bad option. I think Axe is just very strong right now.
Yeah, that it is. I've seen it in horrific lane matchups. I've seen it in Eastern Europe win against a Drow, which again in laning is abysmal. It's good for the game, but laning is just atrocious, and it's still won out like by a huge margin. So I think the Axe is in a really good spot if they want to dip that for WS again. It might be a little bit early. It could give you again options to make that Axe lane bad. I think the biggest one that's concerning for Axe is like a Razor. Although, to be fair, I believe Talon did do that in like DL26, and they lost in the Razor. Savage did not have a good time. They'll go to Beastmaster pickup first. So that is a way of just stopping the roll. Very stable WS hero. We know what this man can do with the Beastmaster already. So it doesn't show too much. It's just a direct counter to the Pango. I will say the Pango does have a good time clearing out the creeps. So there is that aspect that you have to consider there. So I'm curious to see which way Boom will want to go, because Jabs just ran this. Jabs knows the ins and outs of how Beastmaster functions as well. All of them do. So they should be able to now to start to figure out what they'd want on their safe lane for Jackie if they so wish. Mind you, Talon, they are a team that flexes this. They've run this on Savage before. They've run this on Mikado before. And they have found better lane matchups for, say, WS and Savage because of it. So that could be a consideration here as well for Talon. It's a little bit less common nowadays, to be fair. Not Flex Beastmaster, but it is still somewhat viable.
Let's see. I mean, Boom Esports now, they have the opportunity to take Axe if they want. It's just sitting there for them. They could always run the Armel mid Pango. Probably won't reveal things quite yet. I imagine some support choices to come out. They will pick up the Shaman, of course. I don't think it's a bad game if they want to go Oracle, because they are up against that Beastmaster. False Promise would be pretty damn great. Might make the support duo a little bit on the passive side, but we have seen Oracle Shaman work before. If they want. You've also got others though, right? Like Ringmaster, Escape Act is nice. Abba is pretty nice. Just
All
the
those do
Oracle's the one
slot
that
in.
you see the most.
That it is. I'm just not sure if I'd enjoy it for Boom. Specifically with how they play, it's a little bit too slow. Right? Like, even though sometimes they do play laning phase slow, but they like having these aggressive sports. I think Tims and Zhao both enjoy kind of being the playmakers for the team, connecting with, say, Jabs or Armel to kind of make a move across the map. And that one might just be, too slow overall. I'd actually maybe prefer, if you really want to save, Shadow Demon's the solution that we haven't seen too much of. They'll go with the Naga Siren instead. That is a way of saving with a song. And we have seen the effect of that. I do like this coming out for Boom. I think that Ensnare Relin is quite nasty. It can kind of make the lane awkward for Jokam as well if you're running that pause 5 Naga, which you should be. This should be our Zhao hero on hand. So it does provide some good aggression. It provides setup as well. If you're going to go for a stun core for Jackie, again, that Sven could look nice and tasty here, depending on how confident they feel that the Beastmaster will just head onto the off lane for WS. As again, that flex is still on hand. Tiny pickup for Talon is a little bit concerning, but that should be the Mikado mid Talon, which again in DL26 I think was positive win rate at least.
Okay. I'll say nothing. Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Reserve time probably going to be used up for this next pickup. I do agree it should be a core Tiny, by the way, John. And now it's guaranteed it is they are going to go for a Warlock pickup. Unless Savage is pulling out the Pos 1 Slark, but it's highly, highly doubtful. Do I offer my expert analysis? I think I'll hold out for now.
Sure. No, go for it. Just do it.
I don't... Is this the game where core Tiny works, John? Is this it?
Boom
this
has
the
been
one?
making work in the games we haven't been casting, so maybe the key is when you're in a game, Tiny will lose. Now you have two.
I'll take the blame.
You have two losing forces. You have two losing forces now for you, Quap and Tiny on hand. So I don't know which way you'd lean. To be fair, this is an atrocious lane out for Tiny. Like into Quap, that is not the kind of game Mikado can kind of carry. So you have to kind of make that call now. Will you just give Savage Tiny Warlock lane is actually honestly fine. Find something else for Mikado on mid. It's just that pause 1 Tiny, it also has just not been great. I feel like for Talon, it's much better for Mikado to just carry on with it. But the matchup means you're not going to get timing here whatsoever. This Tiny is just going to get bullied out, as we saw his Storm get bullied out last time as well for Mikado.
Well, it doesn't seem like Boom believe it. They'll ban out Sniper, which is fair because Mikado, plays Sniper, never loses on the hero either because Sniper doesn't lose mid lane. Talon ban TB. Jackie is still lacking a hero, unless we're going to see the Jackie Naga come out, which is not going to happen.
No.
And
5 seconds remaining.
do you, in this case, do you prefer Savage Tiny or Mikado Tiny?
If I had to lean either way, I think Mikado Tiny's better. It's better, but again, into Quap, it's just unwinnable. I don't think he's going to get tempo into Blink. I think his timing's going to be thrown off. like that fast blink Yule's Octarine that really makes mid-tiny a menace is not going to be fast for Talon with that mid-tiny. So you might just be better off running it on Savage. The issue is what mid-scaling is left. There's really not much. You have good hold as well for the Spirit Brothers. So something like Emperor's Storm aren't going to be amazing. Any of them into the Quap matchup is also just really atrocious. I know, Talon has to show us something different here as it feels like this Quap pick covers all the bases for Boom. Again, we've seen Armel do wonderful on this Quap, and all the matchups are just great. They even ban out the PA when strong carry for Talon that they could run. They leave the option for Razor open, but it's not a particularly free Razor game overall. Unless Jackie takes something that's kiteable, which, again, Sven is still there if they'd want. They take the Razor themselves. I like the strat from Boom. I think this is an overwhelming early start from them. This Ensnare, Reel In plus Static Link is going to bully out WS. Your mid-Quap is just going to destroy the Tiny. I don't see any direct fixes for Talon. Like, draft-wise, to course correct here, everything's been banned out. That's good. What do you do? I mean, Cuckoo's having a hard time thinking about this as well.
This might be Savage Drow time. This might be it. It might be Makoto Tiny Savage Drow or something like that. I don't think it's the worst Drow game in the world. Like, Silence has a lot of impact. Doesn't do too bad against Razor. Unless you close the gap. Cuckoo's walked off. Cuckoo's had enough. Cuckoo's... I don't know where Cuckoo's going.
That's a toilet.
No, he's gone. Oh, well, I was there, John. I know. I was there. You and I were casting right there, John. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's an interesting use of reserve time. I suppose that's fine. I do like the Drow idea. I'm concerned into Pango.
What about the Clinks?
It's going to be a sitting duck.
Well, wasn't there someone running Pos Clinks the other day?
Yeah, Palos was. Today, he was running today, Palos. It's all right. I feel like there's too much hold. It's a little bit scary. I'll take the Ember, so it's a Savage Tiny. The Ember into the Quap is still a rough time for Ember. I'm wondering which way Mikado goes with his facet, because, yeah, if he sticks to Chain Gang, I can see it working. Some AoE control for you to play with, some good tie-ins with your Warlock. Again, you're just going to sack your lane, but chances are in this matchup, you will go 1-1-3 build that we've seen from Embers into the Quap or into Chain Gang facet at the very least. That's where most of your utility comes in. It is a 23 Savage Tiny. Into a Pango lane, it's all right? Like, it's like the mid matchup. It's just okay here for Tiny. You're going to be able to farm. The question then is your impact. I feel like this game, the tempo is actually set by WS. So it has to be off of this Beastmaster having a good time. But you're already into a Razor lane as well. Like, that's also a bad time for WS. Boom has just set their lanes up to be so damn strong. And Talon has to kind of try to outplay it. Like, that's all they can really do. Try to outplay these very strong lanes from Boom. Try to hit some tempo here. Try to hope that WS gets that timing on Dominator Overlord to actually have some impact, as, again, all of the lane setups from Boom are scary. You've got Nagasai and Razor. You've got the net into Static Link, getting some easy damage up for Jackie in the laning phase. You've got this mid matchup that just heavily favors Armel. The wonkiest lane might be the off lane of Jabs and Tims, but even then, that lane's just very stable anyhow. So Boom have managed to, again, work strong lanes. For Talon, and we have to see what they can do, but the first 5 minutes of the game are going to feel dreadful. Like, it's not going to feel great playing Beastmaster into Razor. It's not going to feel great playing Ember into Quap. And Tiny into Pango is probably the finest lane you have in Talon, which is concerning, as this game isn't on the Tiny. It has to be on the Beastmaster. So I like what Boom has. I think they've got the draft to win out Game 3. They've got the draft advantage at the very least. For Talon, they're going to have to, again, show us that they're the better team somehow that can play into these handicaps. But it does feel like it's going to be a very hard game for them to try to reel in this best of one now.
Well, I truly do believe, like, this is going to be a pure game of outplay, right? I don't like Pos 1 Tiny, but we all know that. I've been talking about it for a while, John. I think they can completely outplay Boom Esports here. I don't think it's a guaranteed loss, because that would be very anti-hype to say, as Boom Esports versus Talent, game number 3 now, officially underway. And it is another hero where Makoto can kind of carry the game, but, with this kind of draft, like, yeah, you can carry with the Ember, but it's not going to be like the Lena last game. Like,
No.
this Tiny is going to have to pull his weight, plus more.
That he is. I think, again, it really just comes down to lanes and how much you get out of them. Because if you start losing out in lane, this Razor doesn't take too long to be online. They're in a good position as well to just ensure Jokam doesn't get too sneaky out here. They'll just block him off from chasing for a rune. They will actually go for a late smoke. So a nice clump up. Jokam again in position to break though.
30 seconds.
Jokam's been doing a very good job on this this pos for Slark throughout the last game, and I'm sure this game as well he'll be very impactful. A Talon looking to try and sneak their way up into a first blood. They do have high ground vision, but they don't see anything yet. Smokes will wear off. Zhao is going to reveal himself. Did they see Jokam? I think they will now. Jokam going to show himself. Zhao looking to maybe go back in. Plasma field is going to be up from Jackie, slowing them down into the shackles onto WS, though WS still able to walk away. In fact, Zhao's the one still in danger here. He's barely going to make it out. Everyone will survive. No first blood to be drawn. Happy days for both sides. Nobody dying yet. Though we might still see first blood because Tim's is rotating to try for first blood down bottom. See if he wants to try for it with the shackle.
You don't quite have your early static link, but level 1's kind of meh. Anyhow, Plasma Field set up for a long range damage from the Razor could be quite nice. Again, Jokam's just being a pest. Along with WS, and they've got the board. They see Tim's down here. They know something's up. They're going to be fine to just run away. The mid lane matchup, again, is where some of these dynamics kick in for Mikado and Armel. We are already seeing the early Flame Guard up. So I'm expecting now just a 1-1-3 build for Mikado to just hold his own against Quap, which can work. Like, it is something that your shield should be able to sustain up against for the most part. There's still some decent damage that flies in, of course. Armel, for his part, is going for good old masochist Quap. So it's not bondage Quap. He's expecting that into the matchup. He can't just play with Scream of Pain. That's a little bit trickier for Mikado to try to manage with the Flame Guard. So I like this from Armel, switching that facet around. Rune control is very big for this matchup. I'm wondering if Mikado will kind of divert then into a standard Sleight of Fist build. You don't have double impact though, so it doesn't feel as important to have the max out Sleight of Fist. Maybe you can go for a 2-1-2 build, perhaps, for some presence later on tier 6. But again, even with the Flame Guard up, once it's gone, Armel just has free room to run down, get some good right clicks on. Mikado is just going to be stuck at a very awkward time until his bottle comes in. And we'll need really good rune control here. We'll see if he has a clean shot at, say, the 2-minute rune. So we're already seeing some movement across the supports. Getting the pulls out from Jokam. Zhao trying to contest down bot. All you can do here on the Slark, but it does go without a hitch. So you'll be able to soak up some EXP. The lane for Jackie, though, is very... Like we were talking about in draft, Razor into the Beastmaster is really fun for Razor. You just clear out the creeps with Plasma Field, get some good poke. You threaten with Static Link with the net combo down the line from Zhao. And there's really not much play here for Talon outside of just farming. So gonna be a more passive lane for Talon, which Jackie will enjoy. Having his own aggressive angles to play with himself. We'll see if that starts to pan out once you get the levels up in Zhao. It will take a little bit longer for Ensnare to be relevant.
Absolutely. Top lane, you do have Savage and Cuckoo. Tim's looking to maybe connect. Doesn't end up going for any kind of shackle here onto Savage. Because he does have jabs, and there's the shackle finally coming up. They are going to try here for the Tiny. Swashbuckle is also available. Jab's just holding out for the last second. Still going. Oh, and he doesn't quite, but Tim's does have the Ether Shot. Nice first blood secure here for the side of Boom Esports.
There's not much you can really do on Talon for that. You've got a Warlock playing support in that lane. All you can do is maybe drop a Shadow Word, hope for the best. That aggression starting to line up from Boom early. And again, this is the lane I expect it to be slower, more even across both sides. And Boom are finding a way to play aggressive. That is their full salvo of mana though, but you do have an 8-charge stick. So it's not too bad for jabs. And you should start to, again, find a little bit more. Slow this Tiny down. Savage, bottom right now, barely finding some CS, right above WS, who's having an even worse time on Beastmaster. Again, compare that to Jackie already, just free farming bot. Doesn't set a good tone here for a Tiny in a matchup that doesn't feel great anyhow for this hero.
No, it does not. Which is why I was saying Makoto can still carry on Emberjon. So Armel was doing a fantastic job. of harassing him constantly. His bottom lane, WS is going to go down. Jackie able to secure a kill for himself, which, in fairness, you've been saying it, John. It's to be expected, though. Mid lane, Makoto looks like he was expecting the rotation from Tim's this time on the Shaman. Issue for Makoto, though. He is really being suffocated in this mid lane, John. Like, no water runes being provided, no support rotations, nothing. They've left him in the Sahara.
That they have. I mean, again, it's down to the supports you have. A rotation out from Warlock doesn't do much. A rotation out from the Slark, perhaps, but the lanes are also too rough for you to leave these side lanes alone. So you just kind of have to cop it. Again, a 2k lead early for Boom with this kind of lineup is overwhelming, actually, because Talon are the ones that kind of want to play a little bit quicker, especially on that Ember. Level 6 timing for Mikado stalled out now. You've got level 5 already up on RML, halfway to that 6. So the threat of Sonic Wave is materializing here for Mikado, who was forced to get a raindrop just to, again, survive through this lane. And does go for the 1-1-2 build, so it's looking like maybe a 2-1-2 perhaps.
Oh, they use the nighttime at their advantage. Makoto still okay, but he's stuck at level 5. Thankfully for him, Armel also still level 5. Doesn't have the Sonic Wave yet, but he is much closer to hitting that level 6 in the Quap than, say, Makoto is now on the Ember. Thankfully for Makoto, though, Cuckoo gonna kind of give him the heal. Let him reset a little bit on the Ember, and he's gonna be just fine. But it is certainly a one lane here by Armel on the Quap. Though I wouldn't say it's too one-sided, in fairness to Makoto. He's still found plenty of CS and XP. Not that far behind. Spot him. They'll try to move on to WS, who needs a bit of help here from Joe Cam, but Joe Cam's playing Slark. He actually just runs the other way. He knows he can't really save WS. WS has to save himself, and it's not happening. Jackie to pick up a secondary kill now onto the Beastmaster.
Again, for the side of Boom, just having these small wins, having this slower offlane for WS, we're talking about where the tempo has to come in. The Beastmaster, the early dominator, Overlord, is really key to finding some space on this map. The fact that WS is just kind of being fed away towards Jackie is of huge concern for Talon. He's bottom network core right now on that Beastmaster. He's going to need a recovery. You do have some stacks in the triangle at the very least, so there's some farm to play for, but not too much. Amp damage rune on Mikado does help, but they are making moves top now.
Cuckoo is healing though, and the shield crash jabs off the mark, way off the mark in fact, and he's gonna die for it. He jumped right into the T1. No damage was applied to Cuckoo at all, and a little bit of an awkward error now, handing a free kill over to the side of Talon.
And you're going to be happy about that freebie. Still a lot of room out for Boom. Look at this movement across bot. Look at this movement into the Shrine of Wisdom. Talon can't really reach out to that opposite shrine as well. So early levels coming out for the sports again. Doesn't feel good for Zhao and Tims to start to get a big boost towards their level 6. And for Talon, I mean, it just gets, again, worrisome. That loss on Jabs, honestly, is probably not the biggest thing in the world. Jabs is still doing better than WS anyhow. So you're not gaining enough on Talon to overtake. Savage is getting that ramp up on that Tiny at the least. Like this Echo Saber build-up shouldn't be too bad into the Sanjin Yasha, and then you can start to play. You have taken attention away from the Kato, so the Ember is actually allowed to get some semblance of a lane to play. But his own progression here from Kato is quite slow. So I'm not sure when we'd start to see him rotate on the chain gang. It does feel like he will want to connect. Issue is, your launching point for WS isn't up. You could try with Savage, but trying to kill off a Pango early is also stressful unless Jabs overextends again into like a tier 1 tower, which I doubt Jabs would be keen on trying to get too far again anytime soon.
Yeah, it's certainly a disastrous start right now for Talon, all things being said and done after this laning stage. Bottom tier 1 tower already gone. The only core in the top 3 net worth right now from Talon is Savage on that Tiny, and that man's going to take a while to be ready to go, as we've seen multiple times. Mind you, again, it is Talon. John, this is the team that always find a way to make a comeback, so not too concerning. It's just laning stage. You got a 2k advantage for Boom, but, you know, nothing too crazy yet. It is a little bit intimidating because you got the Quap Razor for sure, but for now I think Talon are perfectly fine. See if they do hand over that catch-up farm for WS as well, because he really does need it. He's got nothing on this poor Beastmaster. No stacks either, as Makoto Gets caught mid. Immediate death. Tim's with a fantastic shackles. The chase continues on to Joe Cam, but they'll leave him go. They don't care for the support Slark. No need to risk it. There's a mid-tier 1 tower they can focus down, and that's exactly where they'll go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A little bit interesting. Mikado wanted to try to make that solo play. There's some good vision being set up again outside of the sentries here from Boom. At the least, again, it's space. You're buying space for WS, who, again, because the movement's onto mid, Beastmaster's not being contested, the Dominator is up for WS, so there's a little bit of play now on the Beastmaster, not much yet. Certainly a little bit better than earlier on. And you have all the farm in the world here for Savage. Still slow going. Echo Saber has to come up soon. And it is still 2 parts away, or at the very least 1 part away now. But that emphasis on mid, again, they have a good read here on Boom. They know what the win condition is. They know what carries Talon through mid game. It's Mikado, and he's not really having too much impact just yet.
Dire's middle tower
Does he get
is under
lucky?
attack.
No, he doesn't. Haystrom going to be there for Armel. Yeah, I mean, this is the one thing, right? Like, I always say, like, if you're going to sack anyone from Talon, don't let it be Mikado. Like, for the love of God, don't let it be Mikado that gets his game sacked. So he's just carried that many games for this team. Like, you never want to see him falling behind. You know?
Yeah.
Because there's always a chance with this young man. It's still
there
fine,
is.
though, John. Still early game. Still 10.5 minutes in.
Yeah.
4-1.
10.5.
No, nothing's happened yet.
Golem. Bot.
Bottom lane. Golem drop. Nice song here from Zhao, and oh, here come the
Oh,
TPs.
that's nasty.
2 supports. More than happy to take these away. WS, though, is looking to join as they kill Joe Cam. They'll kill Cuckoo. And WS, he's actually going to roar out, trying to snipe Armel. Might have him, and he does. He does.
more?
In fact, he's going after Zhao as well with the micro, and it looks like he might just have him, though. No. He'll miss out in a second. But that's a huge kill for WS. Huge.
What it is, you take that. I mean, it's still an even net worth trade, considering you drop 2 for 1 and you drop the entire army plus the Chaotic Offering Golem. So it's a pretty big loss for Talon net worth wise. But you find some solo EXP for WS, you find a solo kill that accelerates this timing on a little bit less ideal timing on that Helm of the Overlord, but certainly set to come out faster because of that. So you're happy enough on the side of Talon. 6-2, 3k lead still stands for Boom. And they set their eyes up top now. Savage has not been having the best of times. Again, he's been top net worth for his team, but he's also been highly pressured. Look at the vision out from Boom. That early ward to watch out moving from Savage into the jungle. They're going to use that to snipe him later on as well. Gives him the confidence for that siege. And Talon just, again, have to seed ground. Have to give space away. Just hope for the best that Mikado starts to find something here. And
We got found a
kind of
shield,
hang
right?
on.
Yeah, he's going the Blade Mail route as well, which is fairly standard for Embers, especially against the Quap Masochist, the Quap Masochist route. Also, you tend to go Blade Mail just to be able to catch up here, and Mikado again doing his absolute best here in this game 3. Talon, they're playing the comeback game right now, even WS just hanging around in the dire triangle. Now, this is the interesting kind of conundrum for Boom, right? Like, do you keep playing the farm game yourself, or do you want to play faster? Because right now, they've got a 4k net worth lead, and they can continue to sustain that. But you run the risk of letting Talon get to a stage where they can finally kind of contest you.
I'd say you're happy farming, honestly, on Boom. Like, the build-up in Razor is not to be underestimated. It is the Thunderhead facet with Mjolnir build-up that we've been seeing a lot, and it has been highly effective in terms of how well you can just take these team fights. Talon are constrained to waiting for Chaotic Offering, which is coming off cooldown now. Cuckoo is set with a smoke on Mikado. So they can try to play off of that. I think the interesting combo is Fatal Bonds with all these chains coming out from Mikado. Can do quite a fair bit of damage if they find the right clump up. Fortunately, Boom does read that movement well. It's hanging by the gate.
They were going through it, but Jackie does cancel. So it looks like they are going to set up for perhaps a defense attempt. There's a lot of heroes, though, from Talon. This could be an awkward situation for Jackie. He'll move in. Looks like Talon, they're not feeling confident to dive to tier 1 anyway. They will retreat. It is fair. The Razor, highest net worth on the board right now. Very intimidating to have to go up against is Mel. Mid lane will get chained up. He made a pretty aggressive blink in. But he's going to be just fine as they don't have the follow-up lockdown. Looking for power runes. And once again, Makoto, he's going to get rather lucky. Yeah, one thing for Makoto this game is, John, he has found most power runes, and it has been by pure RNG. So
Yeah.
Gabe is smiling upon it.
That he is.
Savage?
And that's important for him to even just maintain here.
Oh, Savage! Oh, no. No. He tried for the TP, John. I mean, in fairness, there wasn't many other ways out. He was inhibited by the diffusal blade of Jab, so I don't think he would have made it running anyway.
No.
It's a good try.
And do what you can. Again, for the side of Talon, all you have to do is just give these bodies out. Ideally, you don't want to bleed your cores, of course, but you don't really have an option. So long as Boom aren't finding objectives yet off of this, or more kills, like 2 and a jump, then you're happy enough to try to get that build up. 5k lead now at 15 minutes out. Only so much you can do, choke cam. Jeez. It's a lot of damage
Such a tough
coming
game
out from
right now for
jabs.
Talon. Oh, absolutely. It's a classic diffusal blade timing for the Pango. His damage just goes right through the ceiling. Through the roof. So I wonder
least
how
the one
concerned
time-
Talon are getting about Jackie here, John.
Yeah, they have to be pretty concerned about that Mjolnir. They know the timings here. Hyperstone already up. I believe the full Mjolnir might actually be set here for Jackie, and it is. Flying in right now on the courier. So, major spike now for the Razor. Trying to fight into this with Eye of the Storm active is going to be brutal with that static charge as well. But the Dominator or the Overlord is here from WS. So you have more presence out. They can finally commit for that siege on bot.
Kodo, I mean, he's gonna see Jackie. This is the target I don't think you can control right now. Unless you have all 5. Maybe they do. Are they bringing in all 5 heroes? They are.
Oh,
Savage
that's
is coming.
the reflect damage.
Jackie almost kills himself to the blade mail of Makoto. The song from Jaldo will hold them all down, but they need to get the hell out of there. And they will. Very nice disengage, but they are kind of giving up that bottom tier 1. Not the biggest deal. And there you go. Jackie learned. I can't static link the Makoto Ember. He's got blade mail. It really hurts.
And it does. Getting some good output on Jackie, but great target identification out from Mikoto. A little bit of a shame they couldn't get follow-through control. With that chase, he was the one cutting through the back. No one else could really follow through. They do translate that into a siege on mid with wards down from Tim's. So they'll be able to trade out an objective at the very least. Fortify is forced out.
Oh, Makoto sticks around. He was not anticipating jabs, but he's still alive. He's actually going to make it. What?
Oh,
They toss him away. He's made it out. Tim's and Zhao to go down. Jab's in trouble. Zhao's going to drop perhaps. What?
okay.
What do you, how did he...
That's kind of nuts.
Radiant's middle tower.
He has a raindrop, still has 1 on it. I think that little bit of block coming in from some of the magic damage actually legitimately saved his life from
Where's the
Mikado.
replay? I gotta say, where's the replay? How did he survive that? Hex, Shackle, Rolling Thunder, Sonic Wave.
Radiant are
They didn't
He had
hesitate
Shadowword
at
on
the
him.
end. True. Okay, maybe that was the deciding factor. Maybe that was actually enough.
radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
just a
one
little bit of
charge as
healing,
well.
a little bit of block. Yeah, some wand charges right as that came in, and a few charges left in Infused Raindrop. Just enough durability for the maxed out Flame Guard to eat through some of that damage. But you are playing on edge.
Here we go.
Mind you, that's without Jackie in. And they get
Look
the
at
catch.
this.
He still has Flame Guard running. He does have 10 stick charges. He pops with the Raindrop as well. And, you know, just a little bit of healing from the Shadow Word. Just enough. I don't know if that's
God.
fully calculated for Mikado, but
That's
that's
crazy.
playing on edge.
That's crazy. Oh, Savage though. I mean, Savage is off the edge here, John. Savage, neutral kill at least.
Oh,
I'm telling you, Gavin smiling upon Talon this game for whatever reason. It's cuckoo hand, he's carried the tip. Well done, Savage, he says. First right thing you did all series. Well done.
oh, he wastes some time. That's a 4-man clump up bot. Jocam's still scouting them out though. But he is keeping track at the very least, ensuring that that farm is flowing for the side of Talon elsewhere.
Radiant's
And it
top
is.
tower
Full drums up for WS. A threat onto the top tower push, which doesn't take too long. With that Ancient Black Dragon on hand. They are getting gate swing out though. This could be a nice
coming.
flank into Talon, but this is an awkward pause.
I hate these pauses. Okay,
Oh,
they're all
Lord.
disconnected. Maybe this time there's a good reason. I take it back. There you go. There's the 923. He loves it. He loves it.
And
Oh.
it does. Looks like if I had to guess, this is a network switch for the side of
Okay.
Talon. So switching connections. See if that
Shout out to
sorts things
PLDT.
out. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they have that and another. I'm not sure which one. Both equally. It is what it is in the Philippines.
It's just been a while since I've shouted them out, John. That's all.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
miss
don't know who
Indie
they've
Home as
got.
well.
Ah,
I
the
really
Packet
miss
Phoenix.
calling out Indie Home. And the Packet Phoenix. Those were the days. That's also when
can
we
love
had
Indie Home.
Indo Boom as well. Those are the good old
yes.
days.
The ever the bridesmaid, I remember, is what I was calling them back then. They just could not come first in any BTS tournament. Not once.
No. I think they
Always
eventually
second.
did one time.
One
They did
time.
one time, I think. Yeah, one time,
time.
Mikey. One time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They dodged the smoke as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's
They do.
pretty convenient for Talon, considering that we've seen these fights in this area be very awkward. If you are caught with that long flank smoke, good attempt from Boom. Talon are on top. 1K advantage still left for Boom. Not a lot to play with, but certainly not an unplayable game. Again, they've got this tempo lined up. You've got Jackie farming up a Storm, BKB coming up next for our Razor with that full Mjolnir. So if you can stand and fight in static link and not get a reflect damaged on, he is pretty happy. And the issue is finding a good static link target, because you go onto Savage, he has the toss back. You go onto WS, he has the roar to run. He might not even care. So there are options somewhat here for Talon to kind of try to break free of that. And let's see. Has been a very cautious game from both sides to an extent. There's another smoke out from Zhao, perhaps looking to break that monotony up a bit. There's going to be a big timing to fight over shards here as well, because that 20-minute Tormentor is actually big for both sides. A free shard for Zhao is massive, a free shard for Jokam is absolutely game-changing as well. And you do have advantage here for Boom. They've shoved in top. Jackie's in the area to go into Tormentor. Talon might be keen on fighting in. They do have Golem back up. Again, they've got the drums and Overlord up on WS. They're going to try to run in. Huh? They're not? Okay. I guess Boom don't want to force a Tormentor either.
Apparently not. Talon? They'll take it. No problems here. Notice Makoto's got another great rune for himself. Amp damage here for the Ember. I don't know how he keeps getting all these great runes after a abysmal laning stage, but he just keeps getting them.
Yeah. And you win the coin flip. Depth Shroud up for Jokam. So the impact of the slug will be felt now in these team fights. That's a big turning point for Talon. And they have some saves. They could try to force a fight.
Not yet, though. Well, do they? Smoke is out. Tim's is in position to break the smoke and does onto WS. And they immediately look to just get the hell out of there. But Tim's is going to have to get left behind here. Makoto will catch him. So another freebie by... Oh, I say freebie. It's not free yet. But they will get him eventually. So another one for Talon. Which is very interesting, because now Jackie has the full BKB, so that might be cue for him to start fighting with his team. And I think they might have no choice, because Roshan's happened. This is a big loss for Boom, considering the start they had.
It is. I love how Jokam's positioning, just cutting off the ramp area, ensuring that he'll always know when they start to come in, and they're still ready with Golem here.
Oh, the bait. Oh, the Rolling Thunder is there to try and help out, but Armel got baited. It was too hard of a bait. Makoto will take down the Quap. They're still going to move on to Savage, though. Savage in massive trouble. Jackie taking him down. The Depth Shroud, it'll buy a bit of time, though. Savage still alive, but Jackie's just too much. WS down. There goes Savage. Jackie getting all the tips, as he should. Armel, it was a horrible start there for Boom John. Armel got baited by the Slark. Props to Jokam for that bait. But Talon, they're not at a stage where they can contest Jackie.
No. And we were talking about all of this farm on Jackie, how strong he is without BKB Mjolnir. This is the initial power spike for the Razor. And there's still a lot of power spikes left for this hero. Later on, the big one, of course, is something like a refresh. And he had the freest angle to get a free static link off onto Savage. Like, Savage runs right in trying to get the avalanche toss. Jackie just runs up. Static links, good stun coming in from Jabs to ensure that Savage can't break that. And you've sapped enough. Like, Death Shroud doesn't cut that off. It just keeps going as well. So you're not cutting any damage away from Jackie. And they went up massively. Lead back the way of Boom, 10-7. Double digits finally being achieved in this game. So they take a 2K advantage on top. And for Talon, they're not out of the game yet. Again, they have ways of scaling. This BKB for Savage is going to be nice. Doesn't quite save you from the static link. It does feel like you'd want some force stabs here on your supports. Just try to get a way to break the static link yourself, because that is your main concern. That's how Jackie sustains himself in the middle. Outside, of course, just having Eye of the Storm and Storm Surge constantly proccing. That right click is your major threat.
Retreat. This is reminding me a little bit of that game 1, John. Like, Jackie's net worth, it's climbing a little bit too quick. 24 minutes in, 15k. He's in the element again. Talon, I mean, you'd love to go kill him a couple times to get him out of this pace. It's not as easy said than done, though. This top lane, bit of a group up. Makoto's having a gander, and we'll run into Tim's. Jokam going to be there as well, but Boom are bringing all the numbers to boot. They want to fight. WS, he already committed his roar onto Jabs to stop the Rolling Thunder, but Jabs, of course, just going to keep going, looking for some stragglers here, and he's found him. He has at least got the Beastmaster, but they can't lock him down. They've got to be a little bit careful for Makoto, though, as well. So Makoto is a bit of a scary man on the Ember, especially with these Fatal Bonds out. Jokam will purge off the ensnare. He'll run away. And Talon looks like they might get everyone but Jokam out of them, which is really not too big of a deal. They'll lose Jokam. They got Tim's anyway. It's pretty much an even trade here for Talon. In fact, it might even be considered better.
Yeah.
And so nothing really of value lost.
Yeah, it's slightly better for Boom, considering how much farm is on Jokam specifically. He is right behind Mikado in farm, highest farmed support in the game by a pretty big margin, around 2k. So very meaningful for Boom to find that freebie. They don't really lose anything either. Right, they still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes here for Jackie. Do need to start pressuring on tier 2s perhaps. They're still keeping track of Mikado as well, trying to be a nuisance to December. Mikado is fairly slippery, so not really the easiest one to spot. A little bit of a smoke out from Boom though. Maybe Talon get caught off guard. They're hugging their tier 2.
This is the highest net worth hero on Talon. WS, it's so important he doesn't get caught. He's kind of the saving grace right now for Talon after a horrific laning stage. WS able to catch up in the net worth department is now giving his team a fighting chance back. So much pressure this game. I mean, you're in a best of 1 to qualify to TI. Mid lane slowly being forced in. Talon just playing the avoid game. It's pretty much what they have to do for now, because again, this Razor is a bit too big with this Aegis up. They'll drop the Serp towards mid lane though. Boom, don't want to leave here empty-handed. They have been committing a lot of time trying to pursue these fights against Talon. And that time has allowed WS and Savage now to be on somewhat parity with farm. And they do at least get the mid-tier 2 tower. That should be about it here for Boom. They're not going any further than that.
No.
But you can tell they really want to fight.
That they do. I mean, they've got the blink up in Zhao, so some big saves can come in now with the song. That's going to catch Talon off guard if they're not too careful coming in here.
I mean, they're the ones trying to move in. They saw Tim's. They love going after that Shaman first. Tim's, he will get a Hex off Makoto. He's in trouble. They will save the Ember for now, but can they keep him alive for long? It looks like he'll remnant out. Jokam is alive for now, but the chase continues. As Savage does actually deal with Zhao. Jokam's running out of there just fine, and well, Talon, they get away with it. 2 supports for nothing.
That was a little bit costly from Talon, so that's Chaotic offering down. I think that's one big tool as well that you rely on here for Talon. Jackie didn't pop BKB and Static Link. Couldn't find the angle onto Savage this time, so the spacing is just right in Talon. It's a very even game, so the Aegis does expire. This timing could be good for Talon if they find that chain control. But with the Manta plus the BKB for Jackie, finding that it's not going to be easy. And again, you didn't quite have the blink on John Yuel just yet, was on the Courier. So he has that up now. A blink song save can also just make this very awkward for Talon. Have to be so cautious in how to take these team fights. Both sides have some pretty good setup for a 5v5. Both sides are kind of constrained by cooldowns, maybe a little bit less so on Boom, with Rolling Thunder on hand, being fairly low metal here for the side of Boom Esports. For Talon, the moment you drop Chaotic Offering, you're out of the picture for like a good 2 minutes 40. Like that is somewhat your bread and butter in getting these turnaround plays from Cuckoo. And it's just such a long cooldown. So you're never going to feel too good trying to force another big fight. You have to go back, reset, use that space to farm. And Boom are just farming well. Jackie working onto the Satanic. They'll smoke up. They don't have anything to wait for themselves. Can try to take this position top. Savage would be very juicy once more.
He would be, but he's been very, very hard to catch.
Dire's top
Everyone
tower
on
is
Talon
under attack.
proving to be very, very evasive this game 3. They see Joe Cam again on the Slark. Joe Cam, though, he's a slippery, slippery man. And it's just not worth the time chasing down this Pos 4 Slark. We've seen it over and over again. It's just worth really no gold. And it's the amount of time it takes to finally get the damn kill. It's just a bit too much. It's Boom. Tier 2 top tower now going to drop.
Top tower
So they'll get away with that for free. Talon still showing no signs of wanting to fight this one out. And they might, like, Talon might just avoid up until Savage is, like, completely ready. You know, you got the BKB, you go for the Silver Edge, you get the Daedalus, whatever else you want, and
Dire are still
just everything available might be the idea for Talon before they get moving.
Don't fault them for that. I think it's just a really good understanding of what Razor can do right now in this game. It's not just the items on Savage. I think it's actually really important to get double 4 stabs off. You already have one in Jokam. You're going to farm one on Cuckoo.
radiant
You need both of them just in case Savage does get jumped, does get static linked. You can bail him out, break that link early, then just try to kite Jackie as much as possible. Easier said than done with how fast the Razor moves. And again, with all of these ways of dispelling with the BKB and the Manta. But that is the situation you're finding yourself here. So BKB up for Savage's one start. It's going to be the Remnant's Rooch next, which for Tiny with his high base damage is a pretty significant magical crit to play with. And for the side of Talon, it's a matter of patience, right? Like, because you are getting big. WS has the full AC. He's going to go for Boots of Bearing until Blink BKB. Mikado has his own BKB up. And they have a way of weaving in and out. You don't have debuff immunity Pierce here on Boom outside of, I suppose, Static Link and eventually, say, an Ags up for Zhao. Could be one way. Gonna take a little bit more time for that. I don't know if there's pressure for Talon to play quick either, to be fair, but they were running in here.
Mikado, he's found the primary target. Every single time he'll take down Tims, he will do it. Tim's trying to buy himself some time, does get a shackle off, but it's not going to matter. He's gone. Jab's going to roll in anyway and try to get some kind of fight started for his side. But it doesn't look very confident here from Boom. They look like they want to retreat, and now Talon, they'll happily take the fight, but Zhao pops the song, allows his team to get the hell out of there. They just don't see the angle they were looking for that fight. And Talon, they're just going to go back and perhaps just take this Tormentor. And they will.
Yeah. Pretty clean from Talon. Didn't have to expend as much. So Song is down for 100 seconds. A pretty big window actually opens here for Talon where they could play. Still having some of those connection issues hanging true. And we'll take the free shard on Cuckoo, which isn't the most impactful. It can be quite nice if you do get a free upheaval going. Whether or not Cuckoo can actually find a position, though, is a different story. It's been a little bit rough for Cuckoo to just try to find a backline when you're playing up against a Pangolier. So chances are not the most impactful shard, but can, again, be quite nice if you get some utility on upheaval. Maybe it makes the high ground easier if you can somehow find yourself in that position here for Talon, as it's 11-11, 4K lead up for Talon, but Boom by no means out of the picture, of course. Jackie still maintaining the 2K lead over the next cores of Talon. Talon overall are starting to eclipse the other cores. Armel and Jab starting to lag behind. Mikado, WS, and Savage starting to pull ahead. So it's looking a little bit similar to how Game 2 was to an extent in terms of net worth distribution. I think the key aspect now for Boom is, you know, whether or not you can hit this refresh on Jackie. Right? Like, that's the big one. The Satanic's nice. It's really the refresh orb on Razor that feels insane. Double BKB, double Static Link, double Eye of the Storm is just pain for Talon to have to play into. And that's always like the ace up the hole there for the Razor. You're going to have to try to kite out a good long duration of debuff immunity, kite out a very long set of double Eye of the Storm playing around there. And that is the threat as the game scales on. Haven't really seen it pan out yet. I think it's kind of the nature for Southeast Asia when so much is on the line that you start to take things very cautiously, right? Like, you're not looking for big angles back in. You're using Song defensively. Talon's not throwing everything out either all the time. If they find Tims, they're pretty happy to just go back for the most part. Reset, don't rush things too hard. So it does lead to that slower pace overall. But it is what it is. It's a best of one. It's your ticket to TI on the line. It's your last chance to get to the big one this year, Mikey.
It is your last chance. We are going to have the pause dragging out a little bit longer than we would have liked, but I'm sure they'll be back rather soon here. Talon, again, have done a fantastic job of just completely avoiding playing the game, it seems like, which is something that I think Talon does better than any other team in SEA, is when they're losing, they just avoid you the whole 20, 30 minutes. You know, just make you run around the map, play cat and mouse. It's not a pretty kind of Dota to watch, Sean, but it is a very effective kind of Dota if you're trying to win. And
that it is.
Talon are the masters of doing that, John. Just being the mice in this scenario.
That they are. That they are. They dodge out quite nicely. And, you know, I mean, to be fair, Boom has been dodging as well, right? Like, they're not exactly grouping up to be aggressive on Boom as well. So, they're at the disadvantage, so it's fair enough, even with all this farm on Jackie, right? You don't want to risk it. So it's both sides kind of playing defensive overall.
Well, hopefully this pause is over rather soon. You enjoy Cam?
Yeah.
The PC's going to explode on him or something?
They've had some PC issues. Again, this is really the reason why I got abandoned by good old Lane. He actually had to leave and pick up a PC to replace. Surprised there's still some issues. Legitimately, he said, we have to go to Cuckoo's house and get a PC. I'm like, all right. So that is the end of my night.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Cuckoo's PC. So hopefully that sorts things out. We had a reconnect for good old Joe Cam. See if things are good. Looks like we have to go ahead. Back into the game we go. I have to appreciate the symmetry though, Mike. 11 to 11. Isn't it nice? We don't have 11 minutes in, sadly. This is the reality that we're 31 minutes in with 22 kills.
Yes.
But it's nice to see that in the scoreboard. 1-1-1-1. I do wonder if at some point Boom start to worry. How about pinning all their hopes on just, say, Jackie? Because, again, you do scale to an extent on Jabs and Armel. But the Razor really starts to become your end-game solution, right? Satanic coming in, I'm expecting either, if he wants to take a risk and be right on top of the right heroes here for Jackie, Blink. If not, standard is Refresh. So either or for Jackie kind of makes sense. I could see a use case for either, as it has been a little bit challenging out to try to find Savage in the back, right, and try to just static link him. I think Savage has been much more cautious with his positioning in this game. But yeah, like, you do start to lose that impact on Quap. You do start to lose some of that damage on Jabs. There is utility, of course. I think a Basher here for the Pangolier is the way to go. It's going to be the Nullifier first for Jabs. But if you find yourself, 10 minutes later with Basher on top for the Pango, with, say, maxed out Dagon for Armel, things do get spicy. Whether or not it's spicy enough, I mean, we'll have to see.
Still waiting here. GoCam gonna just continue scouting around the bottom side of this map. We'll be seeing Baijiao with his mirror images. Meanwhile, Roshan, though, has now officially begun. Satanic up on Jackie. Perfect timing for this fight. Revenant's Brooch, meanwhile, now up on Savage. Good luck to move in. Zhao, or rather Joe Camp, already scouting out this move here from Boom. It's going to be another awkward fight initiation, though they do get a Hex on Joe Camp, but he does just purge it off immediately as the Raw not coming out yet for WS. He does eventually get it onto Jackie, and Savage just jumps in. Jackie, not dead yet, gets the Satanic off, looking to turn this one around. Savage, he's trapped in the shards. He's trapped in the wards. The wards trap him up. 4 down for Talon. Makoto, the only survivor. He's got no remnants, though.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Savage. He
Oh,
gets
no.
ward trapped here by Tims. I don't know if it was on purpose by Tims, John, but I'll give him the credit. And well, with that, now they get fully wiped. Roshan to go to Boom. And it's the opening they've been looking for a while now.
That it is. It looked like a decent start for Talon. Jokan breaking that smoke. They managed to work the angle from low ground, but they forced that issue so damn hard on the side of Talon. And they're not able to get the 4 stabs out. Like, you lose your supports in the back so quick from that jump in from jabs, from Armel having these angles. And look at that, Sonic Wave cuts off from the Slark. You're not able to force that on Kuku. He was trying to walk up. Just gets bursted down by Armel. And it's that kite ability now for the Tiny. That's the concern. High ground opens up. The Roshan banner making a big opening here for the side of Boom. At the least you have Kuku with the upheaval stall that can kind of make things awkward just a tad bit. But finding 2 lives on Jackie, it feels next to impossible. He's got Eye of the Storm back up. He's got Satanic back up. Just the BKB lacking. So take the early racks, melee mid gone. And Talon suddenly 4K behind after, again, just bad positioning. We were just talking about Savage starting to find these positions for himself. Suddenly caught in the middle of nowhere. I feel like Savage has nightmares about being trapped in the wrong part of the map from all these moments in his career so far.
Yeah, it's
Joe
absolutely
Camp.
crazy. Jabs looking to move in. Won't find anything. So there'll be 1 racks down now here, Talon.
Radiant are scared.
But not out of the game. Again, this is classic Talon. They've been in this position many, many times. Nothing new for Talon. Another day. For Boom Esports, now 1 step closer. If they find Joe Cam now, Joe Cam. We'll go into the Shadow Dance. Nullifier applied, but they're not going to chase that deep. They'll hold out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's hard to see the ideal angle for Talon to take these fights in. I think that looked okay if the supports didn't get caught in that huge Sonic Wave out from Armel. That damage is just blisteringly high. I think, again, if you get a good chaotic offering and you don't get kited on your timing, that has to be the key. Is they'll start again.
Now they sure will. T3 Tower going to be under siege. Boom Esports closer and closer to the victory they're looking for. Looking for the T3 Tower. Jackie, he's going to make his reappearance in that bottom lane. Now Refresher Orb up on the Razor. Joe Camp.
Oh boy.
Going to be caught on the Slark. He's down, but he's got buyback. Everything's fine for Talon. They've still got 5 heroes if they need it. Very intimidating, though, with this Refresher Orb on Jackie. If he wipes you one last time, they can just go straight for the Jugular here.
Radiant are scared.
10 times for Talon. Cuckoo's making it pretty difficult with the upheaval to move up that high ground, though, as we tend to see from these Warlocks. But Jackie, not to be outdone, will move in. T3 Tower now gone. Onto the bottom racks. No fear for the Razor quite yet. Meanwhile, Shackle was on Savage, but they have got Tims, who has died back on the Shaman. That might be it for the high ground pursuit of Boom, but it seems like Jackie's not done. He wants the racks. Makoto's pressure. This feels so risky without Tims now. Avalanche tosses in. They're looking for that Aegis. Jackie will lose it. He didn't have the Satanic ready, but now he will. Savage, meanwhile, can he get away from this? Jackie's moving in. The Depth Round is out. The BKB is forced, but it's Savage versus the world. Makoto jumps in. The Sonic Wave not enough to kill them as the Song now committed. Trying to find Savage, but he's out of there. They'll just get the hell out and retreat. It's too spooky now. Boom Esports. They'll get a tier 3. They won't find another Rax. But without Tims, it's all too scary. They will retreat and look for it another day.
Talon hang on to this game somehow. 3K lead still maintaining for Boom. They do lose Aegis. Refresh was not popped by Jackie. So the double BKB, double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link is still on hand. Big difference there for Talon is, as Savage jumps in, the supports were free to utilize their 4 staffs. At least Jokam was. You don't have one on Cuckoo, as he's decided to go away, just stay on the Solar Crest. Glimmer, try to go for a Lotus Orb next to try to protect. But that's a key thing. You don't get that big value from the first static, and that makes it a little bit awkward for Jackie to try to keep that chase as well. Now, mind you, again, for these team fights of Talon, they always have to have Chaotic Offering on hand. It's such a long cooldown. Whenever that's down, Boom should have some bigger confidence. Maybe you just wait out until Song's back up for the reset. You can start to wait for next rush as well if you'd want. You've got the full Ags on Zhao. So you do have the Reel In True Spell immunity along with the Ensnare on debuff immunity as well, with a little bit of a break. So a lot of more control here from the Naga Siren. Big concern for Talon as, again, for Savage, his biggest issue has been being kited around, being stuck in areas. This Naga can ensure that you can always find a way to entrap that Tiny now, as Boom will go hunting with a smoke. It just feels like they're one good fight away. And without that Chaotic Offering in Talon, this is a big opening if they can find it in the next minute here.
They can find it. That's the key word. Key phrase. Armel, he'll pick up the Invis. Makoto is hanging about mid. Jackie's had his smoke broken. Makoto looking to retreat. The plasma field will see nothing either. Makoto's fine. Jackie, though, could still try to just pursue high ground again. You don't have the Aegis this time, however. It's a little bit riskier. It seems like they will play it safe and make the retrieval. And Boom currently currently according to the plus 73% chance of winning this game. So you don't want to hand it back to Talon, who again are experts at taking games like this. This is their bread and butter, I want to say.
That it is.
It's like
They
Shiva's
love
guard.
hanging on. They love defending.
Oh, they do.
Okay.
The happy death is really Talon's happiest time whenever they get the chance. Not happy death yet, though, John. Shiva's guard now, Makoto.
And big timing for him. Not the biggest in the world, but that should mitigate some of the healing as well from the Song of the Siren. So some good utility coming out from the passive, of course. Just 25% less health restoration is pretty impactful. And that should, again, just drop that value from Naga a little bit. They have the non-committal push, though, with the Shaman Wards, and you'll just take it every time. Costs you nothing. Drop the wards, watch if anyone comes in, and just take it for free. Mikado will at least... Oh,
Armel does jump in. They've got a shackle as well. Makoto, though, going to be saved here by the golden drop of Cuckoo. Shackles will cancel as WS going to jump in with a roar onto Tims. Tims getting blown up eventually. Foul play keeping him alive, though, but he finally does go down to the Sleight of Fist. It's Makoto trying to run. Big Sonic Wave, though, Armel!
no buyback.
4 heroes. Makoto's down. No buyback available. Savage to boot. He's got buyback on the Tiny. He'll make his reappearance here, but WS is down. Buyback on him. He'll commit immediately. As Boom now, they can smell it. They're that close, Jonathan. They can feel it. TI is in their hands at the moment. They just need to not drop the ball.
They just have 1 Rax to take. They did pop refresh on Jackie, but he still has another static link to play with. And you're down 2 big heroes on Talon. Even with a respawn on Kuku, you won't have Chaotic Offering for the turnaround play. And Talon have to figure out some sort of angle. They're just not running into Boom. Maybe just having to play into the Megas now at this point. Accepting that fate. As you said, happy death for Talon is their happiest of times. They're going to get into it soon. As there's just no play.
I mean, they've got Makoto back up in 20 seconds here. That'll be their last-ditch defense. They do try to jump in. Jackie perfectly fine, though. Savage in trouble again. The ensnare locking him down. The Sonic Wave from Armel onto 2. Savage still in huge danger. The death straddle by time, though. But it still seems like they'll stun him up. Here's Savage being controlled by Jabs as they move in again, ensnaring him by the fountain. Cuckoo's gonna die. They'll ignore the Tiny. The Mega Creeps are up. It's Talon's favorite time. Happy death time. Unless Boom don't back off, and they don't need to. It's 3v5, there's no supports. Armel says, why are we leaving?
Yeah,
The Boom,
I don't follow. I mean,
they're gonna play it
there's
safe.
real... It doesn't feel great, but I suppose it's respectable. You've got a 17k lead. You have nothing to worry about at this point. Talon, the only way I see them coming back now is just like some tossbacks, which you only have the tiny that can achieve that. You're going to put Savage in the firing line. We're seeing the impact of this Ags out from Zhao to reel in through BKBs. The end snare through the BKB is massive. You have at least the double roar on WS, but I know you have to take this fight piecemeal on Talon, like piecemeal by piece. It's a tough one to find some good angles in. They're constantly only jumping Tims. He has 8 out of the 14 kills Talon has found. Like, it's the Shaman show that they're killing, but no one else, really. Not in some time at the very least. Like, Jackie's had a perfect game on this Razor. And for Talon, in this kind of situation, it does feel like you'll need, what, 2, maybe 3 teamfight wins to really have a shot to apply that pressure on the opposite side. Boom, we'll go for the smoke play now. Talon at least have a chaotic offering ready. So there's some counter fight, but everything's up as well here for Boom. Songs back up, wards in 20 seconds.
Looking to move in. Armel is there. Savage, he's hexed up. They're going to move in with the big Sonic Wave, and they've got the Static Leak again on Savage. He's not getting full stuffed out. The Nullify making it very hard, but he has his BKB. He'll make it away for now. They got Tim's on the Shaman. Armel still chasing Savage, though. He wants the big rock, and Tony's gone. No buyback on Savage. He's down for 2 minutes. It's all up to Makoto on WS to find a way with these 2 supports of theirs. Boom. Are they're actually retreating? Do they not know? Do they not know? No, they must know. They must know. They're going for a road. They're playing it safe. They're not taking any chances.
Yeah, not against Talon. Not against the opponent that, you know, even Armel thought would go to TI in his prediction. Looking like he'll be the one to put a stop to that one. And for Talon, this game's feeling impossible. I don't know what you're expecting to do at this point. You don't have damage on Mikado. He did go Chain Gang. Maybe a steal from a Slark.
Jumps in.
Too early.
Too early indeed. Had no vision though, to be fair. We'll see if this Roshan is going to come back to bite them in the ass later on. They had 2 minutes without Savage up. In fairness, Savage doesn't really feel like the problem anyway. I still think Makoto's the scary one, even though he's really lacking quite a bit of damage here. Zhao gonna have his refresher orb kind of deleted because Jokam finds his courier, but that doesn't matter because he's gonna refresh a shard now from Roshan. It's a bit of a consolation prize. So they're gonna move up again. Butterfly now up on Jackie.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tier 4 towers. Jackie's onto it. Shards down. So many wards. Tier 4 towers, both exposed now as Makoto jumping in. WS in trouble. WS should be dropping the song. Zhao, he'll hold them all down. Look at this. A celebration Sonic Wave. No, even just a scream from WS. The Ancient completely exposed. Talon are not doing it here. I think Boom have got it.
Nope.
The Ancient going down. Boom Esports. They've made it, Jonathan. Boom have done it. Game 3. It went all the way, but Boom, they find a way. Look at Jackie's face. He's so relieved. They can't believe it. They almost look. They just can't believe they've done it.
No, I can't fault them. Again, it was a close call. That start in this road to the international for the side of Boom Esports was shaky, but they rally in. They change things up. And to come out on top. This time, I wouldn't say it's a complete outdraft. I think they really just legitimately outplayed Talon. Talon missed some timings, misplayed a little bit. They put their bets here on, you know, just having that tiny carry with a flex, having been caught in a trap with the really smart quap pick from Boom. And they didn't have gameplay. There were some moments there from Talon to try to play, but it was a Boom show all the way. They were doing a good job of avoiding Talon with these fights. They were doing an amazing job of finding the angles in. Jackie, his positioning on his Razor was impeccable. And even just coordination from everyone else, the timing for the songs to come in. Jabs again finding these perfect rolls every single time to cut the back line. Armel finding the perfect angles for the Sonic Waves. All of it just came together beautifully. And for Talon, again, just a little bit of a disconnect. Again, the draft just working against him. It feels a little bit stronger for Boom, but not an entire outdraft for sure. As we have seen, there was some play left, but what a storyline for Boom. What a storyline for the boys. A little bit of a redemption arc as well, considering what happened to them in the most recent qualifier for another tournament. And they found redemption here, Mike.
Oh, they absolutely have. They absolutely have. It would have been an absolute disastrous year for Boom had they missed out on TI as well, but they barely kind of edge it out here up against Talon. And props to Talon, John. They were trying their absolute best. The Tiny, John, it was something. It was a risk. It wasn't Akashi playing that Tiny, sadly. And, well, there you go. Boom Esports with the Razor of Jackie. The rest of the squad, just so much impact. Armel really popping off as well. Like, look at those Sonic Waves this game were absolutely huge from Armel. Look at that. A 4-man Sonic Wave, just casually. No problem.
Yeah. He was so on point with his positioning. And you have to remember the drama behind this as well. Remember what Savage said about no more than how many Filipinos, how many are in Boom right now? Oh, and for Master Cuckoo, he's into the Cuckoos, right? Like his own gang in Armel, Zhao and Tim's, right there.
And I quote, he said qualify first to somebody else. And sadly, someone else hasn't qualified this time. So words have been eaten here in these qualifiers. Road to the TI, it's been a funny one, but well, there you go. Boom, they make it work in some dominant fashion here in game number 3. Very happy to see it. And Talon, I mean, obviously a sore spot here, John. Nobody wants to miss TI, but somebody has to, sadly.
Somebody has to. They could have taken it yesterday. They could have had a better draft today. All of these choices Talon make for us, and we take advantage. And boom, they're not a team that you can sleep on. They rally. They do well. Standout player. I mean, it's so easy to just say Jackie, but honestly, I feel like Armel played a big part. Tim's played a big part as well. Jabs, perhaps, with his angles out. It certainly was. Jackie's the easiest one to point to because it's a perfect game of 12-0-9. But I kind of want to say Armel. I think the Chief did a fine job. He managed that mid-lane matchup as perfectly as you could expect. He shifts to Masochist to deal with the Ember, knowing that Chain Gang Ember will go for shield. So you just kind of want to bully out, build your own farm up, go back to the Scream build up in lane, and just kind of run from there. Again, he found those perfect angles. I think his prioritization of finding those supports in the backline was just immense. Like, they cut off that support onto Savage. They couldn't force staff him out in a few key moments. They weren't able to try to save in the moments where they were strong, all because of this backline jump from Armel and to an extent Jab. So, a fantastic performance from Boom overall. A great rally, a great return to form for this org that used to be dominating Southeast Asia. And I'm keen on seeing what these stacks do in TI, Mike.
Sorry, Jonathan, I do apologize. I have a slight emergency I need to attend to. Just need a couple minutes. You can carry on, sir. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, again, Boom proving that this year has been a year of up and downs. They start the year strong. They managed to go to a land, and it's been a little bit dry for them, going to a few DLs here and there. But they make it true for the big one. And again, this is from Armel, who predicted that it would be like Talon execration going in. This is from Zhao as well, who predicted the same, expecting Cuckoo to carry through, but not this time. Like, that fate in Boom should have been there. It does show up. Jackie again with a perfect game, deserving for a little bit of a shout out as well for his stats as a carry. Has been there for a lot of the fights. Did a ton of damage as Thunderhead Razor does tend to do, and had a perfect understanding of what he had to do in this game. 12-0-9. Finding the static link out in WS, finding the static link out onto Savage. Easy targets for the Razor to just chase and get maximum impact on. And for Boom, again, their understanding of drafting in this meta has been great. The Naga support, the DP support we saw earlier in the drafts, the Undyings as well, this constant usage of the Shadow Shaman when it's available, the way Jabs utilizes the Pangolier makes it feel like an actual hero. So again, I love seeing everything there from the side of Boom. And for the side of Talon, again, a little bit of a shame. Everyone expected them to go through, but you got to deliver the goods, and they certainly didn't this time around. So they're going to have to look next year. They're going to have to enjoy what lands they have gotten through, Mikey. But Boom, they certainly are deserving of a little bit of a celebration. You saw good old Gary in the background being very, very happy, very relieved. All of them being very relieved to make it through. Quite the moment for them.
Absolutely, props to that. It's been a tough year for everyone here in this region, hasn't it, John? It's been a bit of a wild time, but especially for Gary. I mean, you and I, we've seen Gary around. You know, we talk to Gary. We try to console Gary. Sometimes Gary gets a bit upset, to say the least, at certain things that happen with the team. But at the end of the day, things work out, John. He's made it. He's at TI. I apologize if I sound out of breath, John. I was just running around trying to sort something out. But yeah, they've made it. Congratulations, Boom.
Yeah, big moment for them again. Hopefully they do well, because this is the most Filipinos we've had in TI in a long time. I believe that's 8 already, maybe 9 if you want to count RCI, which I would count myself. So it's quite a fair bit. It's a return to form for our country, I guess. It's a good time.
You don't need one.
Maybe not Mikey. Maybe not Mikey.
Well, you know what? We have got one on the line right now, Jonathan. Armel's ready to speak to us after a fantastic win. Mr. Armel, congratulations.
Hello. You guys can hear me?
Qualifying to TI, sir. Yes, we can, Armel. How are you doing?
Feeling good for sure.
Yeah, you must be feeling good, Armel. Talk to me. Were you confident you guys were going to qualify? I mean, it was a bit of a scary run in lower bracket. Like, how are you feeling about the whole qualifying?
I think the loss in Nemesis kinda teach us that we should just not give a fuck about the game anymore. I think because everyone's playing shit, and just I think the mindset reset on that moment that we don't care anymore if we win or lose. We just wanna play our Dota, and I think that changed everything.
Oh, it sure did, Armel. It sure did. Let me talk to you about this series. Game 1, you guys destroy them. Game 2 comes around and things go a little bit wrong. Well, what went wrong in Game 2 of this series?
I think we just really wanna give Lina to them and give them one game. So it's gonna be best of 3, more fun to play, and then the TA qualifiers. Because we know that Mikoto is just such a Lina god, and we gave it, so.
Yeah, very humble of you, Armel. Go on, John.
All right, I'm curious, Armel. It's been a while for you on a LAN environment. What are you looking forward to play another TI for yourself?
I mean, obviously, I'm just super excited. I've been my last TI is in Singapore, and it's been a while. And even we went on LAN here, it's not really LAN, right? Because it's just online. We're just online in Europe. So right now, I'm very excited going in the LAN again. I just miss the feeling and the vibe around there.
Oh, yeah.
It's fair. I'm curious. Again, I saw the Boom Social say your predictions, each player's predictions for who'd qualify. I noticed that you didn't put Boom on. Why didn't you put Boom as something that you'd expect to qualify? You guys just qualified.
No, I'm just obviously miming, I always troll our manager because it's he's a bad manager, that's why. Okay.
you don't need to call out Nate like that. Now I'm wondering, going in, it feels like it's been again an up and down year. How do you feel with the teams that have qualified? How do you feel seeing Nemesis along with you guys to go along? Do you feel like it's gonna be fun? 8 Filipinos already from C.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy for my boy. I think he changed his mindset in this year too. He worked so hard, so I think he really deserved it. I'm very happy for him.
Armel, I've got a question for you, and this is completely unrelated, but I've been saying this for a while. I want your opinion. I'm going to ask you on the spot, Armel, this tiny hero, this core tiny, is it good or is it trash? You tell me.
I think you tell me, bro. You see the result already. We keep picking this in the Riyadh finals, and then we just realize just don't ever pick this hero to me again, or even Jackie.
You see,
this hero is just super trash.
You see, they don't. Armel, they don't believe me. These viewers, they don't get it. They don't. John's been telling me I'm wrong the whole. They don't see. Finally, someone gets it, John. Somebody understands. Armel gets it. There you go. I was right the whole time. Thank you, Armel. Anyway, more importantly, congratulations, sir, for TI. A massive, massive win. We can't wait to see you. Obviously, you're representing the region, so best of luck to you. And before you go, do you have any words for the fans or family or friends or anyone else you want to say hello to before we let you go?
Just thank you, everyone, for supporting us. And nothing anymore, I think. Never mind.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Mel, congratulations once again, and best of luck to you at TI. So we can't wait to watch you.
Yeah,
Congrats,
thank
Chief.
you, thank you.
Congrats. Thank you. Oh, there you have it. Mel, you know, John, let me have my moment. Let me have my moment, John. I know you're burning inside. I know you don't like when I do this. I've got to do it though. They didn't believe me. The Chief said it. The Chief said it, Jonathan. The hero's trash. No more.
Yep.
If he even said,
Nope.
we stop picking for Jackie, we start winning.
Yeah.
Who told you
Yeah,
that a few
that's it.
days ago, John? Who told you that a few days ago?
I know, Mikey. I know. I get it. I get it. I'm
And I told
convinced.
Gary,
I'm
let me
convinced.
coach the team. Let me coach the team. I'll take care of it. Anyway, let's look at the bracket. Let's see how it all ended up. How did it all end up with this bracket? Obviously, a lot of great teams here in the SCA region, Jonathan. We had to only have 2 here for the slots. As you saw, upper bracket, Team Nemesis proceeding after beating Talon 2-1. And this is why I think it's going to be a bit bitter for Talon, is they lost to Nemesis in the upper bracket, which in fairness, I think you did say they were expecting because they lost all their scrims to Nemesis as well. So fair enough. But then you get knocked down to the lower bracket. You have 1 series. Boom Esports come out of the best of 3 with Execration. In fairness, you and I both believe that there is a momentum factor that plays a part in the lower bracket runs. And I completely agree with you on that. I actually think playing the first series before the finals is actually much more advantageous than not playing it. But it probably is going to be a little bit sore for Talon accepting this loss.
And that it would be. Look, they shouldn't feel too bad. They are still going to a very big land as well, outside of just TI. They have had a lot of stuff going on this year. So overall, it's been good. We can take a look at all of our qualified teams so far as well, as we've tied in our Southeast Asian qualifier here for the road to the international. Again, we've got our invited teams in Liquid, Parry, BetBoom, All Gamers Global, Game and Gladiators, Team Spirit, Falcons, and Tundra. And we had Aurora go in from EEU, Heroic from South America, Extreme from China, Wildcard from North America, and Boom and Nemesis from C, along with Navi Jr. taking that first slot in Western Europe with 1 more slot open, the last slot for the International 2025. What a roster already! You know, missing some favorites. Shopify is not there, Talent's not there. It's going to be exciting to see these other teams from other regions start to show up in the biggest land of the year. Especially, I want to say Nemesis. You know, Nemesis, again, you talked about that story for them for 2 of their players not making it to TI. Hell, not even making it to any sort of land before. So that's an amazing journey for them. For me on Wildcard, to finally see my boy RCY step up to that big stage as well. That's just, he's such a nice kid. You know, he's such a good kid, and he gets to finally go up there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing, Mike.
The best part for RCY is always he's not affected by the Kukuis as well. I mean, we lost Akashi already, John. Akashi's on his way. He's gone. The boat sailed for Akashi. We've lost him. He's got a good year before it's all over for Akashi. But RCY, he's not been tempted by you know, I'm not going to call them devils, Jonathan, but you know, they've done some things, those Kukuis. Oh, they have. He's safe though. Well, so there you go. Plenty of Filipino representation at TI. Happy days for you and your countrymen, Jonathan. I can see how happy you are about it. And you know what? I think Armel said something so important. And you know, John, I say this in the background every time when I'm raging, when one of our teams is about to get knocked out of TI, because it happens every damn year. But you just stop giving a shit. Just stop caring. Remember OG's magical runs? Did they care, John? They didn't care. Nope. Just stop caring. You've been playing Dota for like 20 years now. You know what you're doing. But it's the mental state that kills them every time. Right? Every LAN we go to, what happens? You see the SEA teams outside, elimination match, and they're all upset. All of them are upset. One of them's blaming the other one. They don't know what they're doing. Maybe we should go back to this draft that we got. Just stop caring. Stop caring. You got nothing to lose. You know, everything to gain. Stop caring. Please play like that.
Yeah. Hopefully they maintain that attitude because it looked good today. And hopefully,
it was good.
You know, we get that more from even Nemesis as well. I think they were already doing that, not having high expectations for themselves. So our C teams look to be in good hands, Mikey. September is going to be pretty nice here for Southeast Asia.
Oh, I'm very excited, Jonathan. Of course, we do have to wrap up the show. That is it for the road to the international SEA qualifiers. It has been an absolute pleasure. It is MLP Dota and John Expire, and we'll see you all again, I believe, in a few days for another tournament with PGL's Wallahia coming right up. But till then, we'll see you next time.